Desmond, wait like 30 seconds so people can see the slide and then start talking, because I'm going to take the slide off.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I suppose good afternoon to some of you on the East Coast. My name is Desmond Cole, and welcome to Free Them All, a National Day of Action. We are so pleased to be with you this morning. We are marking 1 year in Canada since the outbreak, the disaster of COVID-19, and the cries from then until now and preceding then from prisoners across this country demanding respect, dignity, and freedom. I am joined this morning and afternoon by my co-hosts, Al Jones and Justin Piché. Good afternoon, good morning to both of you.
It's afternoon here in Halifax, but good morning / afternoon to everybody. We are coast to coast to coast today for the National Day of Action, Free Them All. We're going to be visiting some live events and protests that are taking place across the country. And we're also going to be checking in with advocates, formerly incarcerated people, people doing the work across this country in different interviews, different presentations. We're going to have some recordings from inside prison. So stick around all day. We're here for about 5 hours as we cross the country to show not only the solidarity in this country with prisoners, but of course to renew the demands we've been making, not only through the year, but really for many generations, to end prisons, to free people, to return resources into our communities and away from punishment, and particularly at this time to express our disgust and the shame of this government that has continued to allow this pandemic and the conditions associated with it to spread in prisons against all human decency and rights. And Justin, you've been extremely active, not only through this year, but through your work at the Criminalization Punishment Education Project. So welcome. You're co-hosting with Desmond and I, and you've obviously been at many of these protests and behind the scenes at other Abolition Coalition's events. So good to have you.
Nice to join you.
So yes, Justin, yes, start us off. Why are we here? Give people some idea of what the demands are, what's happening, what's been going on through the year.
Well, we're here because there's a prison pandemic, and there's many people suffering behind bars right now, whether it's from COVID or whether it's from COVID-19 measures that have been put in place inside prisons in the name of public health. Including torturous lockdowns with segregation-like conditions, where prisoners have been cut off from programming, cut off from visits, cut off from other ways to mark their time or pass the time as best they can within a site of human caging. At the end of the first wave of this pandemic, so mid-July, there were 829 cases of COVID-19 linked to our prisons, 600 prisoners, 229 staff members. Now, that in comparison to what's gone on since is comparatively low. And that's in part because jurisdictions across the country freed people through diversion and decarceration measures. In fact, one of every 5 prisoners was either diverted or decarcerated from custody during that first wave across the country. And in some jurisdictions like Nova Scotia, there was like close to 50% of the prison population that had declined. Now, by the time we get to December 1st, we're starting to get into the second wave. 1,424 prisoners had contracted COVID-19, 439 prison staff for a total of 1,863 people. Now we get to January 8th, the CCLA put out a report that showed that there were over 3,000 prisoners that had contracted COVID-19 at that point, 760 prison staff members for a total of over 3,800 cases. So, within 5 weeks, the COVID cases linked to our prisons went up by 2,000 cases. I'm part of a group of folks with the CCLA, Center for Access to Information and Justice, and CPEP, that just put out a report yesterday that showed we're now over 7,000 cases of COVID-19 linked to sites of human caging or to prisons in this country. So, we're on the precipice of a third wave here. We know that there's COVID variants circulating. There was a report from Alicia Asham from the Toronto Star the other day that showed that in an outbreak of 70 folks at the Toronto South Detention Center, more than half were variant cases. So we're talking about matters of potential life and death for some folks. There have only been 6 prisoners that have been killed to date from COVID-19 that we know of. Other people who have died from state neglect and these torturous conditions that folks are facing. The overdose crisis continues behind the walls and beyond them. So, we have serious public health crises, I should say, going on behind the walls, and of course in our communities where there are reverberations. So things are accelerating, and governments during the second wave and now in the third wave have increased the number of people that they're caging inside provincial jails and prisons. And we need change. We need to recommit to depopulation measures. And I'm not talking about depopulation through body bags coming out of the prisons, depopulation into the community with community supports like housing where folks need it. We need, immediate public health measures inside for the folks that the state won't free. So PPE, which many prisoners have reported to us, they don't have adequate access to, like getting like 2 masks for a fucking week. They need, cleaning and hygiene supplies, not to be subjected to solitary confinement, where they're only out of their cell for half an hour a day and deciding whether or not they're going to phone a loved one or take a shower. We need, vaccines available to prisoners and prison staff to contain COVID for folks. And that has to be provided on a voluntary basis, and no reprisals for folks who don't take them for different reasons. And we need immediate action to address the overdose crisis. We're having overdoses here at the Ottawa Carleton Detention Center. People have died, this is serious. We need to end the war on drugs, full stop, no more excuses. Bill C-22 is not enough, not good enough. So that's a bit of a snapshot of the situation. Of course, in terms of vaccinations, we know that Nunavut and the Northwest Territories have made vaccines available to everyone, including prisoners. Prince Edward Island is rolling out their vaccination amongst prisoners, and then everyone else, is lagging behind. And COVID eventually comes out of prison walls when it's in there. Prison staff are going in and out of there every day, so it's pretty serious. It affects all of us, and that's why we're saying today, free them all. And if you're not going to let folks go, put in place necessary protections for people, and stop treating them with such I don't even know how to describe it. I'm lost for words.
Disdain and inhumanity come to mind, Justin. I mean, it's just disdain and disregard for human life, and a deprioritizing of lives of people who are behind these walls and in these cages. And your work with CPEP has been and continues to be so critical to this. And I'm glad that you brought up the context of so many people being released during the first wave of COVID-19, because I think back to a conversation I had recently with Robyn Maynard, who rightly points out that a year ago, they were telling us that it wasn't possible to be able to release people from prison, and that when we were making these demands to decarcerate, that won't be possible, that won't be safe, we don't have the resources, we don't have the know-how to do that. And then suddenly, in the midst of COVID-19, we saw that actually the thing that the state kept telling us was not possible was completely possible, and that there was an opportunity to make plans to release and to decarcerate and to integrate people back in the community, to find people adequate housing who had been in jail rather than just release them to their own devices, that all of these things that the government said were unsafe and not possible were suddenly being done. I want to specifically state the demands. You know, this is, you can find this on the Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project website, but the demands that are being repeated and that have been being stated that we want to emphasize today. Prisoners, their loved ones, frontline workers, and community members have continued to demand the things that I am about to read back to you, and they are: we demand immediate releases with adequate support to ensure housing, food, and income supports. Immediate public health measures implemented to improve conditions inside and address prisoners' well-documented concerns. Equitable access to healthcare for all prisoners. Immediate action to address and respond to the numerous accounts of human rights abuses in our jails and prisons, including punishment tests and excessive lockdowns. And immediate access to address the overdose crisis, as Justin, you were just speaking about, an overdose crisis that predates COVID-19 and that we are seeing not just in our jails and in our prisons, but in our communities in general, and is something from coast to coast that governments simply refuse to treat as a health crisis and that are treating as a law enforcement crisis. And so with our ongoing demands to defund the police, we have to think about what this overdose crisis is doing and our failure to treat it as a health crisis and to instead try to enforce our way out of drug issues. And Justin mentions the drug war. We absolutely have to end the drug war. We're starting to get some pictures already.
Yes, we're about a minute away from joining Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project and their rally outside of Maplehurst. And today our tech support is from Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project. So thank you to Kate and Elaine who are on this with us in the background as we scramble all day to get interviews in place to play footage. But we're just about to head there. So this is in Milton, outside of Maplehurst, where the prisoners for the past year have been engaged upon many actions, including hunger strikes, including making demands, releasing manifestos. Are we getting some images back there now? Are we ready to go over? If not, I'm going to share from a letter of Workworth. I just dropped my phone. Sorry, we're juggling a lot. We have to look at the agenda, look at the schedule. So when you see me looking down, it's because we're trying to manage. So this is a letter from a prisoner who wrote me who said, I'm just going to give you an excerpt. Now I will talk about COVID-19 and how it entered Workworth Institution. On Wednesday, December 16th, 2020, inmates at Workworth Institution were put into their cells and isolated in a 6x12 cell, not allowed to have showers for a couple of days, all because Joyceville Medium Institution, who had 80-something confirmed cases of COVID-19. With inmate and staff related that were confirmed cases, Joyceville started transferring inmates to different institutions that were coming in from provincial institutions. They sent 3 inmates to Workworth that had COVID-19, but they refused to admit that they knew that inmates had COVID-19. The problem is why they didn't know that at least one of the cases showed any signs of symptoms, including staff at Joyceville. Also, Workworth already had staff that tested positive for COVID, but they let 3 inmates come into a zone that already had COVID in it. How do I know this? Well, I was told I had to isolate because I came into contact with a staff member that had COVID, and I was isolated in my cell for a week. One day after I got out of isolation, the majority of the population, including myself, were locked down for 14.5 days and showered every second day. We were allowed to use the phone, but we had to spray it once we hung up the phone with the COVID cleaner. Workworth Institution lied to the population by telling them in the first few days of the isolation that if they came back negative on a COVID test, they would be let out of their cells. Then they came back after the first test and said if 4 out of 6 units did another COVID test, they would be let out once the test came back. And that was another lie. 4 days later, they did the test again. And when they got the results back, they let most of the population out. This will have to be litigated because the current system in place failed the inmates' Charter of Rights. So that's just an excerpt telling you what was going on in these prisons, how this infection spread through negligence, through the government directly violating many of the policies they said they had in place, such as halting transfers, and then they continued to transfer people, and then using punitive measures such as lockdowns instead of health measures such as releasing people, making sure people had treatment, and going against all public health recommendations only in order to continue securitizing people and keeping them in prison. Are we ready to go over to Maplehurst at all? Or sorry, go ahead, Desmond.
Yeah, as we prepare to we're seeing these images of the big banner being unfurled near Maplehurst. For those of you who don't know, it's about an hour to 90 minutes north of Toronto. And on February 15th, prisoners at Maplehurst began a hunger strike. Since January, there has been a COVID-19 outbreak declared at Maplehurst, and it is believed to be the largest COVID-19 outbreak at any Ontario jail or provincial jail or in the province. And following the outbreak, the Ministry of Labor actually went to Maplehurst and they issued 9 orders for unsafe working conditions and closed new admissions to the institution. So again, when the Ministry of Health was actually in there, they declared this is not a safe place for people to be, but that was from a labor perspective. So if Maplehurst is not a safe place for people to go to work, how can Maplehurst be a safe place for people to actually be incarcerated? And I want to read you from Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project yet again. Human rights violations and poor living conditions at the jail persist and are exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. This has pushed prisoners to put their lives at risk in order to demand that their rights, safety, and lives be respected. The administration at Maplehurst's ongoing use of egregious measures, including torturous 23-hour lockdowns and the transfer of prisoners between institutions across the province, is not an acceptable public health response to controlling outbreaks. We've got a feature photo now, feature images. We've got people standing by outside Maplehurst with banners. You can see them there that says "Contain COVID, not people." And we know that there is a caravan that is planned for later today. So people who are out here demonstrating right now with and in support of prisoners at Maplehurst are going to do this demonstration this afternoon, and then they're going to caravan all the way downtown into Toronto to the Toronto South Detention Center, which has also been the site of a large COVID-19 outbreak. And that's going to be part of the action we'll be following today. I hope you guys can see these images of people standing.
Audio of speeches?
Yeah, I think we're trying to look to get some audio of this.
And Justin, do you want to maybe give us some background about some of the actions that have been going on at Maplehurst as we wait to get audio so we can hear what's happening outside?
No one makes money when the violence stops. Talent is the way to make but it ain't. I don't wish what it ain't running to the top. That's why this is what happens when you call the cops. This is what happens when you call the cops. This is what happens when you call the cops.
All right, we're getting a nice panorama of all the banners and the beautiful people out here fighting for rights. Justin, give us a bit of background of what has been happening at Maplehurst.
We're just getting started here.
Here we go.
We have to have our speakers come up soon.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you guys out there. We see you. We see all the images. We see the banners. You guys are looking great.
Okay, so far, if you can hear me in Ontario, there's been over 1,000 prisoners who've contracted COVID-19, over 300 staff members. There's been nearly 1,400 cases of COVID-19 linked to Ontario's provincial prisons and jails. The largest outbreak, as Desmond mentioned, was at the Maplehurst Correctional members. So an outbreak over 300 folks. So here that there's a action going on the lawn outside of the Maplehurst Correctional Complex. They will then head in cars to the Toronto South Detention Center for another rally there later this afternoon. And CPEP will also be doing a march in Ottawa, making demands to the government of Canada as well as the government of Ontario with respect to what's going on there. So that's a bit of a snapshot in what's happening in so-called Ontario today. And of course, there's the ongoing resistance that's happening at the Hamilton Wentworth Detention Center. The folks that are incarcerated there are dealing with a pretty serious outbreak there as well. And we need all governments to take action to contain COVID, not people, to engage in releases and provide necessary protections instead of exposing folks to solitary confinement, segregation, torturous conditions behind the walls.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you, Justin. And you hear Justin talking about so-called Ontario. And when you listen to these broadcasts and live streams, and maybe over the course of the last little while, when you hear people in some of these spaces and actions talking like that, so-called Canada, so-called Ontario, you might wonder, well, why are they saying that? So-called Toronto. I am actually broadcasting to you from Toronto, which is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Huron-Wendat. And the reason that we say so-called is because we never want to forget that the territories that we are on are the traditional territories of Indigenous peoples, of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples across this country, whose territories have been usurped from them by this colonial state that calls itself Canada. And so we want to honor and remember those who were here for millennia preserving these lands before we got here. And we particularly have to do that when we're talking about incarceration, when we're talking about prisons, because of the unbelievable harm that our prison incarceration carceral system is doing and has been doing to Indigenous peoples. And so part of the way that the colonial state controls this land is to criminalize the Indigenous peoples and to have spaces like our jails and our prisons be places that continue, just as residential schools did, to take away people from their families, to separate families from one another, to deny people access to their cultural traditions, to their spiritual traditions, to their languages. This is what prison continues to do, and we can't fool ourselves into believing that because things like the era of residential schools are over, that we don't do these things in Canada. Canada continues to be governed by an Indian Act. Canada continues to deny its treaty obligations to Indigenous peoples across this country. Canada continues at the barrel of a gun through the RCMP and through provincial police forces to go onto unceded Indigenous territories and try to take over those territories so that it can get access to minerals, to oil and gas. We can never forget that when we say so-called Ontario, when we say so-called Canada, it's because of the ongoing resistance that we're talking about and the struggle for Indigenous peoples in Turtle Island for sovereignty.
Jessica, are you behind the camera? Do you want to, I know you have music going on, but is it you behind the camera? And can you maybe speak to us a little bit about the work you're doing? If you can hear me right now.
No more
Yes, I can hear you right now. Sorry about that. Sorry, so could you give me the question again?
Oh, I mean, we can also listen to the speech, that's all right as well.
No
I'm
more
just asking you about the work going on here, but we're listening to the speech, so we're okay.
You
Okay.
can't stop the revolution. Black power is the solution. You can't stop the revolution. You can't stop the revolution. Black power is the solution. You can't stop the revolution.
So we have
When Black lives are under attack, what do we do?
You want to maybe turn around the
When
camera?
Black lives are under attack, what
If
do we
you can
do?
get somewhere where it's a bit
When
quieter.
Black lives are under attack,
Y'all,
what do we do?
this is true community work here. We're on a budget, so people are making do with the technology we have. There we are. Hello.
Hi, how are you? Sorry, I'm gonna try to get somewhere where I can hear you.
Yes, perfect. And we can see the signs from Milton here. So we're now seeing what this looks like, where we locate our prisons and carceral facilities right in the middle of this industrial park area. So you can introduce yourself, say a bit about the work you're doing.
Yeah, so we're here at Maplehurst Correctional Center. We are calling for the immediate release of all prisoners. We are asking for adequate supplies for COVID-19. We're asking for informed information and informed consent for vaccinations and the ability to access vaccinations. And we're going to be making our way to Toronto South in about an hour as well.
Perfect. And can you explain for people what so what are these facilities that we're talking about? What is Maplehurst?
So Maplehurst is a correctional complex here in, I'm losing you. Here in just outside of Toronto in Kiel region. And it is located right next to the Vanier Center for Women as well. So these are part of the provincial correctional complex in Canada. And Toronto South Detention Center, where we'll be going later on today, again, is provincial detention center here in Toronto.
Jessica, can you tell us, it's Desmond Cole, can you tell us about how families and prisoners are informing this action that's happening today?
Absolutely. So we run a hotline to the Toronto South Detention Center, the Vanier Center, as well as the Maplehurst Correctional Complex, I believe it is. And so we've been talking to folks inside centers for quite some time now. And so what we do is we communicate the demands that come from the inside. So all of our work is very much centrally informed by the demands and the needs of prisoners as well as their loved ones. So we see our role as helping to communicate and helping to create a platform for the voices of folks inside.
I just want to say thank you all for coming out.
We're getting started. If you want to run, I know I pulled you out so we can talk to you. If you want to go back and take us back on this tour, we can watch this for the next few minutes. So is that all right? Thank you so much for speaking to us. Join the speeches.
All right, wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to follow along with Jessica, who has to walk while we watch. So, and here we are, we're coming back in and the speeches are getting started. It's wonderful to see everybody socially distanced, as we can see on this lawn, the beautiful banners, we're seeing the demands. And it's always just, I think, important to acknowledge the work that goes into these kind of actions. Just the art of the banners and the care that is taken so that people can show their love and support to people inside.
You know, we've been talking, and you might be hearing, if you're not from Ontario, you might be hearing about the idea of a third wave, and that is because, you know, as has been the case in many places in the country, there is a lot of kind of really inconsistent government action when it comes to COVID-19. And even this very weekend in Toronto, where I am, the government has said now, you know, let's have outdoor patios again, let's have certain kinds of outdoor gatherings again. And meanwhile, we are now reporting today 1,829 new cases of COVID-19 in Ontario. So we are back up close to the 2,000 new cases a day threshold. And so when before Justin was talking about the concern inside of institutions, it's because we know right now that COVID-19 is back on the upswing in Ontario and that we're not controlling it. And that means very dire circumstances for people who are incarcerated. I want to see if we can get some audio of looks like a first speaker here at Maplehurst.
So are folks familiar with the yeah, sure.
Here we go.
Sorry, folks, I am a bit flustered. So maybe we'll start or go back to prisoners' lives, they matter here.
Okay, we're doing dance.
Prisoners' lives, they matter here. Black prisoners, they matter here. Black prisoners, they matter here. Indigenous prisoners, they matter here. Indigenous prisoners, they matter here. What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? If we don't get it. If we don't get it. If we don't get it. What do we want?
So we continue to hear those rallying cries outside of Maplehurst Correctional Center in Milton.
Sorry, Desmond. We also know that the people inside, if your window faces the right way, there are prisoners that will be able to see this. And from having done noise demonstrations and other things outside jails, we know how uplifting and important that is to people incarcerated when the community comes to them. Because of course, jails are created, even when they're in the center of cities, even when they're amid human life, they are created in order to separate people from society and to create that idea that you are not to be in relationship with people on the outside, you are to be locked away. So when people come outside a jail, you see people will bang on their walls, they will flash their lights on and off. It's a very, as I've heard from people in jail when these demonstrations take place, it's extremely meaningful to them. So having people outside right now, you can imagine that those who are lucky enough to have windows on this lawn are with us in solidarity too, even if we can't see them on this broadcast.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Elle, because I remember being at a demonstration outside of the Lindsay Super Jail several years ago. And this was while prisoners there were hunger striking. And there's a lot of immigration detainees that are often kept at the Lindsay Super Jail in the kind of Lindsay Peterborough area. And we did a noise demonstration outside of the jail that day. And I actually remember that we had somebody on the phone with us while the demonstration was going on. And they said, we want you guys outside to quiet down because we want you to hear us now. And everybody outside got quiet. It was like February, we were standing in the snow. And when we quieted down, we could actually hear pans and pots banging. We could hear people banging on the wall. We could actually see a couple of people jumping up and down inside of windows. It probably was one of the more powerful experiences that I've ever had at a demonstration, to have that connection with people inside who knew why we were there, who knew that we were with them, and who were making their own noise from the inside. It was truly, truly powerful. We're continuing to get images from Maplehurst, and
And Jessica, we can cut back to you when speeches start. Peggy, are you joining us to speak with us?
Yep.
Okay, hello.
Is it okay if I just stick around and just get ready and come right back?
Perfect.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah,
we're going to talk to you for about at 11:50, Peggy, but we'll be waiting for you. Stand by.
I'm listening.
Great to have you here.
Cheers. Nice to see you both.
You too. Peggy, everybody is going to talk to us about her work, including with the Termite Collective, and they have released a timeline of the outbreak at the Federal Training Center in Laval, Quebec, where over 162 prisoners contracted COVID-19 during an outbreak during the first wave. So we're very happy to have Peggy with us, and we'll be going back to her shortly. Continue to see these images outside of Maplehurst Correctional Facility where this demonstration is happening. And there are demonstrations like this one happening across the country today. So we're lucky to have these images of groups like the Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project who are helping to organize and to make sure that we can see, to make sure that the prisoners know that this is being broadcast and that their messages are getting out across the country today.
And Justin, you do a bit of work with the Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project as well. Do you want to maybe give us some history of this collective? And or Jessica as well, if you're, I know you have to control the audio, Jessica, so that we're all hearing the chants, but what does Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project do? How did this group get started?
What do we want?
Sorry, you wanted me to speak to what Toronto's Prisoner Rights Project does?
Perfect, yes, perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. So Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project is a mutual aid and public education advocacy organization. So we engage in a number of things, including raising mutual aid funds to support prisoners, their families, and their loved ones. We also have a long-running webinar series that is a public education series to inform the public about a lot of the myths and misconceptions around imprisonment in Canada. And then we also, again, do advocacy on behalf and with prisoners. So we take our direction from prisoners when we talk to them, either through the phone system or through sometimes snail mail. We take their concerns communicated to us through family members as well. And we try to draw media attention to the concerns about what's going on inside. Prisons are intentionally kind of placed at the margins of our society, often in secrecy. And so we want to be shedding light on those things that are often kind of hidden from the public kind of discourse.
Thank you. You know how long this collective has been around?
Yeah, so Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project was formed in 2019, so spring of 2019. We got together, we kind of tried to figure out whether or not there was a need for this in Toronto. And after kind of collaborating with a number of community organizers, we found that there was that need. So we've been around since 2019. We had our first action though in 2020, and that was with the Bell Let's Talk media campaign. And then COVID-19 hit. And so we all kind of got running very quickly in collaboration with CPEP and all of the other wonderful folks in the Abolition Coalition.
And Jessica, we'd like to ask you too, I think, a little bit about the South Detention Center in Toronto, where you'll be heading after this action. I think a lot of people aren't aware that Toronto actually is home to detention facilities, and that in the middle of our city, people are being kept in cages today and have been so for decades. Can you tell us a little bit about the Toronto South Detention Center where you'll be heading later this afternoon?
Yeah, so the Toronto South Detention Center is one of the only remand-only facilities, I believe, in the province. And what that means is that the majority of people that are being, or all of the people being held there, are being held on a status that's known as remand. So folks inside have not been convicted, they have not been sentenced, they're being held pending trial. And so that means legally, people in Toronto South are all innocent. And so that's something to keep in mind, even though we don't support the incarceration of anyone under any circumstances. You know, in Toronto South, we are dealing with a massive population that has not been convicted or sentenced to a crime. Now, Toronto South Detention Center is also famously a hellhole, and part of that is owing to its recent emergence when it was replacing the former jail there. It was built through a public-private partnership, and that has led to a number of problems in the actual institutional operation as well. So Toronto South has been the host of many lockdowns. Pieces are always breaking. Prisoners are being held on lockdown through no fault of their own, but because of the faulty infrastructure itself. So, you know, Toronto South has been notoriously named kind of the hellhole of Ontario's carceral infrastructure.
Yeah, we've been hearing about 70 new cases of COVID-19 at the Toronto South Detention Center. And of course, the big concern there is that just as we're seeing these COVID-19 variants take over as the kind of new outbreak in Ontario, and that these variants seem to be spreading more quickly and being more deadly, at least half of the cases in the Toronto South Detention Center are of this new variant. So we're definitely very concerned for all those who
Yeah, absolutely. And again, because of the status of Toronto South as a remand facility, you know, what we're dealing with then is a population that is constantly in and out of that space. And so people are not there, or they're not meant to be there for long term. And so the health infrastructure in that space as well is not set up to deal with something like COVID-19.
Yeah, it was never meant to be a place to keep people, and it is therefore kind of in perpetual disrepair, perpetual lockdown. You hear people in the Toronto South Detention Center being on 23-hour lockdown as if that is the standard, as if that is something normal, unable to take showers, unable to make phone calls, unable to have access to legal counsel from the normal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Heroic work for us, having to walk back and forth, get where it's quiet, and I'm going to ask you to walk towards the speaker again. Thank you so much for the work you're doing to cover this in our Abolition Coalition community. So we're going to join this.
Thank you so much. Sorry, did you want me to walk towards the speakers now?
Yes, please.
Please.
Okay, sorry.
Just doing incredible work for us this morning.
Surveillance every single day. They face dehumanizing conditions every single day. And what is their response? They put their bodies on the line and say, "We're not eating," until somebody pays attention to what the fuck is going on in here. The demands haven't been for like wild things. It's actually like depressing how basic demands have been.
John,
an end to lockdown. The government's response to this pandemic has not been, let's release the people who don't need to be here. There's 70% of people in these provincial institutions are on remand. They haven't even been sentenced. Not let's release them, let's let them social distance at their damn house with their friends and family. No, it's let's lock people down for 2 weeks at a time. Let's see if they can get out one day and if their mental health and be okay or if tensions will be fine. That has been the response from this government. Adequate food, not good food, not tasty shit, adequate food. People are living sometimes on frozen meals that come down to them. We're gonna hear some folks at Toronto South Detention Center, but we know that meals are getting like half cooked here and then driven down to the Toronto South Detention Center, and people are being served the same garbage here that they're being served over there. They're not asking for good food, they're just asking for adequate food. For their dietary restrictions to be respected, to be able to ensure that they have enough nutrition to live. Clean clothes, not fancy clothes, not warm clothes, not comfortable clothes, clean clothes. Because amidst the pandemic, when we're being told to wash our hands every single day and keep clean and keep tidy spaces, people are being given dirty clothes. What the hell? Proper air ventilation. We have a disease that may or may not be airborne, and we're not addressing air ventilation concerns inside. Access to cleaning supplies. Prisoners are not even asking, yo, the people who get paid come in here and clean our range. They're saying, give us some shit to clean up after ourselves, and we can clean up after your mess. They're asking for canteen access and canteen options. In response to this pandemic, the options in canteen have just been slashed, just been cut. And so the already like enormously expensive shit that people can get, they can't even get that. And they're trying to use the stuff to be able to get like their shampoo, their body wash, just the normal shit that you need to live. That is already considered like the extracurricular stuff. You know, I talked about the bad food inside. A lot of people depend on the food that's on canteen to be able to supplement their diet so that they have enough protein, they have enough calories to be able to get them through the day. This is what people are dealing with. We've been asking for free phone calls and additional phones, and the folks inside are just saying, yo, just some additional phones. Like there's 2 phones working, sometimes maybe 3 phones. Sometimes on some ranges we're hearing there's just 1 phone left. And for people who are getting out of their cell for 2 hours a day or an hour a day or here or there, you know, that 1 phone call with your loved one might be the thing to get you through the next 2 weeks of lockdown. And you can't because you got to compete for the phone. And so that is resulting in higher tensions and people being stressed out and people being left out in the cold. Yo, these are demands that we've been making. These demands came out in July 22nd, 2020. And every single month, the same shit. There's been several hunger strikes since then. And what response have we received from the government that runs this institution? Not a damn thing. And so 1 year later, as we are sitting out here with you, we are saying, we are not giving up this fight. We are not slowing down. We've sent you emails, we've sent you letters, we've made our phone calls, we've talked to the media, we've put out what we think you should be doing, we shared the demands, and nothing. And so we're tired. We are done waiting. We are not waiting. We are here on your doorstep, and if you should fuck around some more, we will escalate. We will not stop until all people that have been locked up in these cages, human beings, not animals, not toys, human fucking beings are locked up in these cages, and we will not stop until every single one of them are free. Make some noise, say free them all.
Free them all.
Free them all.
Yo, these jails don't keep our community safe. They go into our communities, particularly the ones that are Black, particularly Indigenous communities, and then anybody else who's close to those identities. They surveillance you, they make sure that your life is a living hell. They show up to our kids when they're playing in the park, arrest them on drug offenses, and then make millions of dollars, billions of dollars on selling weed. and then they strip people away from their communities. The very people that oftentimes are supporting their families, that are holding it down for their families and their loved ones. They take them, they say, come on, let's incapacitate you. Let's not even give you an opportunity to rehabilitate. Let's just make it so you can't do a damn thing. Yeah. You can't get the books you want to read. You can't do some reading. You can't do some learning. You can't go get a job. You can't make some money. You can't support your family. In fact, if your family wants to support you, they got to pour hundreds, thousands of dollars to be able to make sure that you're okay. Who is that keeping safe? We are here to demand real safety. We are here to say that this ends today. And if it doesn't end today, we will show up every single day until it does. We're gonna go through what the rest of today will look like. I really appreciate all of you showing up here.
We're gonna turn
we want to talk a
maybe
little bit
pull the audio
about what is
down a little
happening
bit.
with the overdose
Justin is gonna give us some of the background information about what we heard in that speech. So you've been giving us some information as Ravyn has been talking about some of the private contracts, the money, the prison industrial complex. So could you give us some more background on some of the information that we've been hearing throughout this amazing talk by Ravyn?
Yeah, really great speech by Ravyn, holding it down as usual. Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project. You know, folks in Canada and so-called Canada think we don't have people making money off of human caging, but we do. The prisons that you're seeing being built, the design contracts, the building contracts, the financing contracts by the big banks and pension funds, the maintenance contracts over 30 years, that's all privatized. The food contracts in many jurisdictions across this country are privatized. Compass Group, you're on notice. You have the contract for food in Ontario jails and prisons, the frozen meals that the Ministry of the Solicitor General is feeding folks. That's you that's making money off of that. You also have contracts in places like university, including the university I work at, the University of Ottawa. You're making money off of prisoners. And I think that institutions elsewhere, universities and the like, should be divesting from relationships with you so long as you profit off of human caging. Canteen, that's a monopoly as well. If folks want to supplement their diet because the food's so crappy inside our jails and prisons, not even respecting the Canada Health Guide, that's privatized too. And prisoners end up paying a lot of money for goods that we can buy for a few dollars. The phone, that, you know, as well is a sole source contract that prisoners don't have a choice but to use. And, you know, families are sending in money to supplement that. That contract in Ontario was previously held by Bell. It's now an American company that they're transitioning towards. And, you know, that gets expensive to keep in touch with folks. The prison, you know, one of the things it does very well is it separates people from their community supports, from their family members. How does that contribute to safety? And people are profiting off of it. And that just continues a cycle where, you know, we have this prison industrial complex that just, you know, devours people and devours their money and that of their loved ones. And, you know, I could go on. There's all kinds of ways that human caging is privatized by stealth in so-called Canada.
So I pulled up a slide for the Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project jail hotline. If you have a loved one inside and you want this number, that number is free. As they say, they're taking calls from Toronto South, from Vanier, and from Maplehurst. So that number is 416-775-9239. That's 416-775-9239. And people can also donate to the Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project for these kind of initiatives. So we're going to bring in,
I think we should bring in Peggy, are we not? Yeah, okay, that's wonderful. Hopefully, Peggy, you're still standing by.
And Jessica, thank you so much for continuing to stream. And this caravan, as Ravyn was about to tell us, they will be leaving and traveling to Toronto South. But we're going to join Peg from the Termite Collective, and we're getting ready to join Solidarity Across Borders outside Laval Detention Center. So Peg, can you, are you ready? Are you good?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi everybody. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about what I know what the Termite Collective does and what it has done, and some other folks here in Montreal. So from the outset of the outbreak, the Termite Collective had sent out a list of demands that were not unlike the list of demands that were sent out by a whole bunch of folks who knew anything about prison and other institutions where people were held, I suppose, hostage. And also what was obvious at the beginning of this pandemic, that it wasn't such a radical idea to get people outside of these institutions. When the World Health Organization is also asking for decarceration and for mental health and maintaining mental health of all those who are incarcerated in one way or another, to communicate as much as possible with people outside. What we do know is that things were shut down, March 14th, everything was shut down. No visits, no passes, everything was shut down. But the conditions inside didn't change all that much. PEP wasn't distributed, cleaning products wasn't distributed, guards were walking around without masks. So although everything shut down in terms of people coming in and maintaining some kind of contact with the outside, things inside looked bleaker than ever in terms of how their protective equipment was going. So from what we know, for a full month, I think by the end of April, where prisoners distributed masks and had a clean mask one every 4 or 5 days, supplied one every 4 or 5 days. Still no bleach, no way of ensuring that your surroundings were clean. They made a COVID range where people were pending testing, and once, if tested positive, were dragged there, given 15 minutes to gather their stuff, including anything that they had purchased to hopefully go through whatever symptoms COVID would give them. No time to gather that stuff, and sometimes actually dragged from one range in the outside to another range. The other thing that I did want to point out that I think is quite telling is, in spite of all the lip service that CSC has been given, I know for over a year now, there are people who are security cleared to be volunteers with the CSC, including escorts. So people could go outside, and people who could go and enter prisons. For all the lip service that they're doing regarding maintaining contact with the outside, telephone calls, video chats, this has not been going out. If, as far as I'm concerned, if they were locking people or blocking people from going inside, their number one focus, aside from making sure that everybody was protected hygienically, was to ensure the mental health and contact with people outside. They have not, and from my knowledge, contacted any volunteer to be put on anybody's phone call list. And in fact, people have been pushing CSC to ensure that they be put on a list for telephone calls. The other thing that hasn't happened is that it's illegal to send prisoners postage stamps, for example, to ensure some kind of contact. It is illegal to send postage stamps in prison. As far as I'm concerned, that would have been something that, if they're what they say, that they want to ensure the well-being of those they incarcerated, has any validity at all, stamps should be free. Phone calls should be free. Contacting anybody who had ever been a volunteer with CSC should be free and contacted and actually encouraged to engage in that. Everybody's home anyway. People were locked down in their home anyway. Should it not have been the volunteer coordinators inside this huge complex, shouldn't it have been their job to contact everybody who had ever been a volunteer? For example, I'm not even talking about families. Anybody who had been ever a volunteer, whether they'd be willing to re-volunteer and just take phone calls, for example. So obviously that's not their priority. It's over a year now, things are locked down. I don't foresee, and from people's experiences that have been doing this kind of work, we don't foresee being able to go back inside, or anybody to be able to go back inside for another year minimum. And in terms of, sorry, should I stop and maybe?
This information that you're giving us
go ahead.
is just like so valuable, especially this idea of people being able to have minimal kind of human contact, minimal kind of support just for mental health and having human conversations with other people. This is vital.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. It's on the news all the time. We're talking about people suffering this while we're outside and being able to go shopping and going by and getting a pint of milk when we can or whatever. So we know this is a huge issue. And basically, it's virtual lockdown across at every institution. I did have another thought, but it just kind of escaped me right now.
And Peg, I have brought up your website, so I'm just showing people, and I know that you're not going to have a chance to read it as we're talking, but please, everybody, do go to noprisons.ca. You can see the tab here, COVID-19, that has this information. So you can see demands, including release all prisoners, all vulnerable prisoners, take immediate sanitary and preventative action, no more punishment, access to the community, medical services for all. And there are information, if you go on this site, you will find information. Sorry to be scrolling. I know it's annoying when someone scrolls, but you can see information where you can send some graphics or tweets. So please go to noprisons.ca and you can see more about the demands of the Termite Collective.
Yeah, Peggy, we've got to get to another interview for noon, but if you just wanted to close off with any final thoughts, the floor is yours.
I think just to keep in mind what's going on for everybody to keep in mind, I'm pretty sure everybody who's streaming this already knows. So I think it's important to keep going and be beside people who are getting out of those situations and make sure that we're maintaining some kind of connection as much as possible with folks inside. Cheers. Thanks for all your work.
Thank you so much, Peggy.
Thank you very, very much, Peggy. We really appreciate you. That's noprisons.ca, everybody, so that you can get more information about that. We're getting ready to go to the Solidarity Across Borders event in Laval. And I think we're starting to get the images out there. There have been a number of actions going on in Laval, particularly at the detention center for migrants there, where there have been numerous hunger strikes. This is another situation where they said it wasn't possible, where they said, well, even though we're under COVID-19 lockdown, we can't just release people who are in immigration detention. And lo and behold, after 6 people there went on hunger strike, they actually were released. But of course, the conditions inside Laval and many other detention centers has not changed or has worsened. And so once again, people are engaging in hunger strikes. And once again, this action this afternoon is going on to bring attention to the plight of people on the inside. So we've been talking about COVID-19's impact on jails. We've been talking about the impact on prisons and penitentiaries, but we have to remember that there are other carceral institutions. Al, I know you've done a lot of work on this. There are places like long-term care centers where over 16,000 people have died. Al, you've talked about places for people that are serving somewhat as like mental health facilities, but that are essentially carceral facilities where people can't leave. We want to honor the work of people like Nora Loretta, whose independent journalism over the last year has been spectacular. Nora has been following all of the deaths in the long-term care facilities across this country. We want to honor the works of people like Sarah Jama and Megan Linton from the Disability Justice Support Network in Ontario. Other institutions are sites of COVID-19 outbreak and are places where people, for one reason or another, either can't leave, don't have the means to leave, and these facilities are being just as neglected as our prisons and our jails. And so that's what we want to have you keep in mind as we see these pictures for Solidarity Across Borders here in Laval. I think we're going to try and get some...
Billy Bob is ready to speak to us.
Yeah, let's try to get to Billy Bob Williams here and bring you in.
Welcome. Good to have you on.
That is actually Skylar Williams. Skylar Williams from the Six Nations of the Grand River. I was not expecting to see your face this afternoon, brother. How you doing?
I'm well, thank you. Give me one. Sorry, yeah, I know the name. We had to be on court one day, and it would look bad for me to be in court as Skylar Williams that day, and so that is the name. And every time I go on a Zoom, this is what happens. And so I was very happy to get the invitation to come and join y'all, and I didn't know, Des, that you'd be here as well. And Al, absolutely great to be able to see you guys' faces. I mean, COVID and everything keeps everybody apart, so.
We're just so pleased to see you. Tell us where you're standing right now.
Right now, I'm in the back of 1492 Landback Lane. And so I want to make sure everybody the beautiful space that we have out in the back here that, has yet to be touched by bulldozers and excavators that have, made way for the massive 1,400 home development that we've now been at as of yesterday, 8 months.
Skylar, I've been able to have the privilege of coming to visit you a couple of times, and we were just talking earlier. When we talk about these issues, we sometimes say so-called Ontario, we say so-called Canada, and I want you to talk about the resistance of the Six Nations of the Grand River and how it relates to this ongoing struggle against colonial rule.
Well, you know what? There's a huge tie there between, the Indigenous land defense, not just here, but across the country, that continues to be over-policed and over-criminalized to such a degree that sees these massive police incursions coming. This is too many cops with too much time and too much money on their hands that they're able to pull 200 cops from all over Southern Ontario as paid duty officers to come and sit there and watch a peaceful occupation of people. So over the last 8 months, we've seen over and over and over again that these cops come in with their heavy-handed tactics of, guns and taserings and dragging our people off our lands. It's been quite the thing to see what happens when a community is able to stand up and be together, to be able to say absolutely no to development, to say absolutely no to that over-criminalization, to say absolutely no to their guns in their jails and their courts with their injunctions and any other court actions that they want to take against us. That this is much bigger than just my freedom or my life or my well-being. This is for all of those grandkids that are all of those great grandkids that we haven't seen yet. And so we want to make sure that we have at least give them an opportunity to have an argument when it comes their time to make this fight in 50, 100 years. And hopefully this fight won't have to be there for them.
And Skylar, go ahead, Desmond.
I was just going to say, we hear the birds there behind you. And I don't know, Elle, if we have to wrap up, but I had one more question.
Yes, very quickly. And then we're going to join Solidarity Across Borders, who are ready to get started. And of course, we draw this connection between the policing of borders and the colonization and settler colonialism that exists in this country, the artificial borders that exist in this so-called country that divide up Indigenous territories as well. So it will be a nice segue into Solidarity Across Borders and their action. But finish with Skylar.
Yeah, most definitely. I just wanted to ask you, Skylar, on this National Day of Action for prisoners who are calling for safety, who are prisoners who are saying we don't even have access to PPE in jail, we don't have access to phones, we don't have access to showers, we don't have access to adequate testing. What message you want to send on behalf of the struggle that you are engaged in right now?
You know what, we definitely want to issue those words of solidarity with all of those folks that are going through all of that, this colonial ways of dealing with our people, whether it's Indigenous people, Black people, people of color of all kinds. We really need to be able to stand together and stand united in this front. And so the better that we're able to do that, the more that we're able to make sure that those voices never go unheard, that this over policing, the over incarceration rates that Black, Indigenous, people of color have dealt with now forever. And so we need to be able to stand together and make sure that no matter what, those voices will never go unheard.
Everybody support the legal fund for 1492 Land Back Lane. Follow them at 1492 LBL on Twitter. Skylar Williams, spokesperson for the Six Nations of the Grand River and 1492 Land Back Lane. We love you. We send you our support and solidarity. We'll see you again soon.
And if you want to stick around and come back during this broadcast, you're welcome to do so. We can check back in, but we are going to move outside Laval, where they are in position. So here. I'm now seeing today is like an art display of revolutionary banners. You saw the banners outside of Maplehurst, and we're now seeing these amazing banners here, and it looks like they're ready to go.
Hi everybody. Welcome to today's rally to demand freedom for all prisoners. Bonjour tout le monde et bienvenue à ce rassemblement aujourd'hui pour revendiquer la libération de tous les prisonniers et prisonnières. Nous sommes ici aujourd'hui dans le cadre d'une journée nationale d'action pour dénoncer les prisons. Des actions ont lieu aujourd'hui à Toronto, à Ottawa et d'un océan à l'autre. Aujourd'hui marque l'anniversaire du premier cas de COVID-19 en prison. Depuis, il y a eu plus de 6700 cas de COVID-19 liés aux prisons, dont 4791 prisonniers. So we're here today as part of a National Day of Action to denounce prisons. Actions are taking place today in Toronto, in Ottawa, and from coast to coast. Today marks the anniversary of the first COVID-19 case in prison. Since then, there's been more than 6,700 COVID-19 cases linked to prisons, among them 4,791 prisoners. On a local level, just down the street from here, the FTC Multi has been the site of the largest COVID-19 outbreak during the first wave, and also the first prisoner death here in Canada. Detainees in Leclerc, which is a provincial women's prison located just next to the site of the new migrant prison, have also been calling attention to the horrendous conditions that they've been facing. At Bordeaux prison on the island of Montreal, last month, the entire prison faced lockdowns after 125 prisoners contracted COVID-19, with prisoners confined to their cells for 23 to 24 hours a day. Au niveau local, juste à l'autre coin de la rue, la prison FTC Multi a été le lieu de la plus grande éclosion de COVID-19 lors de la première vague, avec le premier décès des détenus au Canada. Les détenus de Leclerc, une prison provinciale pour femmes située aux côtés du site de la nouvelle prison pour migrants, ont également attiré l'attention sur leurs conditions horribles. À Bordeaux, tout le mois dernier, la prison a été fermée, les prisonniers ont été confinés après que 125 prisonniers ont contracté le COVID-19 et les prisonniers ont été confinés dans leur cellule pendant 23 à 24 heures. Ici, à la prison pour migrants, le mois dernier a été marqué par une explosion de COVID-19 avec au moins 3 détenus testés positifs pour le COVID-19. Les détenus ont dénoncé leurs conditions, notamment la mauvaise ventilation, l'impossibilité de pratiquer la distanciation sociale, l'exposition constante au virus par le va-et-vient des gardiens et le recours à l'isolement cellulaire comme stratégie mal avisée pour contenir la propagation du virus. En réponse, un groupe de 7 détenus ont lancé une courageuse grève de la faim de 5 jours. Bien que la grève soit terminée pour l'instant, leur demande de libération reste plus urgente que jamais. So here at the Laval Migrant Prison, this last month has witnessed a COVID-19 outbreak with at least 3 detainees testing positive. Detainees have spoken out about the conditions they're facing, including poor ventilation, an inability to social distance, constant exposure to the virus through the coming and going of guards, as well as the use of solitary confinement as a misguided strategy to contain the spread of the virus. In response, a group of 7 detainees launched a courageous hunger strike for over 5 days. While the strike is ended now, the demands for release remain as urgent as ever. So the last year has shown us very clearly that prisons and systemic racism are public health crises, whether they're in immigration detention centers, in federal prisons, or in provincial facilities. The only way to contain the virus is to free all detainees. Alors, cette dernière année nous a montré que les prisons et le racisme systémique sont une crise de santé publique, que ce soit en centre de détention, aux prisons fédéraux ou dans les établissements provinciaux. La seule façon de contenir le virus, c'est de libérer tous les détenus. Nous sommes ici aujourd'hui en tant que membres de Solidarité sans frontières, du groupe anticarcéral, du groupe Soignons la justice sociale, ainsi que Black Lives Matter et Human Rights Watch, pour dénoncer les prisons et revendiquer les conditions qui sont avec, ainsi que de demander la libération de tous les prisonniers. So we're here today as members of Solidarity Across Borders, of the anti-carceral group, Black Lives Matter and Human Rights Watch, to denounce prisons, the health conditions and consequences that they bring freedom for all detainees. Nous allons commencer en présentant un enregistrement de la part du Milena, qui est présentement détenu ici au centre de prison pour migrants à Laval. So we're going to start by playing a testimony from Milena, who is currently a detainee here at the Laval Migrant Prison.
Hola, ¿a quién puede interesar? Estoy detenida en el centro de Laval. Hace un mes, 4 días, lo cual estoy enferma físicamente y mental. No como nada, me alimento de agua azúcar porque la comida que dan ni se puede comer. Este lugar no es para nadie, las condiciones son pésimas, no hay buena higiene, los baños tienen hongos, el agua que tomamos de la llave de los baños y del regadero. Los cuartos ni los limpian, las toallas manchadas de sangre, las mascarillas hasta 3 semanas con la misma. Queremos nuestra libertad. Las personas que nos cuidan, algunas tienen gripe y se quitan las mascarillas. Ya hay 4 personas contaminadas. Soy asmática y es un sitio sin ventilación. Me siento súper estresada. Las 24 horas están detrás de mí. Ni siquiera me dejan dormir. Sabemos que no estamos en nuestras casas, pero nadie merece estar en un lugar como este donde nos estamos enfermando mentalmente. Esto no es justo. No es necesario tener a una persona tanto tiempo encerrada para darle una solución a nuestro caso. Por favor, pedimos que nos tomen en cuenta y den una solución rápida. Exigimos y queremos nuestra libertad pronto.
Alors, juste pour traduire son déclaration, son nom et son voix ont été modifiés juste pour protéger son identité. Bonjour, qui m'entendra? Je suis détenue au centre de Laval depuis 1 mois et 4 jours. Et pour cette raison, je suis malade physiquement et mentalement. Je ne mange rien, je m'alimente seulement avec de l'eau sucrée parce que la nourriture qu'on nous donne ici est immangeable. Personne ne devrait rester ici. Les conditions de vie sont terribles. Il n'y a pas de bonne hygiène. Il y a des moisissures dans les salles de bain. L'eau qu'on boit vient du lavabo, des toilettes ou des éviers. Les chambres ne sont même pas nettoyées. Les serviettes sont tachées de sang. Nous portons les mêmes masques pendant 3 semaines. Nous voulons notre liberté. Parmi les personnes qui nous surveillent, certaines ont des symptômes grippaux et retirent leur masque. Il y a déjà 4 personnes contaminées. Je suis asthmatique, c'est un lieu non aéré. Je suis vraiment très stressée. On me surveille 24 heures sur 24 heures et on ne me laisse même pas dormir. Nous savons bien que nous ne sommes pas chez nous, mais personne ne mérite de se trouver dans un lieu comme celui-ci où nous devenons malades mentalement. C'est injuste. On n'a pas besoin de laisser une personne enfermée aussi longtemps pour résoudre sa situation. S'il vous plaît, nous demandons qu'on tienne compte de nous et qu'on apporte une solution rapidement. Nous exigeons de trouver notre liberté au plus tôt. So just to translate into English, hello, to whom it may concern. I have been detained at the Laval Center for 1 month and 4 days, and for this reason, I am physically and mentally ill. I don't eat anything. I drink sugary water because the food we are given here is inedible. Nobody should stay here. The living conditions are terrible. There is no good hygiene. There is mold in the bathroom. The water you drink comes from the toilet sink or the toilet bowl or the sink. The rooms are not even clean. The towels are stained with blood. We wear the same mask for 3 weeks. We want our freedom. Some of the people watching us have flu-like symptoms and are taking off their masks. There are already 4 people infected. I am asthmatic and this is a non-ventilated place. I feel really stressed out. I'm being watched 24 hours a day and they won't even let me sleep. We know we're not in our homes, but no one deserves to be in a place like this where we become mentally ill. It's not fair. Locking up someone for so long is not necessary to resolve their situation. Please, we ask that we be considered and that we be given a solution quickly. We demand to be freed as soon as possible. Nous allons maintenant entendre Maria Perez, qui est aussi détenue ici au prison pour migrantes à Laval. So next we're going to hear from Maria Perez, who is also a detainee here at the Laval Migrant Prison.
Hola, soy María Pérez. Seré migrante en un país tan libre como Canadá, donde las soluciones en el centro de migración es tener un abogado que no contesta sin generalizar, donde la incertidumbre de no saber qué pasa y uno no tiene familia ni amigos a quien acudir, donde tu requisito es tener una persona que tenga papel de entrega, que te haga que positivo, y si no lo tienes, esperar que pasen 30 días o más, no entender el idioma y esperar en qué momento deciden enviarte, pero si no hay vuelos, peor. Esto acaba con los nervios, agota la mente, donde el único error es querer reunirse con tu familia. Lo único que puedo pedir es que se me resuelva mi estatus migratorio y continuar mi vida. Ojalá seamos escuchados con todas estas injusticias. Sé que no somos perfectos y tenemos errores, pero somos seres humanos. Quisiera que a todas las personas que estamos privados de nuestra libertad nos solucionen el estatus migratorio. Un estatus para todos y todas.
So just to translate, hello, my name is Maria Perez. Being an immigrant in a country as free as Canada, where in immigration centers, the solution is to have a lawyer who does not answer your calls without wanting to generalize. It is living the uncertainty of not knowing what is going on without having friends or family to turn to, and where the requirement to be released is to know someone with proper papers who will vouch for you. And if you don't, then you have to wait 30 days or more. All of this without understanding the language. And wait for the day they decide to send you back, but there are no flights. It's worse. It's nerve-wracking. It's exhausting when our only mistake is trying to reunite with our families. I can only ask that my migratory status be regularized and that I can continue my life. I hope that we will be heard as well as all these injustices. We are not perfect people and have made mistakes, but we are human beings. I would like to see a regular status granted to all people deprived of their freedom. Status for all. Bonjour, je m'appelle Maria Perez. Être immigrante dans un pays aussi libre que le Canada ou dans les centres d'immigration, la solution est d'avoir un avocat qui ne répond pas à tes appels, sans vouloir généraliser. C'est vivre dans l'incertitude de ne pas savoir ce qui se passe, sans avoir d'amis ni de membres de la famille vers qui se tourner, et où la condition requise pour sortir est de connaître une personne ayant ses papiers en règle qui se porte garant de nous. Et si tu n'en as pas, il faut alors attendre 30 jours au plus. Tout ça sans comprendre la langue. Et attendre le jour où ils décideront de te renvoyer. Mais s'il n'y a pas de vol, c'est pire. Ça use les nerfs, c'est épuisant. Quand notre seule erreur est de vouloir nous réunir avec nos familles. Je ne peux que demander que mon statut migratoire soit régularisé et que je puisse continuer ma vie. J'espère que nous serons entendus ainsi que toutes ces injustices. Nous ne sommes pas des personnes parfaites et nous avons commis des erreurs, mais nous sommes des êtres humains. Je voudrais que le statut de toutes les personnes privées de liberté soit régularisé. Un statut pour tous et toutes. Nous allons maintenant céder la parole à Wendy Joanne Barito, who's a member of the Anti-Carceral Group. Please welcome Wendy Joanne Barito, who's a member of the Anti-Carceral Group.
Hello, everybody. I'll try to translate word for word from English to French, but my memory's not that good. Hi, my name is Joanne Wendy Barito. I'm presently serving a life sentence. I've been out in 2018, started my advocacy within the walls of Joliette. Literally had to transfer out of Joliette to FBI to be able to get out of jail because action without consequences does not exist in a in the prison justice system. And we see it because everybody wants to be anonymous, just so there's no repercussions. So, and this is the same case when it comes to COVID. A lot of inmates have actually called out and been retaliated against for speaking their voice of what was happening inside the federal systems with COVID-19. People were taking their phone privileges out just because they talk to media in three-way conferences, which is absolutely ridiculous. We have inmates at Archambault that are forced to take COVID-19 tests, or else they'll be put in quarantine. And once they take the test and tested negative, you'll still have to go through a 14-day quarantine. So either way, during quarantine, they got 30 hours regimes in some institutions where they're in their cell for 30 hours. Once one person is suspected of having COVID tests, they're automatically, the whole sector is put into quarantine indeterminately. Visits in some institutions do not exist. Phone call privileges has been reduced. So just trying to get in contact with your lawyer or family member is complicated. They have time slots. It's no longer a privilege. It's no longer a right now. It's practically a privilege. Disinfectant products are sometimes non-existent. Areas are not disinfected or clean. It is up to the inmates to do that, and sometimes they don't even have the products to do that. So already being incarcerated is hard. You're taken away from your nation, you're taken away from your community, you're taken away from your family, and put into an area to serve a sentence, which is your punishment, if you will, if I can use that word. And then once you're inside, you keep on being punished. I mean, how many times do you need to get punished for a thing? I mean, you're already taken away from everything that you know. Everything is surveilled. You're checked every 2 hours. And then once you're in there, they keep punishing you again. And if you have the temerity to voice your opinions, to put grievances that usually take 3 years to be completed, then you're retaliated against. I spent a week being woken up at night every 2 hours because I had put a grievance in through one of the guards, and their friends didn't like that, so they were kicking on my door every 2 hours. Practically, well, what, lack of sleep, I totally broke down. And this happens all the time in different ways. Bonjour, mon nom c'est Wendy Joanne Berto. Je suis présentement en train de servir une sentence vie. Je suis à l'extérieur, mais je vais être en surveillance pour le restant de mes jours, même si je contribue à la société de façon bien. Le gouvernement a décidé que je n'étais plus un danger pour la société. Ils m'ont laissé sortir, mais ils me donnent presque pas de liberté. Les institutions présentement, les détenus présentement ont de la difficulté à vivre dans les conditions de COVID. Il y a des endroits où ils passent 30 heures dans leur cellule, et puis ils sortent une couple d'heures et ils retournent 30 heures dans leur cellule. Des secteurs qui sont fermés complètement. Presque aucune visite. Les privilèges de téléphone sont réduits. Ils sont quasiment forcés à prendre les tests COVID parce que quand ils refusent, ils les mettent en quarantaine. Quand ils prennent les tests COVID et que les résultats sont négatifs, ils continuent leur quarantaine. De toute façon, la détention est déjà très difficile. On sort une personne de sa communauté, de sa famille, on les éloigne. C'est leur punissement. Puis un coup rendu à l'intérieur, on continue à punir et à punir, à punir. Et quand les gens font valoir leurs droits, indiquent des grievances, ben, ils sont retaliés contre. Ils ont des conséquences. Les privilèges de téléphone sont enlevés. Il y a du harcèlement au niveau des gardes. Moi, on m'a empêché de dormir pendant une semaine, à tous les soirs, à toutes les 2 heures, juste pour dire qu'ils voulaient s'assurer que j'étais encore en vie. Ils cognaient, m'ont gardé réveillée pendant 2 heures. J'ai été obligée de faire des plaintes. Mais tu tu parles, tu veux faire valoir tes droits et il y a des rétributions comme ça. On le voit tous les jours. C'est pour ça que les gens, habituellement, quand ils décident de parler, ils ne veulent pas être identifiés. Si les gens ont peur, ben, habituellement, quand il y a de la peur, c'est pas pour aucune raison. C'est parce qu'on a de l'histoire là-dessus. Les gens à l'intérieur, imaginez passer 1 an dans votre salle de bain. Prenez votre bain, là, puis votre bain, c'est votre lit. Puis vous avez votre toilette, puis vous avez un lavabo. Puis vous passez 1 année dans votre salle de bain. On trouve déjà que le COVID, pour nous, est enfermé dans la maison. Faire du télétravail, avoir du Zoom, c'est compliqué. Mais imaginez dans votre salle de bain, pas de télétravail, pas de Zoom, presque pas de téléphone, contact humain, rare. Mais c'est ça la vie d'un détenu présentement dans la situation COVID. C'est déjà difficile dans le temps normal, mais c'est inacceptable en ces temps-ci présentement. So imagine spending a year in your bathroom. Take the tub away, replace your tub by bed. You got your counter, and you got your toilet, and that's your life for a year. You rarely get out of there. You don't get any human contact or hardly any, no, I don't like to generalize. You hardly get any human contact. You don't get out of there. You can't phone as you will. You're not getting visits. We, outside, we find it hard being in our houses, you know, with some human contact, with Zoom meetings, with our phones, with our televisions, right? Imagine that not taking it away. Bathroom, TV, that's it. Try doing it for 2 days. I challenge you to stay in your bathroom for 2 days. Not talking to anybody and see how you feel about that. So this is how we're treating our inmates right now. I'm going to end by, I always end by this. I do lectures in university, and this is what I say. I said every inmate eventually is going to leave the prison system, right? And eventually they're going to go out. They're going to be somebody's neighbor, right? So who do you want as your neighbor? Do you want somebody that's been treated humanely, you know, that's been shown compassion, that's been shown the good side of humanity, that is not angry? Or do you want somebody that's been treated almost like an animal, you know, no respect as your neighbor? Just think about it. Je vais vous laisser en disant ça. Je dis, chaque personne détenue, éventuellement, va sortir. Éventuellement, cette personne-là va être le voisin de quelqu'un d'autre. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez comme un voisin? Est-ce que vous voulez un voisin qui a été traité de façon humaine, avec compassion, avec un sens d'être agrandi, avec un sens de soi agrandi, ou vous voulez quelqu'un qui a été opprimé, violenté, traité comme moins qu'un humain? Pensez-y. Quand vous allez rencontrer votre voisin, on ne sait jamais, hein? When you meet your neighbor, you never know who they're going to be. Thank you.
So we're going to continue watching this footage in the background. We can see the speeches are still taking place from this amazing rally, and we heard some wonderful speeches in 3 different languages we've been hearing, as well as recordings from inside.
Nous allons, merci beaucoup, Wendy. Nous allons maintenant céder la parole à mon production. Elle est une militante noire trans et combattante pour la liberté.
Here we go. Thank you. So we're going to keep seeing it. And for the people streaming, if something, you know, really exciting happens, you want us to jump back in, we can certainly come back in. But Desmond, you were going to pick up on something said in the speeches that we just heard. Oh, you're on mute.
I'm surprised it took that long for that to happen. It's just really powerful listening to the voices of people inside this center speaking for themselves about their conditions. And one of the comments that just really reflected and struck me, it seems like it's so simple, it seems like it's so obvious, but there is no social distancing. We call it social distancing. I don't like that term. It's about physical distancing. In fact, the social distancing that is prison and incarceration every day is part of the reason that it is such a devastating practice. But you can't physically distance in an incarcerated space either, and that's by design. And so what are the 2 things that all of us have been told and preached for the last year? 2 things: wash your hands and keep your physical distance from other people whenever possible. And when you're in an incarcerated space where there is no soap, there isn't even adequate soap, and it is not physically possible to maintain a safe distance from other people, what message are we sending to people about our expectations for their health and safety? We're actually telling people it doesn't matter whether you live or die. It doesn't matter whether or not you contract this virus. We are not going to change anything of how we have set up this facility in order for you to be able to be safe. And so there can't be any real discussion, I suppose, or argument in a space where you refuse to even give people the ability to wash their hands or to stay physically distant from one another. In that kind of scenario, you are condemning people to be ill, you are condemning people to death. And I just want people to think about that, because we were supposed to have gotten rid of the death penalty in this country. We were supposed to have gotten rid of the idea that because, not that we who are on this live stream today believe in the system as it exists at all, but the system is set up in a way that it is called corrections, that people are supposed to go away for a time and then they are released back into the community. And we have decided that jail is a space for all of our tortures and punishments. When you tell people you can't wash your hands, even though there is a pandemic going on, you're condemning them to death. You're condemning them to suffering. And that is not even by its own rationale how this system is supposed to work. And so I'm just really pleased to be able to hear from people on the inside. Again, in Laval, the amount of risk that people have been taking, the hunger strikes that people have been going on in order to expose things like we don't have soap. I just want to honor that today and to say that we know that the conditions in these institutions are a setup. We know it's a setup. We know that people don't have the choice to keep themselves safe, and that's why we're raising our voices alongside of those who are on the inside.
So as we continue to see the footage from Solidarity Across Borders, and we can see the speeches being made, we honor every single one of the speakers. We did want to turn at this time to some recordings that have been made by various activist groups. So by Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project, myself, CPEP have been recording some of the prisoner calls. So we're going to turn to some of that while we keep our eyes on what is happening outside of Laval. So I guess I'm gonna, and some of these we may play part of and then cut off just so we can fit in. So this is from inside Workworth Institution, and I hope that this is going to work as I try and play. So give me a minute. Desmond, you might have to wait.
Yeah,
How you doing? My name is Frank.
All right. Is that, can everybody hear that?
Yeah, we got the
Okay.
audio.
Perfect. All right. So Desmond, did you want to finish what you were saying and then we can play the audio?
No, I'm done. Please, let's introduce this first clip.
So this first clip is from Frank Dorsey, who is in the inmate committee inside Workworth Institution. And I am going to cut this call partway through so we can fit in others, but he gives us some background on what is happening currently.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Frank Dorsey. I reside at Workworth Institution in Ontario. I am on the inmate committee. I'm the vice chairman of the inmate committee. I just wanted to talk to you about some of the stuff that's going on in Workworth and in Ontario. The first thing that I wanted to talk about is the COVID. I'm probably one of the first inmates that received the COVID shot. I received both vaccines of the Moderna. I've experienced some side effects at the beginning, but I don't have no side effects now after taking it. So I'm basically feeling good right now. Now, as we move on down the line, I think in the next 3 weeks, every prisoner in this institution will be offered a vaccine within 3 weeks from now. So all the guards have been given their first vaccine shot that wanted the vaccine shot in this institution. Some of them haven't taken the vaccine shot because they're afraid. And I think that when it comes to prisons, I think basically you have to look at herd immunity to be able to try to open up prisons to the way that it used to be. So, for instance, we have been isolated to our units. Each unit has been isolated. Each unit carries about 100 guys. We have 7 units. So the total would make about 550 inmates inside the institution. But the 5 main units carry a little over 100 people in each unit. So we have been isolated to our unit. We go outside for recreation for 1 hour. We go for a job. So we're allowed to work for 1 day.
and we go to that work on whatever day your cohort is going to work. So that's how we do it inside work with when it comes to anything. So we keep all the movement restricted so no one can move around. I think the big thing that we've had during the COVID is that we had a lot to deal with. I see a lot to do with mental illness. People are suffering more, as people that are outside are suffering, but people are suffering more from being isolated. And like I said, there's been, since there's been this pandemic, it's stopped a lot of drugs from coming inside the institution. So you have a lot of drug addicts that have no way of getting drugs no more. So this institution and a lot of other institutions, they have problems with making alcohol and selling alcohol. So now we have more inmates that are suffering from a new addiction that they probably never ever suffered from in their life before. And that would be, they were already addicted to substances, but now they're addicted to alcohol. So, and with alcohol, we all know that for some reason in prison, it creates a lot of violence, it creates a lot of tension. And that's where a lot of incidents happen at that time. So hopefully in the next little while that we can, try to get back to some sort of normality when it comes to being released out of our cells, out of the units. And we will probably be vaccinated in 3 weeks, like I said. And then, so it'll be 2 weeks after that, 28 days after that, you'll get another second vaccine. And then I think that we'll probably try to hopefully reach herd immunity, which would be 70%. This week we had Red Cross come in, and they had 3 doctors from the Red Cross come in, and they were talking about the variants that are happening all over the place. And we the inmate committee had a lot of questions for them. And one of the things is that after you are vaccinated, can we spread the virus still? And they said that you could actually spread it still, but it would be a low percentage of you spreading the virus. We asked them, what's the sense of taking the vaccine now if there's new variants that might not help and get into people's systems still? And they said that it stops you from going to the hospital, and it stops you from death. So that's why you take the vaccine as it goes right inside this institution or any other institution. I think a lot of people in the institutions are going to refuse this vaccine, in my opinion. I don't think we're going to reach herd immunity, but I think though that they're going to try to scare them out of it. I think they're going to try. They're going to try to scare inmates into. Do you want to get back to having visits? Do you want to get back to having private family visits? Do you want to get back to be able to go out there and play sports? And if we don't reach herd immunity, we can't do that.
All right, so I'm going to pause it there. There is a little more that he talks about. We are now going to move. So that was inside Workworth Institution. And Desmond, if you want to set up the next clip, we are moving to
OCD. We've got a clip from Ottawa Carleton Detention Center in the Ottawa Carleton area. And I want to preface this interview with an inmate there by saying that a couple of days ago, it was reported that a fellow by the name of David Rafter, who had just turned 30 years old, was found unconscious in his cell at Ottawa Carleton Detention Center, and he died. The suspicion right now is that he died of a drug overdose. And so I wanted to bring this back to Justin Piché's point earlier about the overdose crisis across this country and the lack of care that our public officials are paying to that crisis. It's just so terrible to hear that a man who had just turned 30 years old was found dead in his cell due to a possible drug overdose. This is the kind of thing that's happening routinely in these institutions. And you're about to hear from a prisoner who's describing some of the long-term challenges that they have been facing at Ottawa Carleton Detention Center. Have you got this queued up, Elle? Okay, let's go with this.
Hey, keep it down.
Go ahead, brother. We're recording.
Hi, I'm calling here from OCDC. It's March the 20th, 2021. Calling here to say about the condition. When COVID first started a little over a year ago, there was a mass release of people on bail and short-term offenders that were sent home. We see no uprise in
in any incidents of crimes or anything in the community. And it's now a year later, and there's many of us still imprisoned in horrible conditions. In 1 year, we've spent over 180 some days of lockdowns, and we're jammed full again. The ministry's got to realize they should release more of us back to the community.
Shit.
Scientific proof or no data that shows there's a rise in crime when they release the large batch at the start. It should be done again because we're overcrowded. The healthcare is lagging and way behind in OCDC. The guards are miserable because they have to come to work and they're short staffed all the time. Our safety is at risk because there's not enough staff to look after the play. And now they're talking about building another jail in Campville. They cannot even staff this jail here. I think it's time to defund the government, spend more money on projects in the community that can help rehabilitate and educate people rather than the way they try to rehabilitate you here by jumping you 10-on-1, beating you, pepper spraying you, dragging you down the hallway, and embarrassing you. There's a better way to do it. The government's just got to wake up and realize it.
So there we go, a really powerful indictment of the system.
And I really appreciate that person told us about how there was fear mongering, right? That there was fear mongering that some of the people being let out of Ottawa Carleton Detention Center going back into the community was going to create some kind of problem, and that it actually didn't. That the world didn't fall apart as people always forecast when prisoners were voluntarily released, and yet he's saying a year later, so many of us are still in here and we're still suffering.
We're going to now move to Toronto South, and we know that the caravan that we saw earlier in the day when we were watching the rally outside of Maplehurst, they are headed towards this facility. So we heard a bit about this facility, so now we're going to hear one of the recordings from inside.
My name is Paul Kupesh. I was arrested in 2015. I've been at the Toronto South Detention Center for just under 6 years now, and I'm still before the courts. I pled guilty in 2016, and I'm still waiting a DO hearing. So I'm before the courts, and I experienced a severe lockdowns in 2016 when they went for the court guards here were on strike, and they effectively locked us down for almost a year during that time. And then now we're being locked down under COVID, so it's stress where the person is under these deprivation in a sense and not given basic necessities like showers, phone calls. And because of my case, I can't interact with my lawyer, and I can't provide certain documents to the courts because I'm always locked up in my cell, and I haven't been able to see my family for the visitation for almost 6 months now. I wasn't able to see them, and my family was coming basically at least once every 2 weeks since my incarceration since the beginning, and they've been totally set back where they're unable to visit. And because I've been proactive in my rehabilitation, I made a lot of effort to be involved in the programs here, and all those have been withdrawn since COVID now. The social workers and different people are telling us there's no programs available, and there's things that I relied on a lot of the volunteers for because I've been in for that long for support, and I wasn't able to get those things, and I'm still struggling with the daily lockdowns and the fear of basically the units next to us is under severe lockdown, and you hear the medicals constantly about the COVID. And originally the institution was taking some strides in the first wave, and now we're here with the third wave, and they haven't been giving us the things that we were getting before, like showers and phone calls. They've been really withdrawing a lot of that. So we're not presently getting what I believe the things we need, and it's still affecting us. So otherwise, can you stop recording now?
All right, so that's inside of Toronto South, and we can hear about the terrible conditions. We're still watching SAB holding strong outside of Laval, and yes, we'll return to some recordings in a moment. But Desmond.
Yeah, we're still continuing to see those images outside of the Laval Detention Center, people continuing to give speeches. I gotta say, those banners that are being held up in the back that you can see there right now, not one more deportation, it says there in French, pas une seule déportation de plus. Those banners are just so incredible. And I sometimes just think about little things like the time that people take to create stuff like this. It's just so beautiful and so powerful to add to the message. And certainly the message of status for all in the context of what's happening in Laval right now is so critical, that we have people coming into this country who end up in detention because the government refuses to regularize their status. And the only way for us to really push back against that is to fight for status for all. We've been hearing a lot of voices of men inside of our institutions, Al. I just wanted to ask you a little bit, because I know that for the last year, you've been working with women in Nova Scotia on release plans, on housing, and I just wanted to know, maybe you could give us a little bit of a sense of what women have been saying in Nova Scotia about the conditions inside jail and how people have been working with them to try and secure better conditions and in some cases even release.
So we will be hearing from Martha Paynter from Wellness Within later, but yes, many of the voices we had on those calls were from men's prisons, and we know that COVID also has a gendered impact. As Martha will talk about, women in prison, many of them have their babies with them, for example. So there are actually children living in institutions where there is COVID. We also, of course, know that inside institutions that are designated as women's prisons, which of course don't only hold people who identify as women, they also hold trans and non-binary prisoners as well. And we want to make that clear. That particular forms of separation and violence particularly impact people in those institutions, such as being a parent, a primary parent and caregiver for children. And there is not really any attention paid to what happens to families during this time when the primary caregiver is behind bars. We also, of course, know that while the numbers went down during the releases in this province, and at one point were extremely low because of the work done by organizations such as Elizabeth Fry Mainland and such as Coverdale Courtwork Society, those numbers have, of course, begun creeping up. So we are seeing women being returned into carceral situations, into provincial jails, into federal prisons, when the resources do exist in our communities for housing. I want to highlight the work here of Coverdale and Elizabeth Fry in Nova Scotia to really work to build community housing, to create housing plans, to give us the resources in our communities, to remove the idea that we need to sentence people to custodial sentences when we have the ability for people to live in community, in supported housing, in all kinds of ways that are not only much more rehabilitative, as we say, that not only are more effective in reducing things like people returning to prison, getting people the help they need, but are in fact much cheaper. So in Nova Scotia, it costs $271 a day to keep somebody incarcerated in provincial jail, and it costs less than $125 a day to keep people in fully supported housing, of course, including access to groceries, including social work on site. So it really shows us the myth of the prison, the fact that we continue to not only believe that punishment has a social value, but that it has some kind of economic value as well, when in fact we can do all the things that people imagine prisons do that they don't do, because they are not social work, shelter, they are not mental health care, they are not medical care, they are not a job program, they are not an education program, and all those things are in fact done much cheaper. So we will hear more from Martha Paynter. I don't want to step on her interview, but we will hear more from her in a minute.
Yeah, not at all. I see that we have Paul Taylor sitting in the wings with us, and I know you can hear us, Paul. We're going to come to you in just a moment. But meanwhile, Justin Piché is supplementing what you're saying here, Al, by providing us with some statistics. I just want to share really quickly. in regards to some of the correctional facilities for women across the country. Joliet Institution for Women. Right now, the numbers are telling us that there are 54 prisoners and 49 staff members who have contracted COVID-19 for a total of 103 people within that one institution in Joliet. That's one institution, 103 cases of COVID-19. In the Edmonton Institution for Women, there are 7 prisoners and 1 staff member with COVID-19 for a total of 8. Fraser Valley Institution for Women, 4 prisoners and 1 staff member for a total of 5. Leclerc Provincial, 2 prisoners and 11 staff members who have contracted COVID-19. The Vanier Center for Women in Ontario, 37 prisoners, 3 staff, and a contractor for a total of 41 people who have contracted COVID-19. Women's Correctional Center, 29 prisoners and 4 staff for a total of 33. These are all numbers since the beginning of the pandemic. We also have Pine Grove Correctional Center, 17 prisoners and 5 staff. So, you know, these are the kinds of conditions that we're talking about. This is the kind of negligence that we are seeing. And I just wanted to give that context because Justin Piché is always so good with providing us with these numbers and with the details. I think we are going to go to Paul now, who's looks like he's ready to join us.
Hello there. Thanks so much for having me.
Good afternoon, Paul. We are hearing you loud and clear. And if you could just introduce yourself to our audience this afternoon, I would appreciate that.
For sure. Hi, my name is Paul Taylor, and I'm the executive director of an organization called Food Share Toronto, and I've been a longtime anti-poverty activist. And in my work at Food Share, just to orient this a little bit, you know, we work to respond to the crisis that is food insecurity, a crisis that has existed long before the pandemic. And while we're also committed to identifying and working to address the systemic and organizing principles that have caused and hold food insecurity in place, you know, capitalism, colonialism, anti-indigeneity, anti-Black racism, ableism, and ultimately the ways our governments have allowed these issues to disproportionately affect our communities, you know, Black, Indigenous, and other POC communities. So I wanted to be here today in solidarity with you as part of this National Day of Action, because the very same forces and organizing principles that cause our communities to have, you know, least access to food and are criminalizing poverty are also criminalizing our communities and continue. I was listening to the numbers that Desmond was mentioning, and ultimately they're continuing to sentence us to death through incarceration, which, you know, is no more evident now in the middle of this deadly pandemic. So I join you today in solidarity with those that our systems, our governments, our institutions have made the most vulnerable and that have inflicted continued violence upon.
I wanted to ask you, Paul, there used to be a prison farm project across this country, and many of those farms got shut down. And of course, we know that prison farms are not a solution to incarceration. Our solution is not, let's just make incarceration nicer, but it still does illustrate something about food insecurity in prisons in particular. So I wondered if you had some insights into that, or you wanted to speak a bit about the food supply in prisons. We heard a bit about the private food contracts, the kinds of unnutritious bad meals, frozen meals being shipped out across the province. So
yeah, I've talked to a lot of folks, you know, connected to the John Howard Society and a few other groups who describe the types of food that's available in prisons, and it's horrific. And you know, one of the things that I love eating food. I love being able to celebrate food. You know, I love hanging out with my mom growing food. And I think what we do is we really take these opportunities away from people to celebrate and connect with our food. So the types of food that are made available in institutions in this country are atrocious. It's atrocious. And I think, you know, the opportunity to connect people with growing their own food, I think is really key. What we have seen some of is, you know, people being expected to do some of this labor without compensation. And I think it's really important when people are doing work that they're paid for their labor, regardless of whether or not they're incarcerated. So that's one of the things that I think is really important to highlight. But yes, being able to connect to our food, grow our food, and eat well shouldn't be something that people have to be fighting for. This should be a fundamental human right in this country.
Thank you, Paul. And I do want to cite here Emma's Acres out in BC. run by Sherry Edmonds-Flett, who's been a great abolitionist and friend of lifers in prison, of course, started by Glenn Flett, a man serving life. And they use that program to reintegrate, to release people. So it's a prison farm program where people who are incarcerated and people who are victims of violence come together, and they use that space as a transformative space. So people who are interested in that, that's Emma's Acres, run through Link, LINC. You can find that online as well. Go ahead, Desmond.
Yeah, I was going to ask Paul about, like, you know, your work with Food Share going back many years. I'm sure you've seen a dramatic shift in just the last year since COVID-19 descended into this country and worldwide. And I'm just wondering if you can help us make a connection between the kind of desperation that always exists for food and how it's been exacerbated during this pandemic and what that actually means for people's general, like, well-being and safety in a city like Toronto.
Yeah, I would say, you know, actually across the country, we've seen as a result of the pandemic, you know, we looked at numbers before the pandemic started, and there were about 4.4 million people that were food insecure in this country, which is an underestimate. And that number has skyrocketed to 5.5 million people. And I think what we've done is we've, you know, since about the early 80s, we've constructed charity as our response to systemic issues like poverty and food insecurity. So governments have downloaded their responsibility, or their moral and legal responsibility, to advance the right to food onto charities and folks in community that I think are trying to do what they can because they feel a moral imperative, you know, to respond to more and more people in our communities who are struggling with access to food. But ultimately, you know, the types of food that's being made available, these are often not models that are for us, by us, for food insecure people, by food insecure people. It's often middle-class white folks from other neighborhoods who are in essence distributing their leftovers or corporate waste. So I think, you know, we're seeing a lot more of this kind of enshrined in the city. What has me excited is some of the work around, like, groups like the People's Pantry that, you know, are bringing a different kind of analysis, one that is, you know, pushing away against traditional notions of charity, and that is saying, you know, we need to be looking out for each other in ways that keep us safe because our governments aren't doing so. So I think that has me excited, but I'm really cautious about the further entrenchment of charity as a response to largely systemic issues.
Most definitely.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Desmond. I think Desmond has one final question, but I also do want to point people towards the Stop Prison Farms movement in Kingston, Ontario, and point out that the government, where they had the opportunity to restore a healthy prison farm operation that would have put people in care of animals, put people in relationship to the land, has instead chosen to create basically a commercial operation that will be taking goat's milk and shipping it to China through the same factories and corporations that actually were involved in poison baby formula. So rather than creating a healthy food operation, though they claim they are not doing corporate food production, it's very clear that the production they will be doing is very unhealthy and will be using it in the corporate food supply. And we also do want to point here to that animal justice and prison justice is connected. Now, I don't mean in the way that people say people in prison are animals, which is why people get sometimes uncomfortable with that comparison. The comparison we are making is that when we hold animals in captivity, in the dark, without access to freedom, we understand that those kind of carceral attitudes of exploitation of nature, exploitation of the land are part of capitalism as well. And the brutality and violence that can be done to animals in a prison farm situation does not promote caring, does not promote any kind of healthy relationship. It promotes more violence upon now the bodies of animals, in this case, goats, that will essentially face many of the same conditions that prisoners themselves are living with. So many of the animal rights activists, I point you to the Animal Justice website that also draws some of these connections. And Desmond, I know you have one final question for Paul, and then we have freelance free people lined up to speak to us.
Yes, thank you. And I think I just wanted to ask Paul, like, as you talk about being in solidarity in terms of this decolonial struggle, what does this country look like if we begin to shift our resources, the tremendous resources that we're putting into incarceration, and start devoting more of those resources to making sure that our people are fed? What happens, what starts to happen, and what starts to change in our communities when we start to change our priorities in this way?
It's fundamental to our liberation. You know, it's one of the ways that that our liberation is halted. I think we're able to engage with our communities. We're able to build relationships in meaningful and sustained ways. We're nourished. And I think if we have the capacity to access the food that we need, it's so much safer overall. We look at things like healthcare costs that decrease and all those sorts of things that are costs that are needless sometimes as a result of inaccess to food. So I think our communities have an opportunity to profoundly change if people could, at the very least, access decent, culturally relevant, affordable food.
Paul Taylor is the Executive Director of Food Share, and we're very, very happy to have you joining us this afternoon on this National Day of Action. Thanks very much, Paul.
And can people make donations, Paul? Let the public know how they can help support.
Yeah, I would say two things. Sure, foodshare.net for making donations. They can also, purchase a good food box if you live in Toronto. But I would say most importantly, let's make sure that we're holding our elected officials accountable. They have the resources through taxation. They have the resources through the statistics that they're able to collect. I'm not willing to let them off the hook because we have given them a significant responsibility and they're obviously not fulfilling their end of the social contract. So that's one of the ways folks can help. Thank you so much for having me today and for all the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you too, Paul. We appreciate you. Have a great day.
And we are now speaking to the prairies, and we are joined by freelance free people. We have Molly Swain, Carrie Auger, and Abby Stadnick with us, I believe. I definitely see Molly and Carrie. And so welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Can you tell us a bit about Freelance Free People?
Sure. So Freelance Free Peoples is an Indigenous-led anti-colonial abolition group, and we do work that's regionally based, locally based, to end prisons and policing in the prairies.
And can you talk a bit about some of the histories of incarceration on the prairies? And this is for everybody, so give us a bit of information. There hasn't historically been a lot of prison activism on the prairies. You guys are really getting started and gone into high gear, but can you tell us a bit about the prison landscape out there? Go ahead, Molly, and then how about Carrie? We'll go in order. Go ahead, Molly, first.
Sure. So of course, the history of policing on the prairies and also prison starts with sort of Canadian expansionism into the region in the sort of like mid to late 19th century, right? So of course the RCMP was developed to clear the land of Indigenous people to make way for settlement, and was part of the effort for Canada to violently quell Indigenous resistance to colonialism. And we see sort of, the penal system come down really hard on Indigenous people during this time, mass hangings, the murder of our political leaders, that happens sort of in tandem with the creation of reservations and the script system for Métis people. And sort of that, Indigenous peoples kind of refer to that era as the Reign of Terror, and that Reign of Terror has never really ended, right? And so the sort of institutions of the penal system have really only expanded and intensified since that period. When it comes to, Indigenous resistance and prisoner resistance, that's been happening as long as there has been, these systems and institutions in place. And I think Abby can probably speak more specifically to those.
So Abby, welcome as well.
Hi, thanks for having us. Sorry, what I sort of lost track of the question. Are we talking about the current conditions?
Yes, we would love to talk about the current conditions as well.
Sure. I think probably much the same as you're hearing from other folks across the country. But we know in terms of our focus as an Indigenous-led group, we know that, of course, most prairie prisons are made up primarily of Indigenous peoples, and so we can really see sort of the targeting of Indigenous people through the carceral system as an arm of state violence against Indigenous peoples. And so our work here over the past year has been primarily with supporting prisoners inside who are organizing various actions in response to the conditions that we find in carceral institutions across the country. A lot of things I heard people talking about earlier in terms of lack of access to hygiene supplies, PPE, all of those same kinds of conditions, as well as folks not being able to access their usual programming, but also Cultural programming is quite important for folks, and also access to elders and cultural advisors. So all of that has been also shut down. But our work has been supporting prisoners who are organizing hunger strikes. So we've seen a lot of hunger strikes across in Saskatchewan especially, we've seen a lot of hunger strikes over the past couple of months in response to COVID conditions. And so we've been sort of organizing on the outside with folks inside. But one of the things that I wanted to mention here briefly is just the concern about reprisals against prisoners who organize. So for sure, one of the people that we've worked with most closely actually is currently just gained access to his phone after having had it taken away for 7 days, including on his birthday. And that was for sharing his number with someone else so they could have phone privileges. So that, I mean, that sort of level of repression of communication is sort of astounding to think of, right? And that in part is because that person is really mobilized a lot of people in the Saskatoon Correctional. So you see those reprisals on all different kinds of levels. I mean, he's been insecure for quite some time, and now without phone access for a week. And so all those sorts of things that of course amount to torture when you're inside your cell for 23 hours a day. And then even when you get out, you don't have access to a phone. Anyway, I've said enough on that, but thanks.
Oh, we really appreciate it, Abby. Carrie, we've been talking a lot today about possibility and about the notion that our governments have long told us that the kinds of things we've been seeing in the last year were not possible. So we demand release of prisoners. The government says, well, that's not possible. But then, for example, in Manitoba, we saw an almost 30% decrease in the amount of people incarcerated. And I'd just like you to maybe talk a little bit about like what this means when we see that these things are in fact possible when people make the demand.
Yeah. I guess I think a lot about, I guess maybe my own process of coming to understand my indigeneity and coming to understand Nihil worldviews, specifically I'm thinking through language, the Nihil language, and thinking about how when I started to learn Nihil for the first time, I started to understand myself in a world that I previously didn't have access to. And that world introduced me to what it means to really be in good relations with people. Like when we truly say like all my relations, what does that really mean? Our obligations and responsibilities to each other and how we care for each other. But I didn't understand that until I started to learn my language. And I think that a big part of abolition is like that. Like we come to know and we come to remember and we come to understand things when we have the language and ways to communicate about a world that has been possible and is possible right now and will continue to be possible. But I think so much of it is how we're able to communicate that to our relatives and to share in that understanding and to, I guess, create and relearn a language that fosters and supports that kind of love and that kind of care that is so totally removed from, I guess, the Canadian landscape in a lot of ways.
Most definitely. I see Molly nodding and smiling a lot along with what you're saying, Carrie. Molly, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I think, Carrie is absolutely right. And, I think Indigenous traditions, no matter where they're from, but especially peoples who, have the privilege to live on their lands, right? You can access that land-based, culturally based, and historical knowledge, and the knowledge that we still use in the justice traditions, the non-carceral justice traditions that we continue to use and activate all the time, right? And a big part of what the state does, as part of colonialism, as part of white supremacy, et cetera, is to shut down possibilities of change, right? To make everything be very static, right? And so when we turn to our traditions and when we turn to sort of our own histories and our own practices for abolition, it opens up all of these possibilities. And so we know, that these alternatives are true, right? And obviously we see with the government, its own hypocrisies, right? And its own application of power where, it doesn't have to justify what it does, it just does it, right? And it can sort of talk out of both sides of its mouth, right? But when we, really base sort of our understanding of abolition and our abolitionist praxis in our own traditions, right? It requires an entirely different way of relating to one another that, I think really allows us to both sort of imagine otherwise, as Daniel Heath Justice says, but also to, remember otherwise and to put those memories and those imaginings into action.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one more question, and then if everybody can take it or in whatever way you want to take it. We heard earlier from Skylar Williams from 1492 Land Back Lane, who drew a lot of the connections, obviously, between the criminalization of Indigenous people currently and settler colonialism. So I wondered if each of you maybe could take some time to also connect what we see with the high, I don't even like the term over incarceration because then it implies there's some acceptable rate of incarceration. So the just disgusting rates of incarceration of Indigenous people. And can we also tie that to things like Idle No More and other movements that are taking place? So maybe each of you wants to take some of that just to put us in the broader context of how imprisonment, carcerality, punishment exists for Indigenous people. I guess I'll start with you, Carrie.
Okay. Yeah, I guess for me, it's sort of just a constant a reminder that prisons and policing are like an ongoing, like a part of a carceral continuum that has existed for Indigenous peoples since settlers first came. And if we think about the ways that Indigenous peoples were controlled, prior to the prison system, and Molly did a lot of sort of research beautifully on this, but I'll speak a bit to it. Just that when the Indian pass system exists and Indigenous peoples were legally forced to stay on the reserves and had to get permission from an Indian agent to leave, like we had a system, settler colonialism had a system to contain Indigenous peoples. Similarly, after that, and alongside with the residential school system, we see another form of containment and dispossession of Indigenous peoples. And when that came to close, then we see Indigenous incarceration rates continue to move up, and continue to move up. So you can see it on this continuum of ways that the settler colonial state has continues to develop mechanisms to control and dispossess Indigenous peoples from their land and their culture.
Thank you, Carrie. Abby, if you want to add.
I was just thinking about a story that that I read that was written by Métis man at the Saskatoon Correctional, and it's a fictional story, but it's based on his own life. And he talks about how when he was a youth, where he was living, he had friendships with the coyotes and the horses, and then he was taken away from his family and put in juvenile detention. And he talks about then escaping from juvenile detention and coming home and sort of having the coyotes waiting to welcome him home. And for me, I mean, if you read the story, it's much more beautiful than how I can express it here. But what I love about that story is that it really sort of emphasizes that idea of relationality between people and the larger, more than human world, which is really important within Indigenous epistemologies. But it also emphasizes the way that the carceral system breaks that connection, or works to break that connection. I mean, it also emphasizes the way that people resist the system and find ways to subvert it. So that's the story that comes to mind when you talk about land and the relationship between incarceration and land and Indigenous communities. I don't know, Molly, if you had anything to add.
Yeah, I think I would just, add that there is a really strong connection, sort of, as Carrie and Abby have both spoken to, right, between sort of the state's need, it's not just a desire, but it's an actual need in order to continue the state to break the connections between Indigenous people and the land, and between Indigenous nations, sort of both within our nations with one another, but then also between nations. And so, movements like Land Back, whether that be 1492 Land Back Lane or the Stoughton Camp, or, the Solidarity movements, or even Oka, right, going back, all of these things require the mobilization on the part of the state of, prisons, of policing, of criminalization, of incarceration, in order to sort of maintain the fiction that is Canada, to allow Canada to access the land for settlement, for resource extraction. And so I think it's really important that, and I'm sure folks have spoken to this, that we really recognize that, land back movements and land back projects are, part of an abolitionist future, and they're part of abolitionist resistance. And, when Indigenous peoples and, our accomplices are taking up, land back and doing land back work, not only is that sort of resisting sort of colonialism as a project of land theft, but it's also resisting colonialism as sort of a penal project as well, I believe.
Thank you so much, Molly. Thank you to all three of you, Molly Swain, Abby Stadnick, and Carrie Auger. Free lands, free peoples. Is there anything that you would like to promote before we let you go today?
I think, oh, no, do you want to go?
No, go ahead, Molly.
I was just going to say, hunger strikes and prisoner resistance on the prairies are ongoing. If you'd like to learn more, we are part of a coalition called the Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta Abolition Coalition, or SMAC, SMAAC. You can find us at smac.org. There's also an amazing sort of prisoner-led advocacy group called Inmates for Humane Conditions. You can find them on Facebook. They're doing some amazing work. Abby, would you like to add anything, or Carrie?
I was just going to say that Inmates for Humane Conditions, which is prisoner-led, is raising money right now, and that raising money, which you can find on GoFundMe, or perhaps we can post the link later. But that initiative comes out of, in part, comes out of the death of Kimberly Squirrel, which people may have heard about, but basically an Indigenous woman who was released from Pine Grove Correctional and then froze to death. And in part, that's because of the lack of resources, or maybe completely because of the lack of resources for people who are being released from prison. And so when we talk about calls for decarceration, we obviously also have to really think about providing adequate supports. Yeah, that's great, thank you. Providing adequate, and there's Corey who's organizing it.
Sorry, I'm checking the link.
Yeah. Yeah, so adequate supports for people who are being released. We can't call for release without also calling for those robust community and social supports that are community-led, and in this case, prisoner-led, which is really amazing. And Corey's been able to do amazing work in terms of mobilizing and trying to help and support his own community.
So people can also follow Inmates for Humane Conditions on Twitter. I just did it myself. It's at _humane, and that's Inmates for Humane Conditions, and you can learn more about the fundraising efforts. So to our guests from Freelance Free Peoples, we just want to say thank you very much, Molly, Abby, Carrie, for contributing to today's National Day of Action. We hope to hear more from you in the future. Thank you for all the work that you're doing, and we'll speak with you again soon.
Thank you so much.
We're going to turn now to my area, Mi'kma'ki, Jabuktuk, and I do apologize for this video because the internet dropped halfway through, so it's in two parts. But this is with Martha Paynter from Wellness Within. We talked a little bit before about the conditions particularly affecting women, non-binary, and trans people. So we'll start, but it's in two parts, so it'll be a bit complicated, but here we go. We're here with Martha Paynter from Wellness Within here in Halifax. So Martha, can you tell us a bit about the work Wellness Within has been doing through the pandemic and also more broadly?
So Wellness Within is an organization in Nova Scotia that started with a doula program, so bearing witness to people who are experiencing pregnancy and postpartum while incarcerated or criminalized in the community. And on March 17th, a year ago, we were supposed to go in and do a visit with a client, and that was canceled right before. And that, since then, we've been locked out. So we have been unable to do that in-person solidarity a real blow to the essence of our mandate. Beyond our doula work, we have really become an organization that, because we have complete independence, no core funding, we can do advocacy that maybe other organizations for women, trans, and non-binary people can't necessarily do. And so we've advocated very loudly for decarceration. It's not just, at my background, I'm a registered nurse, and it's not just the public health threat of COVID within the institutions that we know. The outbreaks are raging still, and prisons have been one of the sites of the worst outbreaks, period. It's not just that. It's the incredible emotional, mental health toil for the families, that toll that it takes on them, and the toll that it takes on moms, parents inside to be separated from their families in the most stressful, effed up time in literally our lives. So, so we've been advocating for decarceration. And Nova Scotia did really well at the beginning, first wave, but the numbers have creeped back up. So right now in the provincial prison for women, called the East Unit of Burnside, there are 26 people there. And we, at one point, had gotten it all the way down to 6. So, and our other work is we do some research work to really document. None of it's surprising, but it's documented. So we do the research that looks at, how families are affected by incarceration and incarceration during COVID this year, right? No public body is counting how many parents are in carceral facilities. No one is publicizing how many kids have their parents taken from them during incarceration and during COVID. So we're doing that research work. We continue to do that, of course, by Zoom or more likely by telephone, and mostly when folks are out, right? And the last bit of our work is our education portfolio. So usually we go in 2 times a month and have workshops on whatever the folks in the East Unit want to talk about. And we can't do that. And we haven't even been able to sort out a way to do it.
And that is where we cut out. So I'm just going to jump to the second piece. Sorry about this, everybody. I'm just jumping to the second part of the interview, and here we go. And the last piece of our mandate is education. And so usually in the before times, we would be going into the East Unit and doing workshops twice a month on whatever the folks in the East Unit wanted to talk about, parenting, women's health issues, reproductive health issues, those kind of things. So we haven't been able to do that, and we haven't been able to sort out a way to do that by Zoom, despite trying really hard. So what we have continued to do is public education about how COVID has affected folks inside, and in particular the gendered implications of continuing to incarcerate people during this public health crisis. So we FOIPOP'd the numbers of babies that are with their moms in the mother-child program, the federal program. So in each of the federal institutions, kids under 5 can stay with their moms. And in the first wave of COVID, that's when we got our FOIPOP data, there were 8 babies in prison during COVID, right? So just raising the alarm that this is super not okay. Like, what are we doing? What could be wrong with us that we think this is the solution to the incarceration of women? Let's put their babies in there too during a pandemic, which some of the worst outbreaks have been in prison. It just makes no sense. So anyway, that, and then, a big part of our portfolio is just building the self-esteem and autonomy and
power that comes from knowing about your body and knowing about reproduction. Training doulas so that that workforce of sorts is expanded. We did manage, there was a brief period in the fall when things were safe and with masks on. We had an awesome doula workshop, like training over the course of, I don't know, 3 days, I think, in Bagnagag First Nation. So that was amazing. We haven't been able to quite do that again, but we're hoping.
Why do you see the doula work as connected even outside of a prison? How do you see doula work as connected to this issue of gender justice and incarceration for women? Can you draw that connection for people?
Yeah. You know, I started out as somebody who was really, really involved in abortion work since my teenage years. And really, there's a connection between obviously the body sovereignty that is so essential to being able to govern your reproduction. And then that body sovereignty that comes with birth work and what you are allowed to do because you are in control of yourself. And all of that is stolen from you when you are incarcerated. So there is, I just don't feel that you can be working in reproductive justice, in reproductive rights, in reproductive health without drawing the link that there is no reproductive justice in prisons. You don't get to be sovereign over your body. And the more people are trained, because we're still so stigmatized and so, God, we're prudes about body knowledge. And the more people know about it and realize, oh yeah, this is how the body works, and this is how these systems work, and this is how we can resist these systems, whether that's healthcare systems like the ones that I work in, or the carceral regime. Being able to govern yourself, that's power. So despite where you might find yourself, you have that. And that, anyway, that's something that we can do. So it's something that we should do.
Thank you. Is there anything else you want to add? I was trying to
That you think is
important.
Yeah.
So there we are. I'm going to stop the share. Sorry, I'm doing like 5 things at once and it's very difficult. But I also wanted to add, of course, that bodily sovereignty also extends to trans people, non-binary people, people who are not identified as women. And also, we do not exclude that, obviously, from our discussions of what happens inside institutions that are designated for women. But we understand that that very binary system that underlies the prison system is itself a colonial system, is itself about policing of bodies, and itself part of a violent system that decides who conforms with, ideas of womanhood, who conforms with ideas of manhood, and that is also at the root of much policing and violence as well. So I just wanted to end by saying that.
Appreciate it. We're looking forward to an interview with Vicky Chartrand of the Center for Justice Exchange. I don't see that she's with us just yet. We're also looking forward to catching up with the Caravan that we told you about, because as you would have seen earlier, we were in Milton broadcasting images outside of Maplehurst detention facility, and the people who were demonstrating outside of Maplehurst were planning to do a caravan where they were driving down into downtown Toronto and arriving at the Toronto South Detention Center, which we've also been hearing about today, and we've even heard of some testimony from a prisoner inside the Toronto South. So we're looking forward, as well as talking to Vicky, to catching up with the Caravan and seeing what's going on in downtown Toronto right now. So I think right now, while we're waiting to be able to connect with Vicky, we do have some other videos. This effort of this National Day is across so-called Canada. And we know we have had messages from people from coast to coast. And we are now going to play for you a message from Harsha Walia, the Executive Director of the BC Civil Liberties Association, an incredible fighter for justice, the author of a new book about border imperialism, somebody whose work you really should know if you don't know the work of Harsha Walia. And so we're going to play a little bit of an interview with her right now.
and I will be bringing up a copy of her book when she's finished. And I do want to say that Harsha's donated copies of her books to organizations that are able to sell them, take the proceeds into our justice work. So we very much appreciate that. And here is Harsha.
I'm here on the territories of the Coast Salish people, the lands of the Musqueam, the Tsleil-Waututh, and the Squamish nations, who continue to steward these lands, whose laws continue to exist on these lands, whose jurisdiction is alive on these lands. And I think, you know, particularly in this context where we are talking about dismantling and rebuilding, such a key part of dismantling and rebuilding is the affirmation of Indigenous laws and Indigenous jurisdiction. And recognizing that, as Ravyn said, you know, so much of what we learn about abolition is from Indigenous and Black feminists, is from the histories of what it means to be alive on these lands and lands across these worlds before criminalizing systems, to understand what it means to take care of the land, to take care of each other, and knowing that carceral systems on these lands are very much in the long arc of anti-Indigenous and anti-Black genocide, that these are rooted in histories of enslavement and histories of colonization, and that, you know, the very foundation of reserves on these lands was a carceral regime to contain Indigenous peoples on lands. And of course, we are just a few days out from the February 14th annual Women's Memorial March, which here in the downtown East Side community in Vancouver has been going on for 30 years. For 30 years, Indigenous women, Indigenous elders, Indigenous trans and two-spirit people have been marching in the streets of the downtown East Side of Vancouver to memorialize and remember the many Indigenous women and trans and two-spirit people and girls who have been missing or who have been murdered for 30 long years. And they have made very clear that the underprotection and the over-criminalizing of Indigenous women and girls are two sides of the same coin, right? The fact that Indigenous women are missing and murdered is precisely because the police continue to perpetuate neglect while over-criminalizing. And that really is the context and the foundation where I'm speaking from today, 2 days after the 30th annual Women's Memorial March here on these territories. The BCCLA, the BC Civil Liberties Organization, BC Civil Liberties Association, is very proud and humbled and honored to support the historic declaration to divest from policing in prisons and to build safer communities for all of us, a declaration that has been signed by over 250 organizations and 3,000 people. And for far too long, we know that here in this country, successive governments have been managing and controlling and criminalizing racial segregation, racial genocide, and mass inequality through structures of criminalization, including punitive laws and more police and more prisons and more detention centers. Every year, we see the budgets of these kinds of agencies grow and grow. The founding of the Northwest Mounted Police here in these lands was precisely to protect settler and colonial interests against Indigenous and Black communities. That was the cause, that was the reason of the foundation of the police, and that continues today. The BC Civil Liberties Association is a legal organization. We're a fairly mainstream legal organization that has spent decades using the law as a tool against the violence of police and prisons and immigration detention centers. For decades, we have tried to fight for police accountability and oversight bodies, only to see more resources going into false techno solutions like police-borne body cameras, or ineffective police oversight bodies that are stacked with former police officers, even though these bodies are supposed to be civilian. Today in Canada, over 60% of all independent police investigative bodies are former police officers. So when people are filing complaints thinking that they are going to get an impartial, independent, civilian oversight body, 67% of those investigative officers that are supposed to be civilian are actually former cops and overwhelmingly white. Every attempt at police reform has only meant more money into policing. We now see police officers using deadly force, conducting fatal wellness checks against Chantal Moore, Ijaz Ahmed, Regis Korchinski-Paquette, and countless others. We see the criminalization day in and day out of Indigenous land defenders through militarized raids, for example, in Wet'suwet'en territories or Mi'kma'ki territories, or in 1492 land back. We see the police conducting mass illegal surveillance against protesters and environmentalists and labor organizers. We see the police inappropriately embedding themselves in every sector and section of our society and community. They are embedded in our healthcare system. They are embedded in social services. They are embedded in child services. They are embedded in immigration enforcement. They are embedded in the school system. Every single one of our public services has become a pipeline for criminalization. And we see the police arresting and criminalizing people every day on our streets who use drugs, who do sex work, or who live in public space. This is the reality of criminalization across this country. The BCCLA has also spent years taking Canada to court for its continued and illegal and immoral use of solitary confinement and other acts of prison warfare, which is a form of torture. Even according to the United Nations, solitary confinement is a form of torture. We beat Canada in court in these cases, but we still see prisons and jails using practices of dry celling, structural intervention units, administrative segregation, and just new and new and new and new names for ongoing carceral warfare, including during the pandemic. We know that prisons are full of survivors, people surviving the violence of poverty, the violence of homelessness, the violence of gendered and racial violence. We know that prisons are not about creating safety, they're actually about creating conditions of unsafety, lack of safety, and harm. Right now, we're in the midst of many, many, many overlapping crises on these lands and in this country, crises that are manufactured. The COVID pandemic is real, but the inequalities and the disproportionate impacts and fault lines of who experiences COVID pandemic in the most acute ways is manufactured. The opioid crisis and the crisis of lack of safe supply, the long arc of anti-Black and anti-Indigenous genocide, these are all overlapping crises. And on top of that, we have the ongoing carceral crisis. So calling for dismantling and defunding is fundamentally a call for care and safety. We absolutely must delink carceral systems and criminalizing systems from safety. These systems do not keep us safe. They do not keep our comrades and our community members safe. Police, prisons, detention centers, forced mental health detention, child apprehension, these are all forms of violence and state violence and racial capitalist violence that we absolutely must dismantle today. And so I encourage everyone, as others have said before, to read the declaration, to sign on to the declaration, and most importantly, to act on the declaration so that we can truly build communities of care, communities of safety, and communities of liberation where we can all live and we are all deserving of safety. Thank you.
And that declaration is, of course, the Choosing Real Safety Declaration, which you can find at choosingrealsafety.ca, I believe. And Desmond, we'll go back to you. It looks like we're getting Toronto South.
We're starting to get images from the Toronto South. It's always nice to hear from Harsha, such a powerful and a knowledgeable speaker. The Caravan has made its way all the way from Milton down to the Toronto South Detention Center. We're starting to see these images right now. And
choosingrealsafety.com, my apologies.
So yeah,
just
disconnection is by no mistake. And that disconnection, that division continues inside those walls. And so we're here today to demand that those walls come down. When prisoner lives are under attack, what do we do? When prisoner lives are under attack, what do we do? When prisoner lives are under attack, what do we do? What do we want? Free them all. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Free them all. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Free them all. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. Woo!
Very obvious to see that the spirits have not waned across the hours since we saw these folks.
My family is originally from the Philippines, which means I'm a settler on these lands, on these stolen Indigenous lands. I am thankful to these lands for holding my family, my loved ones together. I'm thankful to these lands for sustaining me. But I also occupy the lands of the first inhabitants. I occupy the lands of people who have been dispossessed, continue to be dispossessed, continue to experience ongoing colonialism. I benefit from that as a settler. And so part of what abolition is, part of why we're here, is also about making that recognition. It's also abolishing the nation state borders that have been created on stolen lands. And so we cannot have abolition without supporting land back, without supporting Indigenous sovereignty, without supporting Indigenous self-determination. And it is also no mistake that prisons and carceral institutions disproportionately harm Indigenous communities. Shame! Fucking shame! There are people who are criminalized for protecting their homelands from the colonial state, which continues to destroy their communities or attempt to destroy their communities and the lands that hold them, and the lands that hold us. And so again, I just want to reiterate, it's so important that we include Indigenous sovereignty, self-determination, and land back in all our movements. It's also important that we recognize the relationships that hold us together, our relationships to the land, our relationships to one another, and the responsibilities that are inherent in those relationships. The shared humanities, the shared histories, the shared experiences, and the shared futures that those relationships hold. Because we all benefit from freeing them all. So what do we want? What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it? If we don't get it, if we don't get it, woo!
Prisoners lives, they matter here. Yo, I don't think they can hear you inside. You think they can hear you? No. Prisoners lives, they matter here. 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 Thank you, thank you, thank you. We know that prisons don't keep us safe. Who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
Who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
Who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
Yo, by now we know that intimately. The people inside these walls, specifically the people inside these walls, have been putting their bodies on the line to protest the inhumane, the disgusting treatment that they've been receiving inside. For those of you that were with us at Maplehurst, you heard about some of the very basic demands that folks at Maplehurst were looking for. A lot of those demands are echoed right here at the Toronto South. And we're going to hear directly from folks that called us from the Toronto South Detention Center to welcome us here today, to tell us that what we're doing is important, and to tell us that we need to be here every single time they try to put another one of us on the line like this. This action is one of many today across the country. People are taking action in front of prisons, in front of jails, in front of government buildings, all with the same demands. Demanding that we see an immediate release of people inside. We saw during the first wave of the pandemic that it was totally possible to release 30% of prisoners inside this institution from shit fall apart. It is disgusting that we've seen the government renege, pull back on the plan that they know works. Now we're seeing new variants. We're seeing more outbreaks every week for those of us that pick up the phone and listening to folks that are calling us from inside, you know this shit is relentless. Every week, we're hearing about new cases inside, people being put in cells with other people. And so it is so important that we be here, that when they attempt to invisibilize us, when they attempt to disappear us, and when I say us, I'm being very specific. I'm talking about Black people, about Indigenous people, about people who use drugs, about people who live without homes, about people who are ripped from capitalism. These are the people that they're locking up in these institutions. It's not one size fits all for everybody. Some of our communities are being devastated by what's happening behind these walls. So I would definitely love to talk, but there are some really important stories. So first, we're going to hear from the folks inside here at Toronto South Detention Center. Then we're going to hear from some folks that do work every single day, that this is their shit, that they're here every single day making sure that prisoners inside have the support that they need. So we're going to hear from some of our friends over at Keep 6. We know that this is an international struggle. The world's largest prison, Gaza, is up. We're talking about freedom all, we mean free all prisoners. Prisoners here in Toronto, prisoners everywhere in the world, and including Palestine. And so we're going to hear about how this struggle connects to struggles all across the world. So without further ado, we're going to get to our first.
Okay, you're hearing and seeing the images from the Toronto South Detention Center, where that caravan that came from Maplehurst Detention Center has made its way now all the way down to downtown Toronto, and people are actively demonstrating, raising their voices loud enough that the people inside the Toronto South, the remand-only center in Toronto, can hear and can know that people outside are supporting them on this day of action. We're gonna keep the pictures up, and we're going to come back to that demonstration. But as we keep the pictures on there, we would very much at this time like to go to our good friend Syrus Marcus Ware, who is standing by. And as you will probably know, Syrus Marcus Ware is a Vanier scholar, visual artist, community activist, researcher, youth advocate, educator, and I must add, long-time prison abolition advocate. He's been organizing in prisons for literally a couple of decades now. Syrus, it's a pleasure to have you here. How are you doing?
Thanks so much for having me. I'm just so moved by these images. Really so thankful. I just want to say I'm coming to you from the unceded part of Toronto, the part that was underwater at the time of the Toronto Purchase, the unceded territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. What a day, you know, to have this National Day of Action of people coming out and organizing from their homes and from their beds too, disability justice. You know, that there's so much organizing happening today in support of prisoners. You know, it's so crucial. I was really interested in talking with you today a little bit about disabled, deaf, and mad prisoners inside, because of course, as we know, we're calling for decarceration right now, immediate decarceration of all prisons, you know, because of everything, but also because of COVID and because of the rampant outbreaks that are spreading all across the prisons in this country. But what this means is that this is, you know, the very population that we say we're supposed to be trying to keep safe from COVID, disabled, deaf, and mad folks, immunocompromised people. These are the folks who are in prison, right? You know, we know that disabled and mad people are overrepresented in the prison system. We're targeted, we're criminalized. Mad people's lives are criminalized. Just the very nature of being mad in public space can, you know, garner us an arrest and a long detention. You know, so there are all of these ways that disabled and mad and deaf communities get swept up and brought into the prison system through active criminalization, but also prisons are disabling places. They create disabilities because of their conditions, right? So we know that there already was a crisis of healthcare in prisons long before the pandemic. long before the pandemic. People were really being affected by the crap healthcare in our current prison system. Prisons are failing disabled, mad, and deaf people. The Don Jail, when it was in Toronto, it housed the majority of the HIV positive and trans prisoners who were on remand or who were doing, that was a huge population, so much so that people would do targeted programs at the Don because they knew they could reach so many HIV positive prisoners because everybody was being funneled through the Don. Well, that population gets moved to South Detention Center. South Detention Center is the very same place that didn't have an active healthcare setup until 18 months after those prisoners were transferred, right? So this is like a complete outrageous situation where we know the health of prisoners is not being considered in any way, right? So we know that there are a lot of HIV positive prisoners at South Detention Center right now, a lot of trans prisoners at South, and we know that these are vulnerable populations. These are the populations that we know are being disproportionately affected by COVID. So when there is an outbreak and a spread, these folks are at particular risk and particular danger. And this is why we're saying, this is a system that needs to be abolished. I'm wearing my Abolish Police and Prisons shirt today in solidarity, but this is a system that needs to be abolished because it is creating all of these horrific effects in our communities. And if we say that we care about disabled people and mad people, if we say that we actually care about these populations, then we need to do something about police and prisons because they're being criminalized, they're being targeted, and as a result, they are dying, either being shot in the streets as mad people are, or being killed, through the disabling effects of the prison system. So I just wanted to really talk about, the reality of who it is that we're talking, who are the prisoners in South right now? Let's name it and let's recognize that it is a large population of disabled folks in there. It's a large population who are at a high risk of COVID who need to be let out now. So free them all, Desmond, free them all.
We are saying all day today, free them all. And your comments really make me reflect on Mocha Dawkins' testimony about her own experiences in the Toronto South Detention Center and her decision to actually leave there because it was just such a confining and violent and dangerous place. So I really appreciate you bringing this up, Syrus, and I want to expand on it because as COVID-19 continues to really just shut down and harm all of our communities and exacerbate inequalities that already existed, we see encampments popping up in our city. We see encampments that were already existing growing. We see the visibility of homeless and suffering and people struggling with their mental health more vividly now. And what I think about in terms of that is that we used to use spaces like CAMH. We used to use spaces where we were saying we were supporting people with mental health issues as essentially their own form of carceral space in a lot more ways. And in the Harris years, for example, in the 90s, this is what we were doing. And there's been a big complaint from conservatives over the last couple of decades. Well, you can't essentially put people in the institution anymore. You have people out on the streets and you can't lock them up as easily now as you used to be able to do that. And I'm wondering if you can help us reflect upon what it means that the only solution that we ever seemed to have for people who were out and were suffering was to create a new carceral space for them. And now that that's not as socially acceptable anymore, we don't have an alternative.
I mean, let's be real. These 18th century and 19th century asylums, were translated into and continued through the prison system, right? And we know CAMH has a forensic ward that is a locked ward. We know that they are a carceral institution. They participate in carceral logics, right? So the only solution in our current sanest society for the experience, for the presence and existence of my people, of mad people, the only solution that society has for our experience, our beautiful experience of madness, is to detain us, to kill us, or to disappear us, right? So it's always in this act of never being able to fully participate in society because we must be disappeared. We must be erased, right? So in fact, madness has existed throughout human history. In fact, madness although it can have experience, there are parts about being mad that are hard, but there are parts about being mad that are beautiful and gorgeous. And as a mad person, I deserve to live. I deserve to have freedom and liberation. I deserve to be able to be out on the streets. I deserve to not be criminalized just because my brain works in a different way than, say, the mainstream, right? So we know that there is a real issue with saneism in our society. We are so fearful of madness. We think about it, in our families of origin, in the ways that madness gets portrayed in TV and movies. We are so fearful of crazy, that we pathologize it, that we criminalize it, that we disappear it, right? So the solution to ending this war on mad people is not to bring in more social workers and more psychiatrists. It's not to bring in more carceral employers, people who are going to employ the carceral state. The solution, in fact, is to listen to mad people, to take direction from mad people, to say, what do you need when you are in a crisis? What would help you when you are in a crisis? What are the first two or three things you want me to do when you're in a crisis? And maybe calling the police is never going to be on that list. Maybe calling the hospital is never going to be on that list. So what do you actually want or need when you're in a crisis? Plan with mad people while we're well to make a plan for when things turn into a crisis. We know that we need to show up better for mad people. We can do better than we're currently doing. Yes, there is a huge population of mad and disabled people in the encampments. Mad people are underhoused, chronically underhoused, we're underemployed, there's all of these ways that the system treats mad people and prevents us from being able to succeed. We don't get to thrive in the same way, and our lives are marked for death. Right? And so this is what we're seeing, over and over again. And so I have to say, justice for mad people. The time has come for us to end this war on madness. The time has come to say, neurodivergence is a thing, and we could desire it, we could accept it, we could love it, and it would radically change our world. So for all the mad prisoners who are inside, let's not forget there are psychiatric prisons in Alberta, right? There's a psychiatric prison, that detains us, focuses on psychiatric detention. We can do better than this for mad people. Mad people deserve much more respect than we currently get. So
when you talk about this war, Syrus, and you talk about mad people being essentially assigned to death, I can't help but think of Bill C-7 and the conversation that's been happening in this country about medically assisted dying, and how disability justice advocates, Sarah Jama and the Ontario Disability Justice Network, shout out always to our sister Sarah Jama, but they have been raising concern about this idea of medically assisted dying. And I think there's a misunderstanding in this country. There is a misunderstanding about why the disability community has been so concerned about this kind of legislation. And I just wanted to maybe give you a moment to talk about why, when you talk about assigning mad people to death, how it relates to these kinds of laws.
Bill C-7 and laws like MAID, give the message to disabled people that rather than providing the supports that we would need in order to thrive in life, we would rather be offered death. So the solution always to the issue of systemic ableism in our society is to offer us death. The solution to saneism in our society is to offer us death, right? So rather than changing the material conditions in our social world that would allow disabled people to have access to great healthcare, to have access to housing, to have access to employment, to have access to social supports, to have access to all of these things in order to have a thriving, beautiful life, rather than provide those things, they would rather just say, why don't you die? Right? So the message to disabled people is never that of support. It is always either the offer of death or the threat of death, right? And so this Medical Assistance in Dying Act, came through just on the heels, like literally just 6 days after the Disability Day of Mourning, where we recognize the disabled people who have been killed by their caregivers because we are always already seen as a problem. Right? So what we need is, it's for disability, as Eliza Chandler talks about, to be desirable, disability to be considered inherently valuable in our society. If we consider disabled people's lives and mad people's lives to be inherently valuable, we would do what we needed to do in order to support those people to have what they needed to thrive. We wouldn't be saying, well, why don't you just die? It is just easy. Right? So this is the issue. It's not to say that everybody should be able to have free choice. What we're saying right now You know, whether they live or die. As a MAD person, I'm a big advocate for that. Everybody should have a choice about whether they get to live or die. What we're saying right now is that the conditions facing disabled people, the ableism in our society facing disabled people, are taking away our ability to have an informed choice. We are not getting to choose with all of the options on the table. With no social supports, with no housing, with all of these barriers, you know, we are not being given all of the options to succeed. So we're not making an informed consent. And that is the problem.
Syrus, we could continue this all day, I'm sure, but we want to get to some other coverage and some other interviews. I want to thank you for sharing your knowledge. Thank you for sharing your experience with us today. And as we continue to bite on this National Day of Action, thank you for all the work that you continue to do.
Thank you so much, Desmond, and thanks for this coverage. And I just got to say, those banners are gorgeous.
The banners, I'm telling you,
it.
people take time. We were saying that earlier today. You can see the love and you can see the effort put into them. So Thank you once again, and you take care.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Syrus Marcus Ware, Vanier scholar, community activist, prison abolitionist. Very, very lucky to be joined by him today. And as we see, the demonstration outside the South Detention Center in Toronto continues. Let's see if there's some audio that we can pick up here.
I wasn't able to see them, and my family was coming basically at least once every 2 weeks since I had my incarceration since the beginning, and they've been totally set back where they're unable to visit. And because I've been proactive in my rehabilitation, I made a lot of effort to be involved in the programs here, and all those have been withdrawn since COVID now. The social workers and different people are telling us there's no programs available, and there's things that I relied on a lot of the volunteers because I've been in for that long for support, and I wasn't able to get those things, and I'm still struggling with the daily lockdowns, and the fear. Basically, the units next to us is under severe lockdown, and you hear the medicals constantly about the COVID. And originally, the institution was taking some strides in the first wave, and now we're here with the third wave, and they haven't been giving us the things that we were getting before, like showers and phone calls. They've been really withdrawing a lot of that. So we're not presently getting what I believe the things we need, and it's still affecting us. So otherwise, can you stop recording now?
So we can see that they are actually listening to the tail end of an interview that you would have heard from us as well outside of the and we're just going to keep the picture up there. But as people continue rallying outside of there today, I want to invite my co-host Justin Piché to come back in with us if you're there, Justin. Elle Jones has left for a little while because Elle has been invited to be part of a demonstration today in solidarity with people in Haiti. Because of course, as you may know, people are demonstrating against the illegitimate government of Jovenel Moïse, which is being propped up, of course, by our country here in Canada and by the administration of Joe Biden in the United States. And so Elle went to be part of that. These struggles are all connected, our decolonial, anti-colonial struggles. You know, I think that was something that was really well brought in by people like Skylar Williams and others today, how all of these struggles are connected to one another. But Justin Piché is back with us, and maybe Justin, just want to ask you to reflect on what some of the stuff that we've been seeing and hearing from folks this afternoon.
A tremendous amount of solidarity for people who are incarcerated right now. think we're seeing that all across the country through the events and through the interviews. And this is not just about people who are incarcerated, it's about all of us, right? What happens behind the walls doesn't stay there. And we have to constantly remind ourselves of that. Prisons are the most costly, least effective, most unjust way of responding to social harm social harms that we've criminalized. It's really, really great to see this, that folks are working towards an abolitionist horizon where we can one day free them all. And that will mean that we have communities that are providing for people's basic needs, whether it be housing, whether it be their health and mental health, income supports, and so on. So, that's what we're seeing right now here from Toronto South. The TPRP throws down again. There's a pretty big turnout. Look at that artwork, and
everybody can't get over the banners and the amount of energy that's gone into these banners, and the same thing that was in Laval. It's just pretty amazing what people are doing. One of the things that really strikes me about this time that we're in, Justin, is the reduced access by the media to our government officials, to the decision makers and to the lawmakers and to those who are supposed to be accountable for things like the conditions of our prisons. So it's a lot harder in a pandemic to reach someone like Bill Blair, for example, the so-called Minister of Public Safety. But what is the latest that you've been able to hear from all of this intense pressure on officials like Minister Blair? Is there any new response or any new information from government about these deplorable ongoing conditions in our institutions, in our correctional facilities?
It seems like they're hiding ministers of imprisonment across this country. Like there was a big push, for instance, to get Minister Tell in Saskatchewan to resign amidst significant outbreaks in those prisons. And, Scott Moe, the premier there, had basically said, no, she's not going to resign. And we're not going to listen to folks who are demanding releases and just treatment for those, behind bars, folks that are in need of protection. So it's just stonewalling and then hiding these ministers that are under fire. Bill Blair, we haven't heard much from him since the vaccine controversy in January, right? Where, Aaron O'Toole, the conservative leader, came out and said that, quote unquote, criminals shouldn't be getting vaccinated. When the news came out that 600 elderly prisoners in the federal system were getting vaccinated because they are, because the government's following public health advice saying we need to vaccinate people who are receiving care in these congregate settings. And so they moved forward with that, and Bill Blair did defend that decision, which was, that's something. But meanwhile, 95% of federal prisoners haven't been vaccinated yet either, right? And prison staff haven't been vaccinated federally yet either. And based on research that the report we released yesterday with the CCLA, we're understanding that Northwest Territories and Nunavut started vaccinating all people, which presumably includes prisoners, in mid-January. PEI has started to roll out prisoner vaccines this month. And then the other jurisdictions, they're either saying phase 2 or they have no plan at all. And so, if you're going to be exposing people not only to the violence of imprisonment, but also to the violence of potential or actual COVID transmission and these segregation, torturous conditions, where are the vaccinations? We're talking about necropolitics here.
Well, I mean, quite so. We've seen the backlash. You mentioned Aaron O'Toole. Doug Ford took his opportunity. He never misses an opportunity to be an inhuman piece of shit. And so he was also very much joining this call of fake outrage saying, you're going to vaccinate prisoners now. How dare you vaccinate prisoners? They never miss a trick, but I always find it interesting that where we have a leading edge of inhumanity with the conservatives who will just come out and tell you they want people to die, that the negligence of the Liberal government is really producing the same result. They just don't come out and say it in the kind of malicious way that the conservatives do.
Yeah, it's different shades, but the same violence. And it's pretty disappointing in all senses of the word that we can even put this up for debate. If public health folks are saying, hey, here are the order we should be prioritizing folks for the vaccines as they roll out, we have to, I think, follow that advice. And if prisoners are at least 5 times more likely to get COVID-19 than anyone else in the general population, then they need to be prioritized sooner than later, right? And of course, what's happening in long-term care centers, that obviously has the highest rate of transmission, the highest mortality rate. So of course, that needs to be prioritized. But sooner than later, if we don't release prisoners to the degree that is possible, if the state's going to keep people locked up, the vaccinations more of them need to be going into the prisons. And if they don't, we're setting people up to get COVID with long-term ramifications for many, and in some cases deaths, and that's unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, the politicians will all tell us that they are simply following the health advice of the medical experts, but we know that that's not true.
Release the documents. Show us what that advice is. I'm sure it's not what we're hearing come out of Doug Ford's mouth.
Not at all. And Doug Ford has already been reported as explicitly not following the advice of the health professionals in the province of Ontario. And so we're going to actually try to get back to Jessica, who is still following this demonstration outside the South. Look at the number of people out there. Let's get the audio back in for the South Detention Center demonstration. People are actually taking up the road here.
Being denied PPE, having their life literally, a couple of times people said on those recordings, I feel like I've been sentenced to death. The last time I checked, we don't have a death sentence here in Canada. But the negligence, I think saying it's negligence is giving the jail too much credit, is giving the government too much credit. The abuse that people are subject to inside. Can you hear them?
Jessica Evans, if you can hear us, what a moment right now where people are actually able to hear noise being made from inside the South Detention Center. We can hear that.
Yeah, it was beautiful. We can hear them inside and they can hear us out here.
The crowd is very large. We see that you've been able to even pick up the street. You're giving us excellent pictures here. Spirits seem to be very high.
Absolutely, yeah. Folks are energized. We've just heard a number of recordings from folks inside Toronto South Detention Center. Abhorrent conditions, obviously, but certainly it's energized us to be even more angry.
Are having their fucking lives up.
What was the reaction to the caravan coming down from Milton into downtown Toronto?
So the caravan went fairly well. We stuck together on the highway. There were a couple of undercover cop cars kind of tailing and trying to get into the middle of us, but no trouble and no major reactions. I think we had about 30 cars coming down the highway.
That's wonderful, though.
It was really wonderful.
Have been killed by police.
We're going to continue to listen into Ravyn's speech here for a bit.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to step in a little bit closer though, then, so you can hear him.
Thank you.
You know, but the settler state doesn't know anything else. This is how they move. This is how they act. This is what they're about. It has been 1 year. 1 year of dealing with COVID-19 inside. Prisoners have let us know what the conditions are like. People that work inside prisons and do this work on a daily basis have let us know what the conditions are like. We've all called for basic things. The hunger strike demands here at the Toronto South Detention Center were access to the yard, exercise, and recreation facilities. People are going weeks without any fresh air. An end to targeted and discriminatory designation of the security threat group. If you were just Black or brown, or they're like, no, you're probably a part of the gang, and you're going to get the security threat group designation. Included in that, it's not mentioned in the demands, but included in that, what we now know too, is that this institution and many institutions like it have been testing with prisoners, trying to put rival gangs in the same unit to see what'll happen, to see if it'll, you know, try to seclude one whole unit to one gang to see what'll happen, as if we're talking not about people in movie theaters. People have asked for provision to access to appropriate religious programming in space, including smudging. Assalamu alaikum to all of our Muslim brothers and sisters out here. We know Ramadan is coming up shortly, and a lot of prisoners last year were not given food at a time that will allow them to fast. We are denying people the right to practice their religion as if that is not someone's basic human right. They're calling for access to free phone calls. And we talk about phone calls up and down, right? But as you heard, people are depending on these damn calls for their mental health, for their well-being. When shit gets worse, they want to talk to their loved ones to say, yo, how is it going? What's going on? What is the score? You know, I need some support. That's being denied. More quality items on canteen, including hygiene products at a fair price. The prices inside, I'm sure folks can tell you in a second, the prices inside are wild. They're like nothing else. Like they're not going to a convenience store and paying those prices. And folks in here can't work, and so they have to have people supporting them. So if you don't have support, you're just left by yourself. If you do have support, you're drowning hundreds of thousands of dollars, or thousands of dollars, or hundreds of dollars into this institution. We're looking for increased access to TV channels that meet the diverse needs of their interests. TV channels having access to the news, having access to something to watch. Some of these demands seem really basic, but it tells you how intolerable the conditions are inside, that when they are so bad, all we need is a little bit of TV to help break up the torture. Access to education, programming, and rehabilitation, access to the radio and music, and an end to strip search procedures. These are the very basic demands that folks have been making. What have we heard from this government? Not a damn thing. What have we got from the Toronto South Detention Center? Just some template letters. No changes, no action, no nothing. As of March 11, 2021, there have been more than 7,000 COVID cases related to prisons and jails in Canada. What the fuck? Things are bad. They're gonna get worse. And we're gonna be here and demand justice until we get it.
That is live footage from the Toronto South Detention Center, where a really, really impressive crowd of people are gathered outside, and speeches and this rally is ongoing. Want to let you know, for everybody who's watching, that we were hoping as part of today's broadcast to have ASL interpretation. We were not able to accomplish that for this broadcast. However, I want to note that we will be captioning this for accessibility and archival purposes. So if you come back to watch this later, we will be adding the captioning after the fact, and we apologize for the fact that we were not able to secure ASL interpretation in time for this afternoon's event. You know, we've been broadcasting some speeches to you, and I want to play you another one right now. This is a conversation from Ravyn Wyngz of Black Lives Matter Toronto. This is part of the Choosing Real Safety series. You heard Harsha Walia from Vancouver earlier from BC Civil Liberties Association. And we also have a similar conversation from Ravyn Wyngz of Black Lives Matter Toronto, which I would like to share with you right now.
Hi, folks. We're having audio issues, so we're going to go back to the speech at Toronto South Detention Center, and we'll come back to Ravyn in a moment.
We worked, or a particular individual by the name of Jeff Martin, who's a community leader, worked to attain 1,000 Black books for individuals because we saw that there was a shortage of that within the library. Another community leader worked to get hygiene products, Black shea butter, Black soap for our Black brothers within the Toronto South. These are provided as gifts for them during Kwanzaa, which is celebrated by our Black brothers in December. These items were received, our brothers received them, and then due to searches, they were taken away and thrown out. And this is an occurring occurrence. There's been no atonement, there's been no acknowledgement, and as Richard said, we need to hold these ones accountable. And so I want to thank everyone that has come out today. This fight is long. For some of us, this fight has been going on for many, many years. For many of us, it's very personal. But we need to ensure that we're providing the support for them, because what we're going through on the outside is only a fraction of what they're going through on the inside. Thank you.
Thank you for the moment silence. For anybody that does frontline work for prisoners, this shit is hard and it's long and it's draining and like some of the most debilitating stories that you hear. But it is also some of the most encouraging work that you can do. You know, the folks inside are like, you know, you get on the phone with them and you're stressed out and you're having a bad day, and they get on and they're like laughing with you and they're trying to raise your spirits and they're trying to hold you up. And you know, they're the ones that are checking in on their families and their loved ones, that are mediating conflicts from afar, that are, you know, when we're talking about what does community safety look like, when we talk about what we need to change as individuals and what we need to do as individuals, we can learn a lot from the people inside that are taking care of each other in some of the most violent conditions, that are taking care of all of us in some of the most violent conditions. When we win for prisoners, we win for all of us. Because the demands that we're talking about are housing for all. The demands that we're talking about is income security for all, food security for all, the ability to learn what the fuck you want to learn. So that is why it is important that you are here, that you are with us. And I'm telling you, this fight is long. So we're gonna need you So you're not going to come today and not show up tomorrow. We got to be here every single day, every time that they talk about it. Wherever you're working, you're doing stuff in labor, you're doing stuff in the student movement, you're doing stuff in the climate justice movement, because we have all of those people with us today. Prison abolition is your issue. I talked about how this is an international struggle, and it is an international struggle because prisons don't just exist here. Because this settler state takes notes from all of the other settler states. This settler state makes sure it passes out notes to all of the settler states. And so now we're going to hear from our comrades of the Palestinian youth movement that have been doing work to liberate Palestine. Because when we say freedom all, we really mean every single person.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Ravyn, and thank you to the Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project for having us here today. My name is Maysam. I'm a settler here on these lands. I was born and raised in Toronto to Palestinian refugees. It is really important for us to understand how our settler colonial states are interconnected, right? South Africa, apartheid leaders learned, or oppressors learned and studied the Indian Act, right? And then from there, our colonizers in Palestine studied those systems as well. And so I'll continue from here. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Palestinian youth movement. Thank you. And the Palestinian community to stand in solidarity with the struggle of imprisoned and incarcerated people on Turtle Island, to link arms between the imprisoned Palestinian people and the people here that we are rallying for today. During this pandemic, we have seen the effects of our very violent society, where the most vulnerable amongst us have been hit the hardest. Prisoners and folks who are targeted by policing systems have been forsaken by this colonial government and its institutions, but we will not be the ones to forget them. We live by the words and the principles of revolutionary figures like the words of Angela Davis, who told us that Palestine under occupation is the best example of a carceral society. The words of Angela Davis extend to us here on Turtle Island as a society and a nation that is built on and by a colonial endeavor. Only such a society could be treating marginalized peoples by social isolation and solitary confinement. You know, if we couldn't even be able to bear the effects of social isolation for months during this pandemic, why should we expect other people to go through them as punishment for years and even for life? People who are imprisoned are treated with the most inhumane and abusive structures. Through this pandemic, we have seen, and now I've learned, over 7,000 prisoners contract COVID-19 across so-called Canada and be denied the rights of medical treatment and denied care and dignity. Similarly, Palestinians and Israeli prisons have seen a surge of COVID cases. Over hundreds of cases occur as Palestinians suffer under carceral state conditions every single day, which exemplifies how Palestine is a frontier for the global abolitionist movement. Our prisoners are on the front lines of our movements for freedom and liberation as they endure the worst of settler state violence. In Palestine, we see the ways in which no one is safe. Our youngest and eldest are taken in the midst of the night, only to be locked up on false accounts of quote unquote terrorist activity for their political views. We see how those who fight in student movements and women's liberation movements be ambushed, detained, abused, and tortured and held without trial under administrative detention, like that of Mace Abalouche, Samah Sharadat, and Shada Hassan, and many more prisoners. Currently, there are over 5,000 political prisoners in Israeli military prisons. For us, every prisoner is a political prisoner. The struggles that vulnerable and marginalized people face today are deeply rooted in political struggles, right? The personal is political, the political is personal. And therefore, every prisoner on Turtle Island is a political prisoner. We as the PYM want to express our joint struggle with prisoners from Turtle Island to Palestine and emphasize our commitment to be united against racism and these disgusting colonial structures. We must fight for every single one of them. And to reiterate the demands of today, we want immediate releases, immediate public health measures, equitable access to healthcare, immediate action to respond to human rights abuses in overdose crisis. We want to free them all.
There you hear a reiteration of the demands from today coming from demonstrators outside the Toronto South Detention Center. What an incredible show of solidarity with this message relating to Palestine. And if you want to know what settler colonialism is, Israel is the leading nation in the world for vaccinating its people, except Israel doesn't consider Palestinians to be part of that its people. And so in the Palestinian territories, in the West Bank and in Gaza, rates of COVID-19 are at the highest that they have ever been during this pandemic a year later, while Israel enjoys the highest rate of vaccination generally, because those who are Palestinians are not seen to be part of the general population and are not being vaccinated, even though Israel has one of the best programs of doing so, if not the best, in the entire world. That's what settler colonialism is, and that's why the solidarity that we're seeing expressed there is just so powerful. Justin, we're looking now, I believe, there they are. We've got images from a demonstration. There you see the streets of Ottawa, Ontario, and a banner being unfurled saying, "Contain COVID, not people." Tell us what we're about to listen to here, Justin Piché.
So we have a march planned. It's starting at the Ottawa courthouse, and it will proceed through a few stops to be announced as we go through the downtown. And so basically some folks are gathered. They're keeping their distance. They're double masking. They're going to be proceeding through the streets, taking up space and demanding that we contain COVID, not people.
What's your name, sorry?
Oh,
Barnas, could you ask Lydia if we could put up
like things are coming in here. Maybe
put up the
We'll just mute them because I know they're still getting ready. But you know, you talk about the safety protocols that are being taken in order to make an event like this possible. We've definitely seen the selectivity in terms of law enforcement when it comes to enforcing COVID-19 regulations. So people who are anti-maskers, people who don't believe COVID-19 is real, people who during this pandemic have been demanding that stores and businesses be reopened. We see that the police are dealing with them in a completely different way. We would have seen a couple of weeks ago, I'm sure many of you saw in Edmonton, that there were actually some men out with tiki torches in front of a legislative building who were obviously trying to express their white supremacist solidarities. They were just standing out there next to the police doing their thing. But then we see that for demonstrations like this one today in Ottawa, Justin, that people really have to be careful about their physical distancing because they know that they'll be targeted by the police.
Well, hopefully we will get through this day without any police involvement. We don't need the police to keep us safe during this march. We don't want them to engage the folks that are gathered here expressing solidarity with incarcerated people and their loved ones. and you know, we'll see what happens. But we have planned this to be as safe as possible within the context that we're living in, and you can see the distancing that's happening right now, which is important to do, and that's going to continue with the march.
And our comrade Al Jones is back with us now. Welcome back, Al.
Rookie
You're
mistake,
muted.
I was on mute. As you, I'm
course.
sure, told the audience, I was just at an event from Atlantic Canada to Haiti. So taking notice of course, Canada's as well as America's imperial operations and the resistance of the Haitian people and drawing those connections. So I am back and here we are. We are still outside Toronto.
No, we're actually
Vanessa?
outside Ottawa here. We're
Okay.
outside Ottawa, and they look like they're just set to begin their demonstration in downtown Ottawa. So we see the signs there. We see the Contain COVID Not People, and we see a quite significant gathering of folks downtown. Ottawa is one of many cities that is holding this nationwide stay of actions today and making it real by going out into the streets and making the local communities aware of what's happening in our jails and prisons across this country.
And I'm sure, Justin, you may have already set the stage for us, but where is OCDC like in relationship to, I'm always interested in the geography of these prisons, right? Some are very far out and remote and we can't get to them. And then sometimes more disturbingly, such as Winnipeg Remand, some are right in the centers of cities. And we have these geographical places where right as people move back and forward, you have other people that are contained. And of course, in Ottawa, that landscape takes on even more significance where you have, Parliament buildings and then, prison centers. But where is OCDC in relationship to other things in Ottawa?
So OCDC is also known as the Innis Road Jail. It's actually not situated in the downtown core. It's out in the east end of the city in Orleans, and it's basically it's kind of far away from other kinds of buildings. There's a big field near it as well. So it's hard to get to for folks who are being picked up, for instance, in the core of the city and being forcibly separated from their loved ones or their communities. So it is not easy to get to by bus, that's for sure. And it's something that promises to replicate itself with this new prison that the government of Ontario is proposing to build in Kemptville, which is supposed to house 235 people in a rural community about 40 minutes outside of Ottawa, if it does indeed get shovels in the ground in 2023 and opens in 2027 as planned. So we're fighting with that at the Criminalization Punishment Education Project alongside the new Kemptville Coalition Against the Proposed Prison. So you can look at that, Coalition Against the Proposed Prison .ca, I believe. And yeah, that struggle is going to go on. I don't understand how in the context of quote unquote reconciliation, of trying to strive towards an anti-racist future, that we can be building a new prison in a rural community well outside of Ottawa, where people, including Indigenous and Black people who are mass incarcerated, are going to be shipped out from places like Ottawa to this rural community in the stated effort to provide jobs. It's disgusting.
I just thought of this, and I know we maybe should have said this earlier when we were talking about women, but we take note as well on this stream, not only the murder of Sarah in UK, with a police officer, a cop being protected in her disappearance and murder, and then of course the shootings in Atlanta of women that worked in the massage parlors, so particularly anti-Asian, as well as targeting women in sex work, or at least perceived to be in sex work as well. And so we also recognize, as we've heard from Harsha and others, that sex workers, for example, are particularly vulnerable to criminalization and then to the notion of disposability within our society. And the criminalization of sex work has for a long time led to violence against sex workers, stigmatization of sex workers, the inability of people to work and labor to feed their families or themselves. So I just wanted to take notice of that as we proceed in this stream, that carceral violence also is part of a continuum of colonial, patriarchal, and racist violence. And our hearts are out with all. I know many people in Asian communities have been struggling all week with those deaths that occurred, and of course women across the UK, and as well as trans people who have been very much fighting against that as well. So I just wanted to take note of that. But here we are. So I don't know if we're getting started.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you, really appreciate you bringing that up, Elle. And I think that something that we should say in terms of that as well is that we're living in a country where Justin Trudeau has for 5 years now, for more than 5 years, failed to do anything about the failed Bill C-36 project, the idea that sex work was going to be dealt with in this country and that we were actually going to finally begin to get some movement. Justin Trudeau's government has been an abject failure when it comes to providing any protection or safety for people who are engaged in sex work in this country. And when Justin Trudeau comes out after that massacre and starts to say that he is in solidarity or that he is very sorry about what happened, we have to remember that he's not doing anything in our country to provide any safety or protection for sex workers. And I would encourage people to follow and support the Asian and Migrant Sex Workers Support Network, also known as Butterfly. And they have a solidarity letter out that you can sign right now. And they are also receiving donations. And it's a really important time for us to support the work of Butterfly and of people who have been doing work with Asian and other migrant sex workers. So please take a look into that if you'd like to support.
And it looks like we have Comrade Suhail on the megaphone right now.
We're gonna let's get the sound here if we can.
Who care about our kin who are forcibly confined in institutions of human caging in so-called Canada. We cannot be idle no more and sit while they are being killed by the prison system and by the coronavirus. Since this pandemic started, 5,000 prisoners were infected with COVID. In any given day in so-called Canada, there's approximately 30,000 people in human cages. Here on Algonquin territory, the Ottawa Carleton Detention Center continuously confines individuals just because they exist and they want to live and thrive. I'm going to continue my introduction after, but before going further, I'm going to go through some safety and protocols, and I'm going to point to some people to identify themselves. So I'm your MC for today. My name is Suhail bin Sliman. I'm a member of the Criminalization and Punishment Education Project. There are marshals and blockers.
As Suhail goes through this, and I'm speaking over him, but as he mentioned, the Criminalization Punishment Education Project has been active force not only in anti-prison work, but in work from migrant justice, and is of course a part of lived experience both of our carceral system and of our crimmigration system as well. So among his many other roles, jail line. So just pay tribute to our
of low risk of arrest or state-sanctioned violence. There's a police liaison who is the only person that can talk to the police. Identify yourself, please. He has an orange band on his left, or armband on his left arm. There are medics who might be able to provide us with some first aid. Thank you for identifying themselves. Look in front of me over there. They have pink bands on their arms. In case of an emergency, people must lean on their knees or sit that are around the person who was injured folks, they have green armbands. They're raising their hands over there. So for folks who need any accessibility accommodations, please get in touch with them. If you are low on sugar, if you need water, if you need PPE as well. The medics have PPE, but they have PPE in their car as well. And they have chairs for folks who can't walk for a long time. They have a few things that might facilitate this march for folks who need some accessibility accommodations. There are legal observers as well. And the legal observers, please identify yourselves. They're wearing orange hats in case of any police contact. Do not speak to the police. The marshals will be there to act as a barrier between.
So this is actually important. I realize we're watching some of them come up, but I do need to also draw attention to some important efforts of organizing that are taking place as we watch this. So we're actually seeing a really nice demonstration of abolitionist practice and ethic in the way we enter a space as well. And so as Suhail is taking care of that, yes, we are going to be joined in a few minutes by Elise from Newfoundland, but we are going to continue with this live stream. I know that Suhail is giving the directions, and I think there's some really important things happening here in terms of how we contact the police, particularly, for example, at this time when many people who are sort of arriving into these movements maybe don't understand the importance of why we don't talk to police or CBSA agents, for example. And we have some people within our movements that with perhaps good hearts and good intentions, but don't necessarily understand the kind of violence that takes place when our comrades, some of whom are facing deportation, some of whom we've heard today are actually on life sentences, on lifelong parole. And so what Suhail is doing here in setting our kind of values and the ways to engage in that space is also a demonstration of some really important understandings that go beyond a protest space, why we do not stand beside border agents and cops and then call for reform, why we have to separate ourselves as abolitionists from the state powers, why we have to learn to build self-determination, to mutually fund ourselves, as we heard from many people today about the various mutual funding for food security, for jail lines. That is all us moving to community ways of organizing ourselves. So I'm sorry, you can bring back Suhail. I know that we're getting ready from speeches and we have a split screen. So I think, oh, we're just getting two different views. So if we want to bring the audio back, that's fine as well.
That, it will be, very unfortunate if that happens here. So please, folks, double masks. If you need a second mask, you can ask the medics or the accessibility team. There are also a limited number of KN95 masks for folks who think they need it. So please be in touch with those folks I said. So we have a few stops in this march. We didn't announce them publicly for safety reasons. Please follow the lead of the marshals as they lead us to different stops. There is always a risk of arrest, and please know that. We have posted safety measures, and if folks don't know about those safety measures that we have posted on the Instagram, please ask the legal observers to share that information with you. So the first stop here, it's the courthouse. Why did we choose the courthouse? Naturally, because it is one of the structures that puts our people in prison. Shame. Through this building, thousands of people are transported to human cages on a yearly basis, just here on Algonquin territory. We are calling for no more prisons on stolen land. The prison system is a structure that is used by the colonial state in order to enforce and perpetuate colonialism, as we see indigenous peoples are mass incarcerated within this era. We need to depopulate carceral spaces through diversion and decarceration measures that actually keep our communities safe, because police, cops, cuffs, and prisons do not simply do that. I will invite my comrade Jackie in order to lead us into this action and center the importance of the indigeneity of the land. Please, Jackie, come.
Y'all have to forgive me. I'm using the phone just so I can say everything that I want.
So right there, they were wiping down the megaphone.
The Algonquin Nation, whose traditional and unceded territory we are gathered upon today. In making this acknowledgement, I also want to remind us all of our responsibilities that come with a land acknowledgement. In acknowledging where we stand, I urge you all to commit to amplifying the voices of the Algonquin peoples, to practice standing in solidarity with the Algonquin peoples, and reflect on how colonialism has benefited you and how you might begin to deconstruct this. I am a descendant of the Sault Dene people of the Fort Good Hope region. I feel honored and privileged to be beginning this action with you all today, but I'm saddened by the need for it. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the disproportionate impacts of COVID-19 and that it has had on the Indigenous communities as well as other people and communities of color. One of the horrifying realities of COVID is that Indigenous persons have accounted for more than 50% of the federal prison COVID cases, despite accounting for 30% of the federal prison population. And around 6% of the Canadian population. Today, people all across Turtle Island demonstrate in strong opposition of the needless incarceration of our peoples. We are all worthy of health, happiness, and freedoms.
To Jackie, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jackie. Shame on the KKK Canadian state. Shame. When Indigenous lives are under attack, what do? Rise up, fight back. When Indigenous lives are under attack, what do? When Indigenous lives are under attack, what do? When Indigenous lives are under attack, what do? When Black lives are under attack, what do? When Black lives are under attack, what do? When Black lives are under attack, what do? When prisoners are under attack, what do? When prisoners are under attack, what do? When disabled folks are under attack, what do? When disabled folks are under attack, what do? When disabled folks are under attack, what do? All right, folks. Do you feel the energy? Okay, we're gonna follow our marshals and banner holders and myself, and we're gonna march on Elgin Street. And please, marshals, ensure that the street is
this double
open
view.
for us.
Obviously,
And
people
we're gonna march north on Elgin Street.
And thank you so much to the people who are filming for us and bringing this to our live stream. They've done heroic work all day as we've called upon people to jump in on interviews, to run back and forth. So we're so appreciative of everybody who's been on our live streams that has brought us this event today. So I'm really loving that we're seeing both sides of this, both the front and the back. So as we watch people mass together, I just really like, and I know I sort of said this already, but I just really want to emphasize that one thing I like about these streams is we're seeing an ethic of protest as well. How people are caring for each other within these protests, helping each other wipe things down, getting each other organized, how we call upon mutual safety. And this is the world that we believe in action, right? That we can come together and fight for each other, that we can support each other. And as people stand in these spaces, as Suhail said, there is a risk of arrest when you do this. People do it anyway. And that is the ethic of care in the world that we belong to and that we believe we can all belong to and no one will be left behind in. And Desmond, I see you are back from your very short break.
Yeah, you know, and I really appreciate what you're saying too, Elle, because I was part of a rally that happened in Toronto this summer with the No Pride in Policing Coalition. Bev Bain and others helped to organize a really big rally in downtown Toronto when we were calling for the defunding of the police. And, you know, we had everything set up. We tried to make sure that we could be safe and have proper physical distancing and everything like that. And some incredible things started happening when we set up in Nathan Phillips Square in downtown Toronto. And one of those things that we didn't anticipate that was going to happen that day that did happen was that somebody came and set up their own table that didn't tell us that they were coming. And they brought naloxone kits, and they decided that they were going to use the space in order to do an impromptu naloxone training for anybody who had come that day and who wanted to learn about what naloxone was and how it provides life-saving support to people who might be overdosing. And so this ethic of care that you're talking about is really real. And we see it happening even spontaneously sometimes when we create these spaces. We see how people to come together, not just to demonstrate, not just to call for changes, but to actually educate each other and to say, in that spirit of keeping each other safe, we're going to teach each other things. We're going to learn how something like naloxone works. We're going to arm ourselves with kits and with information so that when we leave spaces like this, we've gained some knowledge, we've gained some ability to protect one another. It is truly transformative.
We also have a comrade writing a live description of this live stream for screen readers, and that link is pinned in the Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project Facebook Live comments and in the YouTube Live. So we also remember that people with disabilities make up, in women's prisons, over 50% of people who are incarcerated in women's prisons, people with disabilities. We know that disability is a huge factor of criminalization, and of course, the long history of incarcerated people with disabilities within institutions. And so we are mindful in our events as well that accessibility is also a justice issue, and that we strive in our events to get better at providing access for everybody. And we all have lots to learn on that front. But again, people can see the live description of the live stream for screen readers. That is pinned in the Facebook Live on Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project and in the YouTube Live description. And we are seeing people moving out, these beautiful marchers, banners held high. Just wonderful to see, support prisoners. The different messages you've seen all day, we've repeated.
No peace, no racist, no peace, no justice, no peace, no racist, no peace, no justice, no peace, no racist, no peace, no racist, no peace, no racist, no peace, no justice, no peace, no justice, no peace, no justice, no peace.
Having a bit of FOMO all day here, trapped inside, watching all our comrades in the chat. And we are, Robyn Maynard has joined us. And Justin Piché says he is quarantined right now, so he is definitely having FOMO as well. But we know that whenever we can't make it to the streets, our comrades are in the streets. And that is also part of building a liberation movement. There should never just be one or two people that do everything. Everybody can do something. Everybody can do what they can. And that looks different for everybody. Not everybody has the capacity to march in a street, to walk in a street, but everybody has the capacity to do what they can. And a true liberation movement draws from everybody. We are joined with Robyn Maynard, who is coming to us. Here you are, Robyn Maynard. Good to have you here, sis.
Hello, Robyn.
Love you too. I really am so glad to join today. I was unable to make it to Toronto to the Toronto demonstrations today, so instead I was watching. So I've been watching most of the day, except for the last hour, with my son and just showing him what it means to fight for people's freedom, to fight for Black freedom and Indigenous freedom, and making it so clear to him, who's 5, you know, that Black people will never be free. In the context where some of us are being held in cages, where some parents are being held in cages, where in some instances children are being held in cages, like in the migrant detention center, for example, where we know this continues to happen. So he's really been watching and learning from you two, learning what's happening at the streets in front of carceral sites across this country. So it's a, it's a really important day for political education, even for our little ones. So I wanted to say thank you to you two. And of course, I feel, it's just an honor to think about this beautiful cross-country mobilizing that's happening today. I think, especially given 1 year of hunger strikes, of strikes to liberate people that of course build on these much longer struggles against policing and prison and immigration detention and deportation. So I think that we're part of a really important moment. What's happening today and all around the world is historic, right? So in terms of freedom struggle, and this is what I've been trying to impart to the little ones. So I'm feeling emotional, and thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And thank you for reminding us that we are never too young to begin learning about this. And you always talk about Freedom School and your associations with Freedom School. Maybe talk to us a little bit more about that, about how we have a responsibility to teach our children, to teach children in schools that this is their struggle as well, and to begin from a young age to start challenging these carceral realities so that our children understand that something different is truly possible.
Absolutely. So I'm a Freedom School parent. My son goes to Freedom School, but I need to give the credit to Leroy and Noda, who've been running, of course, this incredible Freedom School in Toronto that really does teach young Black children about the meaning of Black liberation, of Black queer and trans liberation in this way that is so accessible, that really shows the political stakes. I remember trying to explain this to my father, because one of the assignments recently was to interview someone in your family about their migration story, right? About how they came here, about how they either crossed the border or did they come here in a plane, that really had kids thinking about what it means to migrate as a Black person. My dad was saying, aren't these kids too young, to be talking about this? And in one of the sessions, they had actually brought in somebody who had, this woman who had come in through the live-in caregiver program, who was talking to the kids about what it meant to come here and be pretty much enslaved in people's homes, and talking about the historic connection between slavery and the way that Black women were forced to work when they came to Canada through the live-in caregivers program. And children understand this, right? Children understand injustice so much more. The way that I think adults are conditioned and socialized to accept that some portion of us need to be caged for some to be safe. Like we have to be conditioned to learn how to tolerate injustice, right? We have to be conditioned to stop caring about fellow people being harmed for no reason, right? So I think that it's actually the most clear to children. I think understand them being able to envision a world without policing, without prison, is something that's actually much more simple for them than it can be for many adults who've been trained and had our imagination slowly foreclosed over time until it's become impossible to dream of something else. But children, of course, can already imagine a world in which some people's parents aren't in cages, because why would you ever imagine that some needed to be, right? So I think the common sense of that is the most clear. I was doing a workshop. Oh, sorry, Elle, did you want to ask something?
No, go ahead. Keep going. Go ahead.
I mean, last summer, it was 2 summers ago because we were in person. I was doing a workshop where we were writing letters to some of the Haitian asylum seekers who had crossed the borders. And, even really young children were saying things like, your family deserves freedom here. Your family shouldn't be in detention. We even talked about reparations, right? And of course, the reasons that Haitians are still being forced to migrate from Haiti towards Western country being because of slavery and because of the slavery debt that was imposed on Black people. So again, these are concepts of egregious injustice being leveled at Black peoples by imperial powers, by the state, that I think it actually becomes incredibly clear to speak about this with children, and they're incredibly clear at understanding the injustice of that. So the kids were writing these letters to Justin Trudeau. They were writing letters to Haitian families in support of their migration, in support of their not being held in this migration detention center. And a year after that, Leroy had them writing letters to the hunger strikers, right? To these largely Black hunger strikers last March, who were some of the first hunger strikes, of course, in this historic year of organizing behind bars, of prisoner-led organizing, right? So understanding that continuity between these people across the border trying to seek freedom. A year later, we have people either working on the front lines in the long-term care facilities, getting ill with COVID, or actually being held in detention and fighting for their freedom. Just in terms of, as Ravyn has highlighted, I think so beautifully today, just for those basic freedoms as well, like the to be able to breathe clean air, to have access to decent food, to have access to social distancing, right? So just watching that arc of unfreedom, I think, is also something that teaches our children if we're teaching them well, that we live in a society that's organized around structural violence against some of us and against people who look like us, right?
Could you say a bit more about some of that prisoner-led abolition that you've been supporting throughout this year? We've been, of course, seeing some of this come into this stream. We've heard some of the recordings, for example, of people inside Laval. But I wondered if you could tell us a bit more about some of the people, including Corey Cardinal, who I know that you've been active in promoting that statement. Just let us know a bit more about what prisoners are doing right now.
Sure. I mean, I think that, so what I've been helping out the most with firsthand is especially the 2 hunger strikes at the Laval Immigration Detention Center. So again, we're really looking at one that happened especially a year after the other, right? And I think that what really goes to show, in terms of, again, as access to, like Rachel has highlighted, like just in terms of access to, to social distancing, but also I think what's really crucial is demanding the release of all detainees, is this solidarity that goes beyond, that's fighting for their own freedom, but also attaching that to a call for to release all detainees and for status for all, right? So I think that's something that's so crucial in terms of what solidarity looks like in this time where we have so many white Canadians, for example, who are, I'm seeing like posters around my neighborhood that are saying like, the freedom to not wear a mask, why are we making kids wear masks in schools? But we actually have people who are deprived of all of their freedom, including migrants being held in detention centers like Laval, who are not only fighting for their own freedom in terms of their own health, in terms of release, but also actually taking on this broader struggle in support for other migrants. So I think this tie to status for all reminds us that, of course, people's unfreedom matters if you're in a cage or not in a cage, but there are other ways of holding people in cages, and that is also denying them access to citizenship. That's threatening them always with detention and deportation. So I think that's something really powerful that's coming out of, especially being led by migrants in Quebec, who are really leading the struggle right now for status for all, some of whom have been detained, some of whom have not, right? But really looking at just the incredible leadership, the very expansive kinds of freedom that we're really seeing coming from people who've experienced detention. And I just remember, speaking with some of the people who had been part of the hunger strikes last year after they'd been released, right? Just looking at what it means to have survived something like that. I think that we often, I think it's becoming common to hear hunger strike, but what it means to have actually deprived your body of nutrients to the point that you risk organ failure, to the point that you risk permanent damage. I think that most of us can't actually imagine what it would mean to have the courage to do something like that. I don't know if I would, right? So I think that we really need to take seriously the incredible amount of courage that people are showing us, the incredible amount of risks that people are taking, including to their long-term permanent health, even despite the threats of COVID, even in the context of fear of deportation and retaliation. We need to ask ourselves, to put people in such conditions and to still have them show such enormous courage, what does that say about this society? Right? And what does that say about people's drive for freedom, about Black people's determination for freedom, about migrants' determination for freedom, right?
I know you wanted to take some time to share a couple of statements and press releases. So I just want to give you some time to do that as well.
Oh, sure.
You said to me you wanted to talk about the historic statement to divest from prisons.
Oh yes, I wanted to tie back to that today because I think that it is, continually relevant, because something that we were working on, many of us across the country, including Freelance Free People. So you had on earlier, you had on Molly and Carrie, who did put a lot of really valuable effort into this statement, as well as other abolitionist organizations across the country. We put together this historic declaration to divest from policing in prisons and build safer communities for all. And this was really a statement that we were trying to link together some of the support that I think the really popular support that had been built after the protests of the summer, of the Black-led protests against policing, towards police defunding and towards police abolition, and link that to the politic that has been advanced since the hunger strikes in detention centers last March, and to the ongoing struggles, like, for example, that Randy Riley has forwarded, right? That Corey Cardinal has forwarded, linking the defunding and abolition of police to, of course, the liberation of prisoners. So this is a statement that links together, again, that demand to divest from police and policing, to divest from jails, prisons, and migrant detention centers, and also it's called defund, or sorry, one second here. Defund, dismantle, and build are the three-pronged alternative, right? So of course, when we talk about the abolition of all carceral systems, it's always already about building something else. And I think that that idea of investing the funds diverted from policing in prisons and migrant detention towards building safety for Black and Indigenous communities, investing in care and wellness and healing, and also crucially, I think here, enacting the return of land to Indigenous peoples, land back, the honoring of existing treaties and Indigenous interpretations of these treaties, and land redevelopment for decommissioned police and prisons under the guidance of the Indigenous nations on whose land the building sits. So these are the few of the elements. I'm not going to read the whole thing that we tried to link together, and again, really tried to get support from labor. So we had Unifor sign on, for example, and the Postal Union, which, trying to link these issues with labor, with people working in harm reduction, with people who are working in health, to really try to create broad standing support. After all the Black Lives Matter, for example, support, statements came out in the summer, many of us said, like, great, so glad you put that out. What's the plan? Are you going to tie that to any material commitment to change, right? So trying to tie it again to a commitment to say more than we believe that racism should be gone, but to say, like, structurally to end anti-Black racism, to end racism against Indigenous people, there are actually many steps that can be taken, and really trying to highlight some of those and get some consensus around those by different organizations across the country. So.
Thank you, Robyn.
Yeah. Sorry, it's there's just so much going on. I'm just trying to make sure I'm following everything that's happening. We're still seeing the live pictures in the streets of Ottawa as people are continuing their demonstration there. I believe what we are seeing there is the outside of the Chateau Laurier as people are in downtown Ottawa continuing to march and take up space in the streets. Robyn, you and I were fortunate enough to get to do a talk together recently, and I want to ask you about institutions outside of our prisons that are actually providing support and cover and facilitating the violence that we are all fighting back against. Because Justin Piché, who was with us earlier, was talking about how this isn't actually just about a prison. It's about the systems that provide the food for the prison. It's about the systems that build and design and structure the prisons, and that we don't really think of ourselves in Canada as having a for-profit prison system, but that any number of people and institutions are actually benefiting from this ongoing carceral state. And I wondered if you might want to chime in on that a little bit.
I really loved that point. I made sure I actually sat my son down and we talked about that point at length. I think it's something really important that Justin highlighted there, and I think his work around that is crucial. But I think that there are so many ways in which our society actually functions on this. If we even think about, I'm often, when I'm doing a talk at universities, I'm often asked to think, like, how does this link to the university? And you have to ask the question, like, how is the neighborhood around the university actually policed? How is creating a safe, quote unquote, space for students, the revitalization of those kinds of spaces, also about the policing and displacement of Black people, of Indigenous people from the downtown metropolises in which so many universities are a part of, right? So there's very much a link even there for some to have what's considered to be like this, universally positive experience of education, which of course we know is not experienced the same for Black and Indigenous students, but what kind of violence is actually needed to make that happen, right? So I think there's almost anywhere that you can look in our society to say, like for example, look what the ESN is doing right now. The Encampment Support Network is showing how actually the policing of parks under cover of supposedly bringing people more care and services in Toronto is actually literally diverting people who are living in encampments to be evicted from those encampments and to be placed, in some cases, to be jailed, right? So we need to understand that almost everything that some people have access to is at this point actually made possible by violent policing and dispersal and removal, right? So we need to begin to conceive of kinds of safety and living in safety that are not contingent on other people's absence, which is always a violent removal. So.
Thank you, Robyn. And that actually is a good segue into Elise, who's joining us from Anti-Poverty NewFoundland. So if you want to say any final words, Robyn, but you've got a great connection into Elise's work. And I'm also enjoying watching the anti-carceral dog march in this live stream. And it was actually wonderful to see so many people out in these streets. So good job, Ottawa. But final words, Robyn, things you want us to take away as we move into our next interview?
I just want to say again, like, witnessing all of these struggles that are happening across this country. I would say anybody watching this, whatever city you're living in, there is an abolition. I feel confident there is an abolitionist struggle for you to join into. So the idea of what can I do? There's always a really material answer to that. If you're in Ottawa, for example, you could actually just get in touch with criminalization, with CPEP, right? If you're in Toronto, like just to say that these are tangible issues, that making freedom is a practice and it's one that anyone can commit to. So I just want to remind anybody who may be watching, when you wonder what I can do, the answer is get involved. So thank you so much for having me, you guys.
Thank you for being here, Robyn. It is always a treat. And we want to tell people that your forthcoming book with Leanne Bedham-Samosake Simpson is coming soon. We are really, really looking forward to that. And we want to thank you for your work in providing that resource guide for people who are interested in getting involved across the country. Please continue your excellent work and we will continue to share, and we'll be back with you again.
Thank you, Robyn. And we're joined now by Elise Thornburn from Anti-Poverty NewFoundland. If you're ready, Elise. And I know you've been joining us in the stream for a while. So hello, Elise.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but your camera isn't on. If we can get.
It says you have to start my video. Sorry.
Well, how rude of us. Let us help you.
Try again, and let's see if we get the thing.
I'll do it. Yep.
There we go.
Okay.
Hi.
So welcome. So do you want to tell people, to start off, a little bit about the work that you're doing and some of the conditions in Newfoundland?
Yeah, great. Well, first of all, greetings from sort of the easternmost part of this struggle, from the traditional homelands of the Beothuk and the lands that are under the continuing stewardship of the Innu, the Inuit, and the Mi'kmaq, as well as the Beothuk still present in the land. Newfoundland and Labrador is, it's a slightly different place. You know, we're wrapped into the Atlantic Canadian experience of movement organizing and organizing around abolition a little bit, but we're also a small province, a really isolated province, and a province with a really dispersed population. There's under 500,000 people here, and sort of one major city that is under 200,000. And so because of this, our experience of incarceration here often involves a lot of travel and a lot of family separation. People are often forced to come, for instance, from Labrador to the island of Newfoundland to serve sentences. And people from outside of the city are forced to come to St. John's, to the men's prison, or to Clarenville to the women's prison. So one of the things that is a really important part of abolitionist struggles that are emerging here is around these ideas of family separation and the ways in which people are forced apart in incarceration in ways that are just add to the violence of already being incarcerated. One example of that is that in the Nova institution in Nova Scotia, 25 to 30% of the population there at all times are women from Newfoundland and Labrador. And Newfoundland and Labrador is a historically very poor province with really high unemployment rates and low levels of income, low literacy, low services, low supports. So for a lot of people, there's a lot of people you will meet here who have never left this island. So the prospect of having a loved one incarcerated in Nova Scotia, it might be like we're close-ish in terms of like geography in a way, but people are separated by almost impossible barriers to travel that distance. And the institutions that exist here are really old and in extreme disrepair and are crumbling. The HMP in downtown St. John's was built in 1859, and very little has been done to upgrade it since then. So it's an unhealthy institution, even within the context of how unhealthy the prison is. There's been protests by formerly incarcerated people outside of it about what a really unhealthy and horrific place it is for people to be. HMP is overcrowded. It lacks any kind of resources. People are often forced to sleep in the gymnasium because they don't have enough beds. And it's unhealthy in other ways too. Since 2016, there are two prisons in the province, the HMP in St. John's and the women's prison in Clarenville. And since 2016, there have been 6 deaths in custody in this province. And again, this is a province of less than 500,000 people. In 2017, 2 women died within 6 weeks of each other at the Clarenville institution, and Clarenville institution has a capacity of 26 beds, often overcrowded, but still 2 women within 6 weeks in a prison that holds 26 people. Like, there's a crisis here. 10 guards last month were at the courthouse facing charges for the death of Jonathan Hinnock, an Inuk man who was incarcerated at HMP in 2019. So the institutions that exist here are crumbling and in disrepair, both in terms of their physical infrastructure and also just in everything about them. They're places of extreme violence. All of the institutions that exist in the province lack supports for Indigenous people, who of course are overrepresented in terms of the percentage of the population. They lack supports for trans people. They lack supports for mental health supports, people who need mental health supports. If you do a search of psychiatrist or mental health and HMP in Newfoundland, you will find countless stories of the horrific treatment of people in mental health crises in the carceral system in Newfoundland and Labrador. So I say all of these things because they're really important to our struggle, but they're also all of the things that the state is using as an excuse to expand the infrastructure of incarceration in our province. So the distances that people must travel, the disrepair of our buildings, the lack of services, all of these are being used to justify spending $200 million and invoking a public-private partnership to build a new double capacity institution in the White Hills region of St. John's. And that is at the same time as the government is the government that is currently unelected, because we're involved in this ridiculous election that is not completed yet. But all of this is going on while the government is facing a huge financial crisis and is basically threatening to cut everything. The government here recently signed I think it's 5 to 7 year contract with an American accounting firm to look into making cuts to the healthcare system, and the company will get more money based on the more amount of money that they cut from the healthcare system. So while we are cutting services and leaving people in small and isolated communities out to dry, we are spending $200 million to build a double capacity prison that clearly this government plans to fill. And so, like I said, this is a province that needs those services more than it needs a prison. We have low literacy rates. We have severely ill health in our province. We have massive unemployment. And the only thing the government wants to pour money into is the oil industry that is destroying our oceans, killing the whales, ruining the land. So, and we don't have any supports for people who are returning from incarceration. So we lack a lot of post-incarceration supports. And the difference in the minimal supports that exist for men and for women is really stark. There are 4 transition housing beds for women in the entire province of Newfoundland and Labrador. So I'm proud to report that right now we're actually in a place where we're organizing against this new prison. And I think it's kind of the first time that we've had this level of organizing in the province and this level of like coalition building and solidarity between disparate small movements that exist, and they're growing. So I don't think this is something I could have said before, and Newfoundland and Labrador is small and isolated, and for anyone who's had the experience of living in a rural or small community, it's hard to organize here because we lack movement elders. We lack a lot of knowledge and experience in organizing. I lived in Toronto for many years before this, and it's very different being in a small population, a small place. We lack a lot of the skills and knowledge that are just built up and carried in people's bodies and work over so many years that you have in bigger centers. So things are slowly moving, and I'm sorry, I'm just talking, I'll wrap up in 1 second. But you know, we've worked hard over the last few years to build connections between settlers on the island of Newfoundland and Indigenous struggles in Labrador through Anti-Poverty NL's work with the Labrador Land Protectors, for example. There's connections being built between sex workers and Black and Indigenous people in Newfoundland around the struggle around defunding police. SHOP, which is the sex workers organization in St. John's, has been organizing a Prisoner Justice Day every year since 2016, which is new here. The Indigenous Action Coalition is working to, they are the ones who are spearheading the defund the police movement here. There's anti-racism and committee of NL. There's a lot of stuff happening that didn't exist before, and we're all coming together and we're all doing the work to make sure that our struggles are centering Indigenous voices and movements, trans voices and movements, Black voices and movements as much as we can here in this province. We're trying to do the work. And again, we're not in a place like you are in Toronto or Ottawa or Montreal, but we've been lucky to have the support of amazing people in the Abolition Coalition. And we're working hard to be part of the movement for real freedom on these lands.
Elise, before we let you go, just really, really quick, you wrote a piece recently, prisons are a public health crisis we need to divest from. You wrote that along with Alex Brooks and Heather Jarvis. And just really, really quickly before we let you go, I wanted to read a little quick excerpt from this and ask you to respond about this inclination towards trying to reform systems of carceral systems that in your argument with your friends in this piece cannot be reformed. And you write, reforming the prison, attempting to make it incrementally better through bigger facilities, recommendations for better training or more inclusive cages, wastes effort that could be directed to positive change. Inhumane systems cannot be made better. It is a fact that the very existence of prisons is traceable to acts of well-intentioned reformers, not craven monsters. No amount of investment will reduce the harm of prisons because they are working as they were intended to, and more prison investments only result in more criminalized and incarcerated people. So I just wanted to wrap up with you by responding to this inclination that we seem to always have in this country, that first we don't know about the situation in our country, but once we learn, we're inclined to say, well, maybe we can save it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that that's definitely the hardest thing I'm sure many people find in arguing against as an abolitionist in general. Certainly hard here, where we have an institution, the HMP, that is so in such disrepair that it's causing people ill health. There's mold, there's rats, there's cockroaches, people get sick. But it's hard because yes, we have this inclination to believe that if we just build a nicer place, one that is like LEED certified and has Braille on at each cage, so that even blind people can be incarcerated there. I remember going to Toronto South Detention Center, and that was, you know, we have doorways that are wide enough so they're wheelchair accessible, so we can incarcerate anyone. So this shiny, happy picture of incarceration is something I think we really need to fight against. And that's one of the focuses of our struggle out here, because we have an institution that is so horrific. It's going to be a hard struggle to convince people that building a new, better, healthier place is the answer. And it's going to be a struggle to prove that it's not, but something we're committed to.
We're with you in that struggle. We really, really appreciate your expertise and sharing the work that's happening out in Newfoundland and Labrador. We've got to run, but Elise, thank you so very much for your work and for participating in this National Day of Action.
Thanks so much. I'm so proud of everyone. Love you all. You're amazing.
Thank you,
I
Elise.
love you too. That's Elise Thornburn, everybody.
And that provides us with a nice transition into Naty Tremblay and Danny Torres, because what we were speaking about a bit there at the end is the importance of education for people around abolition, particularly people who may not have, as she said, that movement knowledge. So Naty and Danny, you're here today to speak to us about a film screening tonight, Transformative Justice and Abolition. So can you tell us a bit about, well, I'll start with you, Naty, if you want to tell us a bit about this film.
Yeah, So I'll say, so we're at, well, I want to start with just like shouting out, giving love to all the organizers here, all the folks in the streets, and in particular, all the folks who are incarcerated that we're struggling alongside. Lots of love. Yeah, so we have this film screening tonight, 6 to 8. It's called Tiny Adaptations, and it's actually a series of short films made by a crew of emerging filmmakers, all, yeah, amazing organizers in their own rights, doing small and large things within their communities, I would say, to address social justice issues and also, yeah, do education and organize webs of mutual aid through, kinships and also through their artwork. And so the screening tonight is a bunch of different interpretations, responses to this moment that we're in through a transformative justice and abolitionist lens. So you would definitely go on a journey, an emotional, political, spiritual journey through this series. Yeah, there's 5 different artists. I want to name also that it's a mix of racialized, Black, Latinx, East Asian artists, queer, trans artists. And just to name that, so we've been in a 6-month residency together. And we were really just like looking at everything going on in the world through a transformative justice lens with the idea of like, what's the future that we want to create that doesn't require prisons or policing, that acknowledges, works with the ways that our communities are criminalized, centers the stories of those residents, of their family members and friends being criminalized and incarcerated, and the intergenerational violence there, and offers like new possibilities. So we wanted to kind of look at what's going on and also offer, what's the webs of mutual aid, the transformative justice practice that will eventually make prisons obsolete, and how do we create videos that will inspire others to get into this movement with us. In a nutshell.
Thank you for that. We want to welcome Naty Torres as well and invite you to tell us about your connection to this day of action and to this ongoing abolition struggle that everybody is contributing to on this live stream today.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Danny and or Paul Daniel. You can call me either or. So yeah, I'm a part of the residency with Sketch and adaptation, and Tanny adaptation, stuff like that. And I think the really cool thing about the screening that we're about to have later is the fact that, like, I think it's a really it's an external and an internal look about how about perspectives about abolition and transformative justice and stuff like that. I think like something that the films really do offer is that you kind of have films that give you like a bird's eye view, but also you have films that are kind of like these really interior reflections about, what does it take emotionally in the individual to change and heal so that like they can be someone that can like serve the greater good and stuff like that. So I think it's a really like, it's really fun to see my peers and to explore the fact of like, what are the things that we want for the future? What are the things that we want to change within ourselves to kind of like, to start moving forward and stuff like that. And sorry, I'm kind of like sweating. I'm nervous for some reason right now. I don't know why.
It's totally fine. It's totally
fine. But yeah, no, I think me personally, I think it's the fact that taking time to reflect on the history and the negativity in which our institutions are based in and built upon. And I think especially when you have ourselves that, I think a lot of us, and from the residency, the majority of us are like under the age of like 23, 24. And I think it's like really interesting, just you're kind of seeing like a lot of like youth essentially kind of coming to terms of kind of like the lie that we were told and the future that we want to reach and stuff like that. And I think that's kind of like the truths that we're exploring and struggling with in the piece, like, and that type of stuff like that. So yeah, that's my piece. So yeah. Right
Appreciate that.
I was wondering if maybe both of you wanted to talk a bit about the importance of using art in both education about abolition and also in this process of transformation that we're talking about, social transformation. So that's for both of you. So maybe Naty first and then Danny.
Yeah, so like I'd say that's for sure the basis of this residency. And I gotta say, I feel so lucky in this last year that I work mostly with low-income folks through the arts. And you know, we've had to shift into, you know, the online sphere, and that has meant that we've lost a lot of people because not everybody has devices and Wi-Fi and all this good stuff. But folks find their way to the internet. And so actually I would say like videos have been an amazing way to reach folks who are, you know, they're in the streets. I would say largely, you know, seeing the impacts of violence against Black and Indigenous people, the organizing in the streets against folks in encampments. And I'm talking about Toronto, but I know that this is, you know, across so-called Canada. And wanting to get involved and asking like, well, what do we do? So we're saying defund the police. We're saying abolition. So like, how can we get involved in creating those alternatives? What's next? Because I want to keep my kin safe. So it has been really great to like bring together people in the digital spheres to think about how they can lend their art to those questions. How would you talk about transformative justice to your grandmother? Can you make a short video that will call, you know, your buddies in to a circle and have those hard conversations beyond like, let's organize, let's repost, but also like, how are we going to organize those webs of mutual aid like today? And I think that art, and especially video right now, is one of the most accessible ways to spread that word. And then follow that up with like, and then we're going to have a reading group, and then we're going to have a workshop, and then we're going to do like a TJ lab. And that's what we intend to do with these videos. How about you, Danny? What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think for me, it's just, I think like my reflection about, you know, creating art and creating film in general about issues of abolition and transformative justice. I always like to think of it, the fact that I had a coworker of mine who said that like, every action that you make is kind of like an act of resistance for your ancestors and stuff like that. So the way that like I like to look at it is the fact that like, in the eyes of history, I shouldn't really be here right now. So like me making like a poem or making a film is like this tiny miracle, but also like this tiny, not tiny, like it's a big miracle and a big act of resistance and stuff like that. And I think it's the fact that for many people whose histories are tied to colonization, for many marginalized people, I think like one of the first things that were taken away from us was art and our manner to express ourselves. And I think it's the fact that it's and this is like my perspective is, you know, is a much more personal and an emotional one, but I think it's the fact that art is just such an important act of healing and trying to understand oneself and the world around them and stuff like that. So I think like that's the most important thing that I think that people can, one of the most important things that people can do is expressing yourself with art. And in doing that, you're able to unpack and heal, but then also be able to present yourself and present, on one hand, present the things that you've been through, but also present the resiliency that you've established by doing this act, but also like kind of like creating bridges and creating connections with other people through your art and through your emotions. And I feel like, you know, making a film, making a poem, making a piece of art, you're able to say so many things. And also, it's also just kind of like this emotional kind of like, hey, I was here, what's up? You know, I existed and I tried my best to do something, you know? And I think like, obviously, you know, when you put the facts in a film and you can teach people and you can just like, you know, easily just like hand it out, that's really great and amazing. But I think the great thing about art is that it's able to do the emotional work externally and internally that we need for people. I think it's able to like foster and create the connections and solidarity that we need to move forward and stuff like that. So I think that's kind of like, I think sometimes when it feels like we're going up against the entire world and it's like we have all these facts and all these actions that we need to do in like the physical world, we kind of like lose sight sometimes about the things that like, what do we have to do within ourselves? Or what are the ways that I need to like heal and change so I can like reach other people and speak to them to create those incredibly critical connections so we can start moving forward. And I think that for me is why this art is like so important. Yeah.
That's really wonderful. I really appreciate your comments about like grounding ourselves in our relationships and what's happening day to day, because it is so easy to get lost in the bigger struggle, the struggle that precedes all of us. And Naty, just to comment on something you said as well, when I have been meeting with people at the Encampment Support Network in Toronto and just asking people like, why'd you get involved with this? I can't believe how many people have been like, I'm a local artist, I'm a musician, and something about this is my neighborhood, something about this just didn't feel right to me. And I thought that I was going to come and give some of my time. It is actually so amazing to me how many people in the arts community in Toronto have decided that this is the thing right now that they want to devote energy to. So I really hear you on that. The film tonight is at what time?
6 to 8. So screening's about 40 minutes, and then we're going to do a sweet little Q&A afterwards with the artists.
And is there a way that people who might not be able tonight to see the film can view it afterwards?
Yeah, totally. So we'll post it on the Sketch YouTube channel. So it's, I think, just Sketch, like to draw, and or it might be Sketch Working Arts. I should know that. And it's called Tiny Adaptations. You can find it on the website too.
Tiny Adaptations. And for those of you who don't know, like when I came to Toronto in 2004, Sketch was out here. Sketch was out here doing the work with people doing street-based artwork, just inviting people to come into a space to do recordings, to record their own music, to do visual arts. They are still out here all this time later. It is so awesome to see. Sketch.ca. We're bringing up the website right now for people here who you can see it. And we've got to run along, Naty and Danny, but we want to thank you so much for promoting this film. And thanks for your ongoing work.
And where can people see it online?
Oh, it's on YouTube.
In YouTube, okay.
You can find it on YouTube. And the Sketch YouTube channel, I think you can, there's like a little icon there on the page somewhere, but you can also find the links at Eventbrite under Tiny Adaptation.
Okay, that is the film Transformative Justice and Abolition, screening tonight from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. You can catch it on YouTube. Go to the sketch.ca website that you just saw, and you'll be able to get all the information, or the Sketch YouTube, potentially the Sketch Working Arts YouTube.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much to both of you. Thank you so much.
And we are joined by Naty. I don't know if we want to take a couple of minutes just to check in on the CPEP feed while Naty gets set.
Let's try to get some audio. I'll try to put some.
Let's get a little bit of audio. We're going to take a couple of minutes just to see what's going on this March, and then we're joined by Naty Mano from the Prisoner Justice Day Coalition in Vancouver. So if we can pull up the march, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if they'll.
If they can hear us, CPEP. If you can spotlight, we are seeing the images here at the top. Let's pick up. Justin, you want to guide us with the started outside of the by the house? There's this march going now. Justin, you're on mute. I don't know if you can hear me.
I'm having trouble making out the sound between all the beautiful protests. Chants.
But, you know where they are right now.
They're in the Byward Market. They just passed the second stop. They're on the way to the third stop, and then there's the final fourth stop. So halfway through March, a bit behind schedule, I think, but doing good work. It takes longer.
That's wonderful. So we're just seeing the energy there, the amount of turnout and the people. Thank you to our live streamers who are keeping us up to date. And we are seeing those images in the background as we continue our interviews. So
I can't tell you guys how amazing it is to just have the coordination, and the amount of coordination of the people who are out here in the streets, keeping these live streams going, making sure their batteries are charged, making sure that there's always somebody present when we ask for sound, when we ask for visuals. It is truly, truly amazing, the commitment of folks. So we want to thank everybody who's out there in the streets today. We salute you, we hear you, and we see you. Naty Mano is, I believe, hey, look at that.
From Vancouver, a member of the Vancouver Prison Justice Day Committee, as well as just indefatigable worker for drug users, for decriminalizing drug use, the Safe Injection Site, and has done much work on this drug overdose pandemic during COVID, the forgotten pandemic and crisis in Canada. So can you hear us?
Yes, hi Al, hi Desmond.
Hello.
Hi.
And you are joined. Who are we joined by as well?
This is Joanne Fry, a member of the Mission Prison Family Association, a group of family members whose loved ones are locked up inside and have been, of course, advocating for many years and especially over the last year. So I'm really honored to be joined by Joanne. Thank you.
Well, Joanne, why don't we go to you first and just give us your reflections. We've been seeing across, from Vancouver all the way out to Newfoundland and Labrador, we've been seeing the actions happening. And I just wonder how you're feeling participating in this National Day of Action.
Well, it's been a rough year for everybody. Everybody is very stressed, but when you have a loved one in a prison environment where we've had the outbreaks, where PPE was late, if coming at all, you still can, when you go in, there'll be no hand sanitizer a year in. So it's a pretty frustrating, scary time. It means that the inmates' mental health is just dropped to a point where it's not even explainable. We've had suicides, suicide attempts, a lot of drug overdoses. It's pretty scary times. They have a lot of management and staffing issues. So a lot of the staff doesn't come into work, which means you might not get, your meals. You might get 2 meals in a day. A lot of it, of course, is basically unedible. So yeah, we're in a really, really bad place.
And can you tell us a bit about the work the Mission Families Group?
Prison Family Association. Yeah, I started it as a response to COVID because we could get zero information from CSC, from the prison, from the warden. And, families were just going crazy. We can't talk to our loved ones. We can't see them. We're hearing scary stories. And it really highlighted how disjointed we were. You'd see the same few people. Mission has like 300 or so inmates. And there's probably about 10 family members who go quite a bit. The rest often don't have any family that they're associated with anyhow. So you'd see these people, but the system is set up so they keep you away from each other. So, you'd see somebody, I may know your first name, but I had no way of getting a hold of anybody. People were on social media trying to connect to get information, but it was just a terrifying time. So I said, that's it. We need to start a family association, which should have always been done, so we can connect and at least share stories. So I kind of took it on. I put out my email and my phone number and said, you may not have heard from your son for 3 weeks and you're hearing that, there was all these drug overdoses. Who do you go to see if it's your son? So, someone's concerned, they will ask, have you seen Pat? And then, I put it out to everybody. If you happen to talk to your loved one, can you ask around if, anyone's seen Pat? So it started out very simple. It ended up that we started the first class action lawsuit or CSC's COVID response or lack thereof. And since then, it's just snowballed into something else.
Wow, that lawsuit, good luck with that. It takes a lot of courage to take on CSC. And as we know, they stonewall and cover up, and it's a long, long, long journey. So
well, it's the retaliation that everybody is fearful of. So once your name's out there, we talked about an event last year where we were outside of the prison and they sent, trucks with guards that were videotaping us and taking down our car license plates. And, I got talked to about it and warned. So it's the retaliation that, is such a big issue. It's why we don't have a whole bunch of members here today, because they don't want their face and their name out there.
We've heard over and over today about that fear of reprisal, definitely from so many people doing this work. Actually, let's bring you in here. You've been talking a lot in recent days, particularly about the connection between healthcare provision in the province of BC and particularly in Vancouver and policing. And I wonder if you can talk to us about that connection between policing and healthcare and how it relates to this day of action against carceral systems.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Desmond. I'm not sure if you've already heard from Eris with the Coalition of Peers. So, of course, Eris
No, we haven't.
You haven't heard from them yet. So it's, you know, we see the same replication of really carceral systems, whether it's the way that psychiatric care is administered, the way that people who use drugs are treated as they try to navigate the healthcare system. You know, people, I think, get this impression that BC is like Lotus Land and we're like handing out like safe, clean drugs, and that's not the case yet. I mean, that's what folks who organize on the ground are doing, but you know, there's a couple folks here from groups like Mom Stop the Harm who are also sharing how that, you know, there's so many breakups in like when people are going into prison, coming back into the community, cycling through prison, and that means like constant interruptions to all of their healthcare needs, including access to safe supply. So like the first 72 hours after someone is released it's a really risky time because people may go back to using the same amount that they did before they went in. And their tolerance has gone down. Maybe their dealer has been arrested. Maybe they don't have access to the same kind of supply that they used to. So there's evidence that that contributes to like overdose fatalities. And I mean, within all of this, right, like we're talking about prisons and policing and psychiatry, and like the war on drugs really undercuts all of this. It is a white supremacist colonial war, like they mostly are. And it really contributes to this like cycling of people through all sets of institutions, including like emergency rooms, psych wards, prisons, including provincial, remand, sentence, federal prisons. And like I've heard it described as people are just being like graduated to the next most restrictive facility. So when Joanne's talking about like the situation for folks in Mission, people are experiencing overdoses because there is no safe supply inside. Obviously there are drugs inside, but there's no political will to ensure that people have the medicines that they need. There's also totally inadequate mental health care, and it would be illogical to assume that we could provide people with the kind of care they need. Like, how do you give trauma responsive care when people are locked in cages? It's farcical.
I should just mention,
yeah,
sorry to interrupt, we are just right now implementing another lawsuit, and it's regarding the mental health situation. We partnered up with West Coast Justice Society, and we've taken individual cases and we've shown, I mean, it's been a tremendous amount of work, that the care there is ridiculous at best. And I just wanted to say about drugs in prison. When my son was first arrested a dozen years ago, you know, they send a parole officer to your home to talk to you and to get, you know, history. And I'll never forget the circumstance. This fella sitting across my dining room table and said to me, "So what is your son's drug of choice?" And I said, "Oh." And he's, "Well, what is he addicted to?" And I said, "Oh, no, he's not addicted to anything." And he looked over his glasses at me and said, "Well, chances are he will be. Even if you come in without a drug problem, the isolation, the loneliness, the shame and guilt and all those things, the boredom, you start taking drugs." And of the 300 people in Mission, I would tell you most of them, I don't say they're all addicted, but most of them take drugs. Of course, it's a way to numb the pain, to numb all that shame and guilt and loneliness and so forth. So it's interesting saying about, you know, the drugs within the culture. If you're not a druggie when you go in, you probably will be when you come out. That's just a reality.
Thank you. And we are going to be making those connections more with the next interview as well. Justin, throughout the day, has been giving us a lot of statistics. I'm just going to briefly read them, and then Desmond's going to have another question for both of you. So Fraser Valley Institution for Women has had 4 people infected, 1 staff member. So 4 prisoners and 1 staff member for 5. That's from CSC stats. At Naty, we have 1 prisoner infected, 1 staff member, so 2 people. And Mission, which has about 120 infections, 1 dead on the 15th of April, which was obviously sent reverberations across this country. So many people who had served time and been moved around as happens really felt that. 12 staff members, so 136 different infractions in Mission Institution. And then of course, Fraser Regional Correctional Center, 31 prisoners, 5 staff members, for a total of 36. In North Fraser, which is a remand center, pretrial center, 23 prisoners, 7 staff, for a total of 30. Okanagan, 2 prisoners, 1 staff, 11 staff, for a total of 13. And Surrey, another remand center, 38 prisoners, 4 staff members, and 42. So we can see those are really horrific numbers, and that's just the numbers that we know, and those numbers have not been updated in weeks, some not since February, some not since early March. So we're really seeing this.
We have some in process right now.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and the work that people are doing on the ground in the absence of the government keeping relevant and up-to-date statistics is truly remarkable. It shouldn't have to be that way, of course, but we have to salute the work that people are doing. Before we move on, and actually we have Eris coming up right after this, and so you'll be happy to know. And I just actually wanted to give each of you an opportunity, with the myriad of things that are going on right now, with all of these intersections between the healthcare system, our jails and prisons, our police, our court systems. What is one thing that each of you might encourage people in your area who are watching this to try and focus on, a cause that people can get involved in with the myriad of things that are going on?
I'll just briefly say, I think, try to connect with folks who have connections inside. I think that for us, those over 10 noise demos that we did last year were an opportunity to also meet people who very bravely came out, knowing that there were going to be repercussions from the prison for their faces even being visible. But try to make those connections. It doesn't always have to be like a super militant direct action. Today we're doing something that's like pretty chill and writing letters to folks. We are here on Scotland and Stolen territory near the prison, but we just wanted to take some time to like kind of make these connections with each other and write to people inside so that they know that they're not being forgotten. If you can connect with folks like Joanne, who are like advocates who have, you know, family members, loved ones, sons, brothers, sisters, all kinds of relations inside. Try to make those connections and see how you can support their work. And if people here are feeling inspired by hearing about the lawsuit that's being launched against CSC, please email us at Prison Justice Day. It's pjd@prisonjustice.ca, and we will connect you with Joanne. We're going to try and put some funds towards their work today, just to really make that support material. And yeah, what would you like people to do?
Thank you. You know, you don't have to do big things. Email people. You know, people ask, how do you start? CSC is allowed to do what they do because they have unlimited funds, all of our tax dollars, and all unlimited manpower. So they're together. Fight that, you know, the David and Goliath thing. The only thing we can do is keep up the fight. So you don't have to be doing anything, but it takes 2 minutes. You know, I tell everybody, you know, once a week, twice a week, just sit down on your computer and send a couple emails. Remember that it's very easy, the us and them thing, and you think it's never going to be me. Trust me, I never thought it would be me either. And it doesn't have to be you. If you don't care about the inmates, if you don't care about the families, if you're one of those types, fair enough. But keep in mind, almost all of these people are going to get out. They're going to get out. And they're mostly getting out worse than when they went in. So if we're not looking at it from a humanity perspective, if you don't care that they're spending billions of dollars of our tax dollars a year, 3/4 of which is going to staffing. So if you don't care about, you know, if it seems far off, think about for your own selfish interest. Just write that one email. Send a quick letter to somebody inside. So most people don't have family connections. They are alone. And anybody can do just those few little things, just to first start.
Thank you, Joanne, and thank you, Naty. We're so grateful that you could join us. And thank you for your courage, in particular, fighting for families and continuing to give a voice to the people inside. So we are going to move to our next interview. We thank you both so much. Loving the face mask, by the way, the Free Them All face mask. Yeah. And we have our next interview. And so go ahead, Desmond, you're going to introduce.
Oh my goodness. Forgive me because I think we're about 5 hours into this.
Sorry, I also forgot and was trying to throw it to you. So that my cover actually failed. So I'm going to.
Well, I think we're going to go to Eris next, are we not?
Yes, you're going to Eris.
I see you on screen, Eris. Hello, how are you doing?
And the Coalition of Peers Dismantling the Drug War and Drug User Liberation Front. So all day we've been hearing about COVID as a health crisis, but the other pandemic that has been ongoing with overdoses, and of course the criminalization of drug use and the war of drugs, which cages and sells people globally, particularly Black people globally. So welcome, Eris.
Hi, nice to have be on the show. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, great. So I'm calling, from the unceded and stolen territories of the Squamish, the Musqueam, and the Tsleil-Waututh Nations. And I think, before we get into all of this, the most important thing to realize about what I would call the crisis of prohibition, which is a, crisis of the regime of, why all these people are overdosing, is that it's impacting Indigenous men the most. The people who are dying the most are Indigenous men, and those are middle-aged Indigenous men. So when we talk about this, we have to have reverence for the people that are being most impacted by what's going on. I don't know, can I just keep going? Because I got a bit, I can run down
going.
Statistics. I think, what we're seeing, it's a, how would you say this, like a carceral archipelago. And that thing has a name, and that name is genocide. And the police are the fucking Gestapo in this war, and the prisons are the concentration camps. And to me, Prohibition and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act are the linchpin of the prison, medical, juridical, psychiatric, military industrial complex. And the drug laws have always targeted people of color and other marginalized people disproportionately and put them into prison and put them into a revolving door system that in Vancouver specifically, we're seeing result in massive overdose deaths. The drug laws themselves, like they first targeted Indigenous people via alcohol, then Black and brown folks via heroin, cocaine, and marijuana. There's no scientific basis to anything to do with the way drugs are policed. In terms of just to run down some statistics, and they make it very, very difficult to get the statistics, which I think has been brought up before, because the government doesn't want us to know what's happening in the system that's a human meat grinder. At least 18% of prisoners are serving sentences for only drug-related crimes. Obviously, Black and Indigenous communities are disproportionately represented in the prison system. And, 54% of Black women in Canada's prison system are serving sentences for only drug-related offenses. And inside the prison, you see the same system as outside. People are still going to use drugs. There's a massive system of corruption, and that's integrated intentionally into the carceral system. And they haven't dropped any of these numbers lately, but the most recent statistic I can find is that in prisons, there's been a jump of 3% fentanyl overdose rates to 26%, and that's in 2016, 2017, which is not where we are now in terms of this crisis. And then, on top of that, 2 weeks after release, a prisoner's risk of overdose is more than 50% times higher than in the general population. And 1 in 10 of all overdose deaths are a prisoner that has been released in the last year. And then you make the leap over to COVID, and you see that in Canadian prisons, we have a 29% positive test result compared to 6% in the general population. And three of these prisons recorded over 20% cumulative COVID-19 prevalence among prisoners, et cetera, et cetera. You know, so in this war, in this active genocide, in this war, what are our axes of freedom? You know, and that's where I think my work with the Drug User Liberation Front comes in, because as I said before, the prison industrial complex is this linchpin. It's where we can move. And once you start dismantling the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, you start dismantling the carceral system.
Absolutely. Eris, it's remarkably been 18 years since Insight opened in Vancouver. I actually remember the day that that happened. And for some reason in this country, even though it's been 18 years since that first supervised injection facility opened, we haven't made the kind of progress that you might have expected for how much Insight was heralded. We're in a new era now. We're understanding that this is a health issue now. What has happened in the last 18 years to thwart any additional progress in these kinds of approaches being disseminated across the country?
Well, you know, I think everything, honestly, even in BC, where we have a provincially declared health emergency, where our health officials have duties to act, certain cities can't open up safe injection sites, and their Northern Health has an extremely high death rate per capita in British Columbia, you know? So there's this association with drugs and evil people and criminality and badness. People don't want to see that in their community. And, you know, I'm very lucky to work in Vancouver, which in a lot of ways I would consider the mecca of harm reduction. And I think what has to happen, Insight happened because of radical action, radical direct action. People running unsanctioned, illegal, you know, injection sites. That's how they got Insight. And to me, what we're doing, DOLF, the Drug User Liberation Front, on April 14th, we'll be giving out clean supplies of heroin. We have tested this via FTIR and immunoassay test strips, which detect fentanyl and benzodiazepine. So we have heroin, which is 40% heroin, 60% caffeine. We have methamphetamine, which is 100% pure, no buff. We have cocaine, 100% pure, no buff. And we are trying to show what is the difference. Alcohol is the most dangerous drug of all, yet it's legal and regulated. You can go into a store and buy as much of it as you want. This might be a bit tangential, but I'm like, then you have this other system where you get substance use disorders, you get integrated into, you know, the psychiatric industrial complex and a global panopticon that's just constantly trying to observe you. And I think, you know, I'm very genealogical in my thinking, and I think the reason a lot of other Canadian cities, you know, don't even have safe injection sites is because Vancouver specifically, there was radical action and very high death rates that couldn't be ignored. And I think that's what we're seeing again. And I'm hoping that if we do our work and, you know, pushing forward in this trajectory of giving out free, clean drugs to people who need them, who are at high risk of overdose, who I watch overdose in the street every day and have to respond to, which is a terrible, terrible thing for someone to have to experience constantly. You know, I'm like, the whole thing, it needs to be abolished, rewritten, and blown up. And if that's what we got to do, that's what we got to do. You know, and I encourage people, take as radical action as you can and feel comfortable with, because that's the only way we're going to make change in this system.
Well, speaking of radical action, I want to interrupt you just for a moment to say that we have added on the screen here what is happening in Ottawa, and the marchers on unceded Algonquin territory there are just now pasting their demands to the Ottawa sign in the Byward Market. And we're seeing these images of people plastering the Ottawa sign with messages that are demanding an end to prisons, are demanding healthcare and supports for people who have been incarcerated. And so it is amazing to see that action happening, and we've been seeing actions happening all day today. People are in the streets, people are marching. So Elle, go ahead and take it.
I was just enjoying also the abolitionist safe supply cap that we've been seeing.
Yeah, the kitty's making everybody happy.
Yeah, the kitty's making us happy at the end of the day. So you called upon Canadians or people living in so-called Canada to take radical action. Can you give us some examples of what you think actions might take place in our communities? For example, here in Jabuktuk, we do not have safe injection sites.
So I think one thing you can do is start a start an unsanctioned safe injection site. I'm like, there's so much medical evidence. I'm like, what I'm talking about, people think when I say, let's give out clean, safe drugs, it's some kooky, I'm the pusher, I'm pushing drugs on people, watch out. And I'm like, that is not the case here. There is medical evidence that people who are at high risk of overdose morbidity will lead more, successful, happy lives if they are not, constantly chasing this thing that is very hard to get and very illegal and being put through this hospital, prison, in Vancouver, private SRO, homeless kind of circle that never ends. I'm like, we're not following, best public health practice. And that is a major issue, because I'm like, at the end of the day, even if you want to call me a radical, what I'm saying is it's best practice in public health. And I'm like, governments are ignoring that. And in my opinion, as someone who has watched, the overdose numbers from 2020, I think 1,729 people die. That's a very high rate of death for folks who are using drugs, for my people, and I think we need to kind of step up our game in pushing the government and be like, the science is there, you can do it, you're not. You can give, heroin, diacetylmorphine, a drug identification number, so it can be produced in Canada. You can put it on the list of drugs that are provided to folks for free. You can do all these steps that people have been telling you to do for fucking years. And I'm like, if you're not gonna do it, move over, or we're gonna go through you. Because I can't watch people die. It's giving me PTSD. I'm losing my mind. I can't sleep at night.
Well, the sacrifices that people are making in the midst of what is literally a war are what we're here to honor today, Erez. And we want to thank you for your work with the coalition of peers dismantling the drug war. We see you, we hear you, we are in solidarity, and we ask you to keep up the fight.
Yeah, check out www.dulf.ca if you'd like to know more about what we're doing in Vancouver. And April 14th is the 5th year of the declaration of a public health emergency in BC. So this action will be happening then.
And DULF is spelt
DULF, Drug User Liberation Front.
Beautiful. Erez, thank you so much for your contribution today.
Take care and keep the peace, yo.
All right.
Thank you for joining us. And we also know, of course, that prisons do not support harm reduction. Needles are contraband, both for tattooing and for clean needles. Prisons do everything they can to securitize, criminalize people, further punish people if they suspect them of bringing in contraband. Of course, you know that many of the staff are the ones that bring in contraband, but the people inside are the ones who end up suffering. And there has been many people that have pushed for prisons to do harm reduction programs, to offer clean needles, to not criminalize and stigmatize and police drug use inside prisons without providing any of mental health care, without providing any real options often for treatment. And of course, so many people are withdrawing and in crisis in prison because of that. We will bring up this website and we're going to go back.
Yeah, and Elle, if I can just really quickly, something came up for me, and it's like, when I first came to Toronto, I was working at a facility called YouthLink Inner City. And I want to shout out my former colleagues at YouthLink Inner City. And I want to shout out the late Karen Positano, who was one of the people who really made that facility run. YouthLink Inner City was doing one of those undercover, not sanctioned needle exchanges in the province of Ontario, in Toronto, supporting people who were using drugs and who didn't have any other options. And that's where I started learning about harm reduction many, many years ago. So shout out to my former colleagues at YouthLink Inner City. Rest in peace to Karen Positano. And this work about harm reduction is so important to the conversations that we're having today.
And just to read this very quickly, a safe supply of heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine is being given out for free for residents of downtown east side of Vancouver to act on the increasing number of overdose deaths in BC and the inaction by the governments. There have been 1,716 overdose deaths in 2020. And so they are taking immediate action. You can get the rest of that press release off the site. The demands are that all levels of government must immediately fund programs with safe and accessible supplies of drugs. All levels of governments must immediately give us an accessible legal framework that decriminalizes, licenses, funds, and provides facility spaces for heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine compassion clubs. And of course, as we heard, this is the medical and common sense and health solutions. So thank you. That you can get more details at dulf.ca.
We want to also direct people to noprisons.ca and specifically to the Abolition Coalition Year in Review, where you can see where different groups across so-called Canada, including, we've heard today about SMAC, we've heard about Freelance Free Peoples, the Center for Justice Exchange. You can go on the website and you can see what all these groups have been up to. Shout out Winnipeg Police Cause Harm, another group mentioned here. If you want to see what's been happening in your area in the last year around some of these issues, noprisons.ca, Abolition Coalition Year in Review. All of that information is there for you.
If you want to sign the statement mentioned by Robyn Maynard, the Choosing Real Safety statement, you can go to choosingrealsafety.com. You can see the declaration. You can sign that yourself. You can see the number of organizations and individuals that have signed this declaration. So that is at choosingrealsafety.com. And we have been playing some of the videos that are also present on that site today. We're going to go back to the CPEP March now. Where they are hitting their final stop, and the demands which are available at the Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project. I'm going to pull those up right now, and I believe they're about to read those.
While you do that, Elle, I want to also remind people that there is an email zap happening right now as we're speaking and has been happening. Criminalization, Punishment, and Education Project, CPEP, is doing this, and with one web page here, clicking to this, you can come in, fill out your information, and you can take immediate action for prisoners to be released in this era of COVID-19. So that's cp-ep.org, and look for the Free Them All emails app.
So yes, so people can
Stop the deportation! Stop the deportation! No borders!
No justice. I know you're gonna have to yell, but what is the final stop?
Stop the deportation! No borders! No nation! Stop the deportation!
The final stop is at the American Embassy. We're going to be expressing international solidarity with prisoners and their loved ones from across the world. We found out a few weeks ago that political prisoner Mamaya Abu-Jamal contracted COVID-19 while behind bars. So we're demanding that the American government take action to free him and free others. We're also expressing solidarity with the thousands upon thousands upon thousands of prisoners that have contracted COVID-19 and that have died in human cages around the world, and also drawing attention to folks who have died behind bars in this country and elsewhere. So we did this earlier, but I think it's important that we do it again to acknowledge the deaths in custody that have happened as a result of COVID-19 infections. So just noting here that in April 2020, an imprisoned man at Mission Institution in so-called British Columbia, where there was an infection of 120 prisoners, died. In May 2020, a man imprisoned at the Federal Training Center in so-called Laval, Quebec, where an outbreak infected 162 prisoners, died. Robert Langevin died at the age of 72 while in pretrial custody in the Bordeaux prison in so-called Montreal, Quebec, where an outbreak infected 96 prisoners, and there was another outbreak very recently there as well. In December 2020, an imprisoned man in Stony Mountain Institution, the so-called Stony Mountain, Manitoba, where an outbreak infected 370 prisoners. It was like almost 75% of their medium security population died. In January 2021, a man imprisoned in Saskatchewan Penitentiary in so-called Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, where an outbreak infected 249 prisoners, died. A man imprisoned in Willow Cree Healing Lodge Healing Lodge in so-called Duck Lake, Saskatchewan, where an outbreak infected 8 prisoners died. At the American Embassy, we're also going to hear from folks who are going to commemorate the life of James Hill, who had finished a sentence in the US prison. He's Canadian. He died in a Farm Hill ICE detention center in so-called Virginia, where an outbreak infected 300 detainees. 300 detainees. How much longer are we going to allow this to go on? And those are, those are deaths that we know of. They're not testing, are authorities testing everyone that's died behind bars during this pandemic to see if they had COVID-19 or not? Or are they just satisfied saying they died from natural causes? There's no natural deaths in custody. These are deaths by incarceration. These are deaths by neglect. Prisons kill, folks, and we need to work towards killing prisons in our lifetime.
Amen to that.
We also want to express our solidarity while we're approaching the American Embassy with the Black workers in Alabama, the Amazon unionization drive that is led largely by Black workers. We think, of course, of the many workers at Amazon who are infected and died when they were tasked with giving COVID tests to their colleagues while not being provided with PPE, while of course Amazon has made record profits during this pandemic. And we know that corporations have made absolute record profits, have received bailouts, have received all kinds of support while ordinary people are dying in cages, in meat packing plants, in long-term care homes, on the streets, at their workplaces. Around the world who so often lead our justice movements. We are, of course, in solidarity also with the people of Haiti, also by workers.
Romantic partners, and everyone who has a loved one who is currently locked up inside. I know the shock. I know the anger. I know the fear, the worry, and the sadness that comes with finding out that someone you love very much has been snatched and taken away to a place where they lose their identity and humanity. I know that your heart gets snatched away with them as well, and not just metaphorically, I mean physically, because my heart has stopped beating ever since they took my brother away. Breathing has become an arduous chore for me. I feel like I'm breathing through a soda straw every single day that he is inside. I wake up in cold sweats wondering if he is okay. The heavy and somber tone in his voice from our last phone conversation lingers until he calls me again. And it's the only thing I can think about in between calls throughout the day and week. Every day is a rush to get through and speed up space and time so that his release date can come sooner. Bless you, sir. When he calls his big brother, he will always ask me multiple times per call, so what else is new? It's a question that I know comes from deep within a very oppressed state of being. A part of him that wants to feel activated and connected to the outside world, but isn't allowed to, and is being watched 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It comes from a part of him that the prison machine is doing everything in its power to destroy, because it is designed to not only disconnect a person from the outside, but it also disconnects a person from themselves. How do you navigate that? How do you have those conversations with someone who has become something outside of themselves because of how deeply they have been institutionalized? How do you allow yourself to react and communicate with someone who is in a heightened state of survival mode, where their every word and basic level of movement has an imminent consequence of death or serious harm? Shame! Speaking to the support people of loved ones who are currently locked up, how many times has a person from Corrections Canada or Parole Board of Canada reached out to any of you to give you pointers on what to expect when a loved one is thrown in a cage? Would I be wrong in saying that number is probably zero? Yes. There's no brochure, there's no pamphlet, there's no handbook or caseworkers that provides you with any clarity or guidance. Because what the system is doing is not only punishing your loved one who is locked up, they're also while punishing you by leaving you in the dark as well. There are words to describe this behavior when it comes to romantic or family relationships. We call that abuse. And it's what we need to be calling the suffering of family members that are placed under the family members, the suffering that family members are placed under when a loved one is taken from them by the carceral system. This is a country that is openly committing systematic abuse on its own people. How is that not seen as barbaric? In closing, I want to say the following. One time my friend asked me, what should people do in your honor when you pass away? I want today's speech to be added to my final will and testament, because I told her that when I die, I want people to burn down a prison in my name. And in the name of all those who have died or even spent a minute locked up inside those animal cages. With that said, fuck the system, burn it all down, abolish prisons, and abolish the police. Thank you very much.
You have been listening to a speaker outside of the U.S. consulate in Ottawa. Sorry, guys, I'm tearing up here because it's a lot, you know, like it is just so powerful to see what people are doing, the solidarity, the love, everything that we are seeing today, I feel, is motivated by love, motivated by people who have love for those who are on the inside, by people who have been there themselves and know what it's like, by family members, by community members who are active all the time, making sure that those phone calls get made, making sure that the letters get written and delivered. There's so much love in this movement, and I am honored to have been witness to this today and to have been able to share these images and these sounds and these testimonies of prisoners today with all of you. We would like to end today by again giving you guys a chance to participate in the emails app that we were talking about, because CPEP has made it very easy for people who want to send a message, who want to tell our government officials that the conditions that we are demonstrating against today are completely unacceptable. You see it there on the screen, cp-ep.org/free them all emails app. You can go to CPEP, you can find this. It's very simple. It takes a couple of minutes. You can put in your information and you can ask our public officials to take immediate action for the release of prisoners as COVID-19 continues to make life so difficult for all of us in this country, but particularly for those who are incarcerated. Here's the address. Check it out on the top of the screen there. Take action today. You've taken the time to watch this live stream. You've taken the time to listen to these testimonies today. It's your opportunity to take action. And I didn't want to end today without saying that we talked to Paul Taylor of Food Share earlier, and we were talking about the importance of food. Here in the province of Ontario, it is migrant farm workers who are out here. They're never usually called farmers, and I think we should just call them what they are. They are our farmers. It is people from Mexico and from the Caribbean who are brought on a temporary basis to this country to grow so much of the food, the produce, the fruits and vegetables that we eat here in the province of Ontario. And for the last year, migrant workers have been kept in some of the most unsafe, unsanitary, dangerous conditions while they work to grow our food. And I say that in connection to what we're talking about today, because I think in some ways those connections are obvious, but in particular, the criminalization of farm workers from Mexico and the Caribbean, the control of their bodies, the attempts to keep them in place where they are so that they cannot even move around freely, so that they cannot talk to people about the oppressive working conditions, and so that they may be deported and sent home if they try to speak out about these inhumane conditions, if they try to talk about how they're not being protected from COVID-19. I want to shout out farm workers in this country, farmers in this country from Mexico and the Caribbean. Thank you for growing our food. We are going to continue fighting until you are safe, until there is status for all of you.
And so today, just to review, we heard from groups across the country. So from Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project, from Solidarity Across Borders, from Free Lands, Free Peoples, from Wellness Within, Center for Justice Exchange, Choosing Real Safety, Criminalization, Punishment and Education Project. We heard from Robyn Maynard, Elise Thornburn, Naty, Tremblay. Don't forget to check the film out tonight, Transformative Justice and Abolition. That's screening at 6 p.m. Eastern, which you can check out on the Sketch YouTube.
Sketch.ca, yes.
Sketch.ca. We heard from Meenakshi Mano and Mission Families Association out in Vancouver. We heard from Coalition Appears Dismantling the Drug War and Drug User Liberation Front. So we had a group of people across this country. We thank all the amazing people that
Syrus Marcus Ware and Ravyn Wyngz of Black Lives Matter Toronto. Thank you.
Skylar Williams, 1492 Landback Lane. Check
Shout
that
out.
And many, many more people that have been in the background that have been joining these marches and protests. If you guys want to turn on your cameras, people who were here as tech support from Toronto Prisoners' Rights Project, we had Elaine, we had Katie, I believe. So give us a quick wave if you're here and available. If not, we thank you so much. There you go. I don't know if you want to say anything really quickly.
No, just thank you so much. I said, yeah, no, this has been really lovely, and yeah, feel really moved. So thank you so much.
Thank you for all the tech support in the background, and Justin Piché, of course, for all your work pulling together so much of the organization with Abolition Coalition. Vicky Chartrand as well, I want to shout out, who does so much work with noprisons.ca, stuff like the abolition syllabus in so-called Canada. These are all links you can check out. I know they're posted in many of the sites where you were watching this video, so please do check out all these links. And Justin, I'm turning it over to you for some final words.
All right, well, thank you, Elle, and thank you, Desmond, for all the important work that you've been doing and the great work that you did hosting today. Thank you to Abby and Sheena for putting up the year in review stuff. That was a ton of work. Thank you to all the event organizers. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to the tech support. Thank you to the folks that are working on the interpretation for us during and after the event. We're going to be adding captions to everything and live descriptions. Your work is critical to what we're doing and trying to make this common sense and decenter the prison and decenter policing and decenter punitive injustice in the Canadian carceral state in our lives, and to work towards a transition from the prison industrial complex and from all of this that is harming people so profoundly during the pandemic, and will continue to do so beyond it if we do not move towards building communities and not cages where we can keep everybody safe, where we can be choosing real safety, where everyone's basic needs are met, so that we can prevent violence and respond to it in transformative ways, not in punitive ways, not in violent ways. And that's the work that we're doing, and that's the work that we need to continue to do in the days, weeks, months, and years ahead. And hopefully we can get to a place where we can free them all and keep each other safe. Thank you so much.
Free them all, free them all. Katie Bruce Lockhart, thank you for the tech support. If we didn't say your name before, I apologize to any of those who we didn't name today. We are so grateful for everybody's support. Free them all. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you for joining us on this marathon this afternoon. We'll pull up the footage as we leave, and you can see our comrades in Ottawa finishing strong after a day of marching. So everybody, we send our love, we send our
shame. A man in prison.
We're still here.
Yeah, it's moments of silence for people who have died during this pandemic behind the walls.
300 detainees. James had completed a prison sentence in the so-called land of the free and was awaiting deportation to so-called Canada. Where CSC or their provincial territorial counterparts suspects prisoners in their custody have died from an illness and so-called natural causes, the coroner should automatically be tested whether or not they contracted COVID-19. There is no natural death behind bars. If we aren't doing this, we can definitely say that only 5 federal prisoners and 1 from COVID-19, as authorities claim. CSC and their provincial territorial counterparts need to publicly disclose its deaths in custody statistics from 2020 and 2021 in order to contrast 3 figures to deaths in custody in recent years to see whether pandemic measures in prisons, including frequent torture and segregation-like conditions, along with the reallocation of healthcare resources towards public management, have contributed to more deaths by suicide and medical conditions that perhaps receive less attention now that COVID-19 is top of mind, such as the 2 recent deaths that occurred at the Ottawa Detention Center of David and another prisoner that I'm not going to speak his name because his family doesn't want to. We also need full disclosure on that in custody and just like a parenthesis. David, who died at the Ottawa Detention Center a few weeks ago, was circling in and out of jail, who was trying to help himself, trying to like keep his, bring his life back on the right track, but he was destined to be killed by the carceral state because, they push you through something called the revolving door of pretrial detention, where, you become someone who is trapped in that door and in that revolving door. I experienced it myself. Many of you here maybe experienced it, their family members, their loved ones. But once the system gets a hold of you, it is hard to get away from it. We need a full disclosure on deaths in custody as a result of the use of force by prison staff, such as the recent death of William Walter Amo, a member of Saskeen First Nation, who died at the Heating Lake Correctional Institution in so-called Heating Lake. After an altercation with staff there. Lastly, we must seek justice and demand government to engage in a process that will allow us to build our communities. Or in fact, we should dismantle the state that is keeping its knee on our necks, not letting us breathe. We should not, see cages for those who've been released from prisons without adequate community support, like Kimberly Squirrel, who was released from remand in Pine Grove Correctional Center and died 3 days later in the cold on a night when it was minus 30 degrees Celsius. The prison system, the pandemic is a problem for sure, but it just exacerbated the violence and intensified the violence that is, that is perpetrated against criminalized bodies. Some of us are criminalized because of many things, I'm not going to deny that some of us cause harm, but the thing is, what is the community doing for us? What is the community doing for us in order to allow us to engage in transformative processes, not to punish us by us, impregnating this, sucking up this carceral responses to conflict. We also engage in carceral logics in many ways. So I ask you folks who were here today to please amplify the message and the demands. They're pretty simple. Release prisoners. Allow prisoners to have access to equitable health care. End the war on people who use drugs and the war on drugs that is, creating the overdose crisis that is taking a lot of people from our communities. And when you release people, release them with supports, or at least let us support them. Don't invest your money in, in these fancy buildings that really serve nothing. These buildings are empty while our kids are dying on the streets. They don't even have enough to eat, you know? Thanks to the efforts. Yeah, and we have to remember that, you know, like as organizers, it is not only us, you know, who are, you know, quote unquote leading this fight, but the people who are leading it are, you know, the mothers, the aunties who try to bail their loved ones from jails when they go in jail, you know, the people in the neighborhood who actually put themselves back in jail just to bring a little weed to their loved ones while we can walk in a store and buy weed, you know. And when they go there, they get violated, they get sexually assaulted, you know, through the practice of strip searches, you know, whether they, yeah, it happens to like cis men, to cis women, but imagine what happens to like trans prisoners and gender non-conforming prisoners, you know, in this hyper-patriarchal structures, you know. I thank you folks, and I think the folks here, most of them know these things, and I'm just repeating them, but it's important to, you know, situate the prison as, you know, a failure in its own purposes, because it portrays that it's here to keep our community safe, but what it does really, it just, you know, perpetuate anti-blackness, anti-indigeneity, anti-immigrant, you know, practices and ideas. It basically kills us. I was talking to my friend Matt, who's Haitian, who I know for a lot of years. And guess what? I was talking to him and I was talking to his friend, and they didn't even coordinate between them. They just told me like on two separate, one of them was taking a shower because they only have 20 minutes to talk. And then he came out and he spoke to me, and both of them are saying like, yo, these people are creating monsters. So when we go out in the community, of course we're gonna like shoot people, stab people, hit people, because they're creating monsters. And sometimes the rest of the earth has, you know, no other choice but to be an animal, because we are treated like animals in cages. So, you know, keep that in mind. The people who goes inside jails are not gonna be there forever. They are gonna come out one day and they become your neighbor, my neighbor, someone else's neighbor. And the problems that affect them, if we find a solution to them, you know, it will elevate all of us. You know, if we abolish borders that separate indigenous communities and confine them within some, you know, government, you know, zones that they made for them, you know, if we abolish the borders, that's a huge success for all of us. It is not only for immigrants, because everyone should have the right to move, to stay, and to return. No one is illegal. You know, if we abolish, for example, patriarchy as like a system of gender dominance, a lot of us are going to be, you know, going to benefit from that, you know, including the men who actually engage and perpetuate that system. Their mental health is going to be better, you know, the mental health of community members who are women identifying or trans folks and other folks are going to be better. If we abolish, you know, violence in all its forms, is going to be beneficial for all of us. That is why we have to engage in this work critically and be, you know, meaningful about it, because it is our only solution to our problems. And I thank you to be here. I thank you for my fellow organizers who were not, you know, in front of this megaphone, who you don't see, but their efforts are the ones who make this possible. I just have a big hand. So please, folks, and thank yourselves as well for bringing yourselves here. And you know, let's end this right now. And please don't leave here by yourselves. Mahomie, I think here has something to say.
Okay, so for safety purposes, we ask that since we're about to disperse, that
All right, folks, that is the end of the broadcast. Thank you for joining us, and let's contain COVID, not people. Let's work towards a society where we can free them all. Take care and back in touch soon.